Yo legends, welcome back to the channel. Grab your headphones and lock in because today's story is on another level. Want the next chapter? Drop a comment below, and if the legend continues, I'm bringing it straight to you. Disclaimer, I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Note, I'm constantly tweaking the settings to make it as immersive as possible. Konoha, Defection to Akatsuki, sends the entire ninja world into a panic. Chapter 1. The God-level Rebellious system. Uchiha Yoru snapped his eyes open, and what met his gaze was a simple, traditional Japanese ceiling. A faint scent of sandalwood permeated the air, and on the wooden door of the room, a fan-shaped red and white family crest was strikingly prominent. Uchiha. He had transmigrated, becoming a marginal member of the Uchiha clan, the most tragic powerhouse in the Naruto world. More crucially, it was currently the year 49 of Konoha, and only 3 days remained until the night of the massacre. In 3 days, Uchiha Itachi and Obito will wash the entire clan in blood. And an ordinary clansman like me, who hasn't even awakened the three-tomoed Sharingan, will be among the first batch of cannon fodder to be slaughtered. Yoru's gaze instantly became incomparably sharp, as a surge of unwillingness and ruthlessness welled up from the depths of his heart. He would never accept such a fate of being slaughtered at will. Just then, a polite knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock. Yoru, it's me, Itachi. A cold and familiar voice drifted in from outside the door. Uchiha Itachi, the man who would personally swing the butcher's knife at his own family, he was here. The corner of Yoru's mouth curled into a cold arc. Come in. He wanted to see what this murderer of his own clan, who claimed to be thinking of the village, had to say to a nobody like himself. The wooden door was gently pulled open, and a youth wearing an Anbu vest with a ninja sword on his back walked in. He had a handsome face and a steady temperament, but within those pitch-black eyes was hidden a heaviness that did not match his age. It was precisely the most brilliant genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. Yoru, the atmosphere in the clan has been very tense lately. You should have felt it too. Itachi got straight to the point, his voice calm. Yoru leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, looking at him coldly without saying a word. Seeing this, Itachi continued, I know the clansmen have many grievances against the village, but violence solves nothing. War only brings more pain, whether to the village or to the Uchiha. His tone carried a hint of preaching, as if he had already gained insight into all the truths of the world. And so, Yoru finally spoke, his tone full of mockery. So, I hope you can remain rational and stay in your place. Itachi's gaze looked directly at Yoru, seemingly wanting to use his powerful willpower to influence the other party. For the village's hard-won peace, and for Sasuke, we Uchiha need to make some sacrifices. Some sacrifices are necessary. That hypocritical rhetoric again. Sacrifice? Why is it always the Uchiha who have to sacrifice? For the sake of your foolish little brother, you're going to sacrifice the lives of all your clansmen. The fury in Yoru's heart was completely ignited. In his past life while watching the anime, he had been thoroughly disgusted by Itachi's logic. Now being in the situation himself, he was even more infuriated. Are you finished? Yoru asked coldly. Itachi was slightly stunned, seemingly not expecting Yoru to have this kind of reaction. In his memory, Yoru was just an ordinary clansman with mediocre talent and an introverted personality. Yoru, everything I'm saying is for your own good, for the good of the clan. For the good of the clan. Yoru suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter filled with endless sarcasm and fury. For the good of the clan is to let you be a lapdog for the Konoha High Command, turning around to spy on your own people. For the good of the clan is to let you prepare to accept orders from the High Command to raise your butcher's knife against your own parents and compatriots. Yoru's voice grew louder and louder, exploding in the room like rolling thunder. Itachi's expression instantly changed. How could you know? Before he could finish his sentence, Yoru's figure had already moved. Not only do I know, I also know that you are a traitor through and through. Amidst his roar, Yoru suddenly raised his leg, and with an incredibly swift side kick that carried a whistle that tore through the air, he kicked Itachi hard in the chest. Too fast. Itachi had not expected at all that this usually unremarkable clansman would actually dare to strike him, an Anbu squad leader. Moreover, the speed and power of this kick completely exceeded his expectations. He subconsciously wanted to block, but it was already too late. Thud. A dull, heavy sound rang out. Itachi was sent flying like a kite with its string cut by a massive force. His body crashed heavily into the wall behind him, letting out a pained groan as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wall's surface. Clutching his agonizing chest, Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had actually been kicked and injured by a fellow clansman. How was this possible? Yoru slowly retracted his leg and looked down at the slumped Itachi, his gaze as cold as a blade. Traitor of the Uchiha, get out. I don't want to say it a second time. Yoru's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an unquestionable dominance and killing intent. Amidst Itachi's shocked, angry, and slightly suspicious gaze, a cold mechanical prompt sounded in Yoru's mind. Ding detected that the host has committed an act of extreme rebellion against the faithful spokesperson of the Will of Fire, and inflicted physical damage. Judgment, Rebellion Level SSS. God Level Rebellion System successfully activated. A blue light screen that only Yoru could see unfolded before his eyes. Name, Uchiha Yoru. Bloodline, Uchiha Bloodline Unawakened. Chakra, 10 Kakashi, Rookie Level. Taijutsu, 5 Weakling Level. Comprehensive Evaluation. Cannon fodder about to be slaughtered. Yoru's mouth twitched. This evaluation was truly blunt. Ding, the newbie gift pack has been distributed. Open it now. Open it right now, immediately. Yoru roared in his heart. Newbie gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Reward 1. Chakra capacity increased tenfold. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Reward 2. Taijutsu Mastery, Elite Jonin level. Boom! Just as the words fell, a massive and pure warm current instantly surged from every part of Yoru's body. He could clearly feel that the amount of chakra in his body was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. The chakra that was originally like a dried-up stream merged into a surging river in the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless combat techniques, power exertion methods, and combat experiences regarding taijutsu flooded into his mind like a divine revelation. His body's muscles and bone density were also undergoing earth-shattering changes under the nourishment of the chakra. Power, an unprecedentedly powerful force. Yoru clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power within his body, as a terrifying light erupted from his eyes. This feeling is so good. On the other side, Itachi struggled to climb up from the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Yoru, whose aura had completely changed with cold eyes as waves of shock crashed in his heart. Just now, the aura that erupted from Yoru's body actually made even him feel a trace of palpitations. This guy was definitely not the ordinary clansman he knew. Who exactly was he? It seems I underestimated you. Itachi's voice was hoarse and low, and those pitch-black eyes had turned into the crimson three-tomoed Sharingan at some point. However, this kind of behavior of yours will only accelerate the Uchiha's destruction. You understand nothing. Yoru sneered and said disdainfully, No, it's you who understands nothing, Uchiha Itachi. Your so-called peace is nothing more than a joke built on the sacrifice of your entire clan's lives. Your so-called protection is nothing more than satisfying your pathetic, self-righteous heroism. Itachi's pupils shrank as he was about to retort. But Yoru gave him no chance at all. In my eyes, you are just a brainwashed poor wretch, a disgrace who betrayed his family and his bloodline. Now, disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind making you leave lying down. Yoru took a step forward, and the pressure of elite Jonin-level taijutsu was released without reservation, locking onto Itachi. Itachi's body stiffened. He saw the undisguised killing intent in Yoru's eyes. He had no doubt that if he said one more word of nonsense, this clansman, who seemed like a completely different person, would truly kill him. Giving Yoru a deep look, Itachi forcefully suppressed that shock and killing intent. He couldn't fight here, much less expose his plan. Take care of yourself. Leaving behind those cold words, Itachi's figure instantly transformed into a flock of crows and disappeared from the room. With Itachi's departure, the room returned to silence once again. Feeling the abundant power in his body, Yoru gave a cold smile. Uchiha Itachi, this was just a warning for you. The next time we meet will be the day you die. Ding detected that the host has successfully expelled the traitor and guarded the final dignity of the Uchiha. The spirit of rebellion is commendable. New mission released. Mission name, The Clan's Cry. Mission content. At the upcoming Uchiha clan emergency meeting, publicly oppose clan leader Uchiha Fugaku's policy of compromise and seize the highest authority of the clan. Mission reward, God-level reward, perfect sage body. Looking at the new mission released by the system and that incredibly enticing reward, a flash of fanaticism crossed Yoru's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku, huh? That spineless clan leader who only knows how to kneel before the high command. Just right, I'll start by overturning your seat as clan leader to fire the first shot of my Uchiha Yoru's resistance. 2 Chapter 2 Reward, the perfect immortal body. Phew. Yoru let out a long breath of turbid air, feeling the chakra surging within his body. His mastery of taijutsu, at the elite Jonin level, filled every inch of his muscles with explosive power. Having 10 times the amount of chakra he had before gave him even more confidence. In this ninja world, where human life is treated like grass, only absolute power is the truth. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocking came from the door as a young Uchiha clan member shouted from outside. Yoru, hurry to the Naka shrine. The clan leader has ordered an emergency clan meeting. Everyone must be present. Yoru yanked the door open, his gaze sharp. The visitor was Uchiha Inabai. His face was full of anxiety, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. What happened? Yoru asked, though he already knew the answer. The Anbu and Root ninjas have doubled today. They've completely blockaded the perimeter of our clan grounds. Inabai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with humiliation and panic. They're even forcibly searching the elderly who go out to buy groceries. They're simply leaving us no way to survive. The clansmen are furious. Everyone is waiting for the clan leader to order a counterattack. Yoru sneered, a counterattack. That spineless clan leader is probably wondering how to prostrate himself before the Konoha high command right now. Let's go to the Naka shrine. Yoru pushed the door open and strode out with large steps. By now, the Naka shrine was already crowded with people. Hundreds of Uchiha clan members were squeezed into the spacious underground meeting hall. The air was so oppressive it was suffocating. Anger, panic, and confusion, all sorts of emotions spread through the crowd. At the very front of the meeting hall, several futons were laid out. The current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, sat grimly in the center. Beside him sat 3 gray-haired clan elders. Young cadres from the radical faction, such as Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Teka, stood at the very front, their eyes bloodshot. Lord Clan Leader. Uchiha Yashiro was the first to lose his patience, kneeling on one knee and shouting out. The Anbu already have their blades at our throats. We can't endure this anymore. If we keep enduring, the Uchiha will truly be finished. Please issue the order to fight. We are willing to die for the clan. Yashiro's words instantly ignited the anger of everyone present. Fight. Let's fight those hypocritical Konoha, high-ups to the death. We are the noble Uchiha. We will never sit and wait for death. The crowd's fury was so intense that their roars almost blew the roof off the basement. However, Uchiha Fugaku, sitting at the head, let out a heavy sigh. Silence. Fugaku snapped his eyes open, his 3-tomoed Sharingan slowly spinning as a massive pressure swept through the hall. The noisy meeting hall went quiet instantly, but the resentment in everyone's eyes only grew stronger. Yashiro, you are too impulsive. Fugaku's voice was low and weary. Once a war starts, it will be a civil war, and the village will be devastated. Other hidden villages will take advantage of the situation. At that time, Not only the Uchiha, but the entire Konoha will be destroyed. Uchiha Yashiro snapped his head up, his face full of disbelief. But clan leader, they were the ones who moved first. Our clan is going to be wiped out. Shut up. The great elder slammed his cane against the ground and barked. This is a test from Lord Third. As long as we show our loyalty, the village won't drive us to extinction. Acting now will only confirm the charges of rebellion against us. The second elder chimed in, his tone earnest and well-meaning. Yes, young people, you must learn to endure. For the sake of peace, what does this little bit of grievance matter? The third elder even pulled a stack of booklets, stamped with the Konoha emblem from his sleeve. This is the will of fire personally approved and issued by the third Hokage. Our meeting today is to ensure everyone deeply understands the spirit of the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall burn. The third elder began to read aloud from the text. Hearing these words, the Uchiha clan members who were ready to shed blood and fight for their lives were all stunned. They couldn't believe that their own clan leader and elders were asking them to study the will of fire while blades were at their throats. Clan leader. Uchiha Tekka's voice trembled, his eyes turning red. Is the life of an Uchiha really that cheap? Fugaku closed his eyes, hiding the pain and helplessness deep within. Distribute them. Everyone must study them carefully. Tomorrow, I will submit our reflections to the Hokage building. Several trusted guards stepped forward and distributed the booklets to the clansmen in the front rows. Uchiha Yashiro looked at the thin booklet in his hand, his hands shaking violently. Humiliation. This was more humiliating than being killed. Yoru, at the back of the crowd, laughed out of sheer anger as he watched this farcical and tragic scene. He finally understood why the Uchiha were wiped out by Itachi alone. With such leaders, this pack of wolves had long since been domesticated into sheep. A burst of mocking and wild laughter suddenly exploded within the oppressive meeting hall. Everyone turned around in unison, looking toward the source of the sound. They saw Yoru pushing through the crowd, walking at a leisurely pace straight toward the front steps. Yoru, what are you doing? Uchiha and Abai, seeing Yoru's unusual behavior, couldn't help but call out a warning. You undisciplined brat, who allowed you to make such a noise here? The great elder barked a reprimand as he watched Yoru approach. Fugaku also frowned, looking at this clansman who usually had no presence. Yoru stepped back. Now is not the time for your nonsense. Yoru completely ignored the warnings from Fugaku and the elders. He walked directly up to the third elder. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Yoru snatched the remaining stack of Will of Fire booklets from the third elder's hands. What are you doing? How dare you? The third elder roared in anger. Yoru didn't even spare him a glance, holding the booklets high in the air. Rip! With a sharp sound, the stack of booklets, which the Konoha High Command regarded as scripture, was torn in half by Yoru in front of everyone. Rip, rip! Yoru applied force with both hands, shredding them to pieces. Paper scraps filled the air, drifting down like falling snow over the meeting hall. Countless scraps of paper landed on Fugaku's shoulders and the elders' heads. The entire hall was deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were wide, unable to believe what was happening before them. Tearing up the Will of Fire booklets. This was a public slap in the face to the third Hokage. And even more so, a blatant defiance of the authority of the clan leader and the elders. Bastard, are you trying to start a rebellion? The great elder trembled with rage, pointing his cane at Yoru's nose and cursing. Yoru snapped his head around, a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Old man, shut your mouth. If you dare say another word, I'll cut you down right now. Yoru's voice carried pure killing intent. That undisguised brutality actually made the great elder stagger back half a step in fear. Uchiha Yoru, you've gone too far. Fugaku finally snapped. He stood up abruptly, pressing his powerful chakra toward Yoru. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Facing the clan leader's pressure, Yoru kept his back perfectly straight, completely unaffected. He raised his hand, pointing directly at Uchiha Fugaku's nose. What am I doing? I'm trying to wake up a bunch of idiots who are lining up to die. Yoru's voice was incredibly loud, making everyone's eardrums ache. You as clan leader, is your brain filled with mush? The Anbu's blades are about to sever your neck, yet you're here distributing these booklets meant for children. Fugaku's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tight. This is to preserve the clan. Only temporary forbearance can bring peace. Bullshit. Yoru cursed without hesitation, his words incredibly sharp. What Konoha wants isn't our loyalty. What Konoha wants is the total extinction of our clan. Those two old dogs, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, are dreaming of our Sharingan. Do you think that if you kneel on the ground and wag your tail for mercy, they'll let you go? Yoru spun around, looking at the bewildered clansmen below. Look at yourselves now. Is there even a shred of Uchiha pride left in you? If our ancestor Uchiha Madara saw this weak and incompetent behavior of yours, he'd leap straight out of his coffin in rage. Yoru's words were like a heavy hammer, smashing into the hearts of every radical clansman. Uchiha Yashiro crushed the booklet in his hand, his eyes completely red. Exactly. When has the Uchiha clan ever suffered such grievance? Uchiha Yoru, you're talking absolute nonsense. The second elder shouted in desperation. Quick, military police force. Arrest him. Escort him to the Anbu to plead for forgiveness. Several confused military police force members were about to step forward. Yoru reached back, pulled a ninja sword from a clansman behind him, and slammed it directly into the wooden floor in front of him. Who dares move? A furious roar, accompanied by the surging chakra within Yoru, pushed back those military police force members. Yoru turned his head and stared intently at Uchiha Fugaku. Still dreaming, the village wants us dead. Uchiha Fugaku, you cowardly waste. Are you, as clan leader, going to lead the entire clan to destruction? Yoru roared these words with almost all his strength. In the entire underground meeting hall, only the echoes of Yoru's voice remained. Uchiha Fugaku's face was as pale as paper, his lips trembling slightly. He was actually rendered speechless by Yoru's imposing aura. Just then, a mechanical voice, as beautiful as celestial music, rang out in Yoru's mind. Ding detected the host publicly tearing up the will of fire and berating the compromise-seeking clan leader, openly trampling on the core concepts of the will of fire, causing an ideological shock to the entire clan. Judgment, rebellion level off the charts. Task cry of the clan completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level reward, perfect sage body. The moment he heard the system notification, a wild smile curled at the corners of Yoru's mouth. Boom! Without any warning, a terrifying chakra that defied description erupted from Yoru's body. This chakra appeared as visible pale blue flames, surging toward the ceiling like a volcanic eruption. The sturdy support pillars of the underground meeting hall began to creak under the strain of this power. What kind of chakra is this? Uchiha Yashiro's eyes widened in horror. He felt as small as an ant before this chakra. Crack. Centered on Yoru, the hard bluestone floor began to crack violently, fractures spreading outward like a spiderweb. The violent air currents instantly turned into a hurricane, knocking the three nearest elders flat on the ground. The three elders screamed, feeling as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their chests, making even breathing incredibly difficult. Uchiha Fugaku, who bore the brunt of it, showed a look of extreme terror for the first time. He forced himself to stay steady, instinctively activating his Mangekyou Sharingan to resist. But he found that his proud ocular power couldn't even cause a ripple in the face of this vast, ocean-like life force. The immense pressure was almost tangible, making the legs of the hundreds of Uchiha clan members go weak, nearly forcing them to their knees. At this moment, with his black hair dancing wildly, Yoru looked like a peerless demon god stepping through the void from ancient times, looking down upon the trembling beings before him. Chapter 3 I take over the Uchiha clan. Rumble. Chakra erupted with Uchiha Yoru at its center, transforming into a destructive storm. The ceiling of the Naka Shrine underground meeting hall could no longer withstand it, and massive stone blocks mixed with dust crashed down. Get out of the way. It's collapsing. This place is going to collapse. The originally solemn and dignified meeting hall was instantly transformed into a living hell. The clan members fled in panic, their screams and cries echoing one after another. Uchiha Fugaku protected his head with his arms, barely fending off the falling debris, his expression looking terrible to the extreme. He couldn't understand how an unremarkable clan member from yesterday could erupt with such world-shattering power today. This chakra was pure, vast, and filled with inexhaustible vitality. It was even more terrifying than the nine-tailed chakra he had seen before. Uchiha Yoru, have you gone mad? Stop this instant. Fugaku roared in shock and anger, attempting to bring Yoru back to his senses. If this continues, every clan member will die here. However, Yoru only spared him a cold glance, as if looking at a clown. He slowly raised his hand, and the violent chakra storm miraculously subsided. The rampaging winds stopped abruptly, and the falling stones suspended in midair before gently dropping to the ground. The entire scene was in utter chaos, but the pressure that was enough to crush everything did not diminish in the slightest. All the surviving Uchiha clan members collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and looking at Yoru as if he were a monster. You. Watching Yoru's miraculous chakra control, Uchiha Fugaku's heart pounded wildly as a bad premonition welled up in his mind. He knew that today, his dignity as the clan head and the future of the Uchiha were facing an unprecedented challenge. He couldn't back down. Once he backed down, he would have nothing left. Uchiha Yoru. A flash of determined ruthlessness crossed Fugaku's eyes. To maintain his final dignity as the clan head, he decided to use his ultimate trump card. You have no respect for your elders and seek to subvert the clan. Your crimes are unforgivable. Fugaku's voice became incredibly cold, and his three Tamo Sharingan suddenly changed. The three Tamo instantly connected, transforming into a peculiar three-bladed windmill pattern that had never been shown in public before. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Too presumptuous, kneel before me. Fugaku shouted sternly, and the eye power of the Mangekyou instantly activated. Powerful spiritual energy turned into invisible shackles, pressing down heavily on Yoru. He wanted to use genjutsu and absolute eye power to completely suppress this arrogant brat. He would make him kneel at his feet like a dog in front of the entire clan. Oh, the Mangekyou Sharingan. Yoru looked at Fugaku's peculiar eyes, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is this your final reliance, Fugaku? Facing the terrifying genjutsu that could instantly ensnare even a cage-level expert, Yoru's eyes didn't change in the slightest. The massive life energy brought by the perfect sage body was like the sturdiest city wall, isolating all invading spiritual energy. Fugaku's genjutsu was like a gentle breeze to him, completely useless. How is that possible? Fugaku's pupils shook. He could clearly feel his eye power sinking into the sea like a stone without creating a single ripple. Yoru completely ignored his genjutsu. With just this little skill, you want to make me kneel. Yoru sneered, no longer giving Fugaku any chances. The bluestone ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded. Boom! Yoru's figure instantly vanished from the spot. In the next second, he appeared before Uchiha Fugaku like a ghost. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Fugaku's heart. He hadn't seen Yoru's movements at all. An intense sense of crisis made him unhesitatingly activate another power of the Mangekyou. Susanoo. Deep red chakra surged out from Fugaku's body, instantly condensing into a massive ribcage armor in front of him. This was the divine power dwelling within the Mangekyou Sharingan. The ultimate defense. However, this so-called ultimate defense was as fragile as paper in front of Yoru. Too slow. Yoru's voice sounded in Fugaku's ear like the whisper of the Shinigami. His seemingly ordinary fist, wrapped in pale blue chakra, slammed directly into the ribcage armor. There was no world-shaking explosion. There was only a crisp, tooth-aching sound of shattering. Cracks. The Susanoo ribs Fugaku had hastily condensed were like glass struck by a hammer, instantly covered in cracks. Then, before Fugaku's terrified and distorted eyes, they shattered completely. The backlash from the broken Susanoo, combined with the peerless force of Yoru's fist, hit Fugaku like a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. But Yoru's attack was not over yet. While Fugaku was still in midair, Yoru's figure flashed again, and he delivered a kick. Bang! This kick didn't land on Fugaku. Instead, it slammed into the clan head's throne behind him, the symbol of the Uchiha's highest authority. That throne, crafted from precious wood and inlaid with the family crest, was kicked into pieces by Yoru, with wood splinters flying everywhere. After doing all this, Yoru slowly landed. He lightly stepped on the largest fragment of the throne. Violent waves of chakra spread out with him as the center, blowing his long black hair. The entire underground meeting hall was deathly silent. All the Uchiha clan members looked at the scene before them in horror, as if their throats were being squeezed. Their clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, who had awakened the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan, had been easily defeated by Yoru with a single punch and kick, as if he were beating a dog. Even the Susanoo, the symbol of absolute defense, couldn't withstand a single punch from him. What kind of power was this? Uchiha Yashiro, Tekka, and the others stood with their mouths agape. In their eyes, besides shock, there was an unprecedented fanaticism. So strong. This is how an Uchiha should be. This is the kind of powerhouse they yearned to follow. Yoru looked around at all the clan members trembling before his power. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The useless clan head is no longer needed. His voice was filled with an unquestionable dominance. From now on, I, Uchiha Yoru, take over the Uchiha clan. Yoru's gaze swept over everyone, finally stopping on the faces of the young radicals. If you want to live, listen to me. As his words fell, Uchiha Yashiro was the first to react. Without the slightest hesitation, he dropped to one knee with a thud and roared with all his might. Uchiha Yashiro is willing to follow Lord Yoru until death. His voice was like a fuse lighting a powder keg. Uchiha Tekka is willing to die for Lord Yoru. Uchiha Inabai is willing to die for Lord Yoru. We are willing to follow Lord Yoru. In an instant, more than half of the young clan members in the meeting hall knelt down fanatically. They looked at the figure, standing on the ruins of the clan head's throne, as if they were looking at a god descended to earth. Humiliation, endurance, compromise. The gloom that had weighed on their hearts these days was swept away by Yoru's absolutely powerful force. In its place was endless hope and fanatical worship. The Uchiha needed a strong leader, a powerhouse who could lead them to break their cage and reclaim their glory. And Uchiha Yoru was the person they had been waiting for. Looking at the clan members kneeling below, Yoru's lips curled up slightly. He knew that from this moment on, the Uchiha clan's name was Yoru. However, in a corner of the meeting hall, the elders who had been knocked over by Yoru's aura earlier struggled to get up. Looking at this subversive scene, there was no fanaticism in their eyes, only deep-seated malice and fear. Crazy, this kid has gone completely insane. The great elder clutched his chest, his voice trembling with anger and fear. He will destroy the Uchiha. He will lead us all into hell. We absolutely cannot let him succeed, the second elder said through gritted teeth. The third elder's gaze was the gloomiest. He quietly pulled over a confidant standing behind him and spoke quickly in a voice only the two of them could hear. Quick, go outside. Tell the Anbu that Uchiha Yoru has rebelled and is holding the entire clan hostage. Have them immediately notify Lord Danzo and Hokage-sama. Request Root and Anbu to immediately suppress the Uchiha compound with force. The confidant's expression changed, but he still nodded heavily. He quietly lowered his head, blending in with the clan members who hadn't knelt. While everyone's attention was on Yoru, he slipped toward the exit of the meeting hall like a rat. Chapter 4, Slaying the Elder, Establishing Authority with Iron Will, inside the Uchiha main building's hall. Yoru sat upright in the seat that originally belonged to Fugaku. Below stood dozens of radical backbone members, led by Uchiha Yashiro. Yashiro, immediately go and tally all personnel in the clan capable of fighting. Yoru's voice was cold and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. From now on, cancel everyone's leave. The entire clan enters a state of first-level combat readiness. Yes, Yoru-sama. Uchiha Yashiro knelt on one knee, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. I'll get to it right away. I guarantee the assembly will be complete within an hour. Tekka, take men to open the underground armory. Yoru's gaze turned to another sturdy young man. Distribute all the exploding tags, kunai, and Hajioru pill inside. Leave nothing behind. Understood, Tekka shouted his command. Inabai, take a team of elites to take over the military police force building. Yoru issued orders methodically. Replace all those useless trash, promoted by Fugaku, with our people. Yoru-sama, what if they dare to resist? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Inabai's eyes. Kill those who resist on the spot. Yoru's tone carried an unquestionable murderous intent. In extraordinary times, I don't need any disobedient voices. As you command. Just as several people were about to turn and execute the orders, the heavy wooden door of the hall was suddenly kicked open violently from the outside. Bang! The wooden door slammed against the wall with a loud crash. Dozens of fully armed Uchiha military police force members poured in. Uchiha Yoru, get down from there right now. An exasperated, aged voice followed. The great elder strode in leaning on a cane, surrounded by several military police force members. Beside him followed the second and third elders, both looking equally grim. Behind the three elders stood 8 Konoha, Anbu ninjas wearing animal masks. These Anbu radiated cold, murderous intent. They were clearly prepared. Old man, you actually dare to bring outsiders in here. Uchiha Yashiro immediately drew his ninja sword and glared at the great elder. The surrounding radical backbone members also pulled out their weapons, shielding Yoru behind them. Outsiders, the Anbu represents Hokage-sama. The great elder struck the ground heavily with his cane. Uchiha Yoru injured the clan head and intends to provoke a civil war. He is already a traitor to the family. We have already reported the situation truthfully to the Anbu. The third elder pointed at Yoru sitting high up, his face full of malice. Today is the day you die. The leading Anbu ninja stepped forward, his voice arrogant. Uchiha Yoru, you are suspected of plotting a rebellion. We are here by order of Hokage-sama to take you in. If you're smart, surrender immediately and follow us to the Anbu base for interrogation. Who do you think you are, daring to arrest people on Uchiha territory? Tekka's eyes instantly transformed into the three-tomoed Sharingan, furious. If you want to touch Yoru-sama, you'll have to step over our corpses first. What, are you all going to rebel with him too? The Anbu captain sneered and drew the ninja sword from his back. Anyone who dares to obstruct Anbu enforcement will be treated as a village traitor and executed without mercy. The great elder quickly turned to the military police force members who had followed him in. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and arrest this criminal, Uchiha Yoru. Do you want to be exterminated along with him? Hearing the word exterminated, hesitation and struggle appeared on the faces of those military police force members. Although they were also dissatisfied with the village, their long-standing awe of the Hokage still remained. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was tense. Yoru-sama, what should we do? Yashiro lowered his voice, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. As long as Yoru gave the word, he would absolutely charge forward to fight to the death without hesitation. Yoru slowly stood up, looking down at the farce below. There was no expression on his face, not even a trace of extra emotional fluctuation could be seen. The powerful perception brought by the perfect sage body allowed him to clearly sense that more people were hidden outside the door. You three old fogies, did you bring these few dogs just to bite me? Yoru finally spoke, his tone full of disdain. I thought you could bring some major reinforcements. Death is at your door, and you still dare to be stubborn. The great elder was completely enraged by Yoru's attitude. Anbu masters, please act immediately and take down this madman. The Anbu captain nodded and made a gesture. The 8 Anbu ninjas instantly dispersed, forming hand seals to launch an attack. Uchiha Yoru, you brought this on yourself. colluding with external enemies deserves death. Yoru coldly spat out these words. Before his voice faded, his right hand was already on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Clang! A crisp ring of the blade echoed through the hall. No one saw Yoru's movement of drawing the sword clearly. Everyone only saw a brilliant and dazzling cold light suddenly bloom in the hall. This sword light was fast to the extreme, as if it surpassed the constraints of time. Even the air was forcibly torn apart by this sharp aura. The sneer on the great elder's face didn't even have time to fully retract. The second elder had just raised his hand to point an accusation. The third elder's mouth was still half open, ready to utter a mockery. Slash, slash, slash. 3 extremely faint cutting sounds rang out in succession. The movements of everyone in the hall froze at this moment. No one knew when Yoru's figure had passed through the positions of the 3 elders. He stood in front of those Anbu ninjas, holding a bloodless ninja sword in his hand. Behind him, on the necks of the 3 elders, a thin red line appeared simultaneously. The next second, a large amount of blood erupted from those red lines like fountains. 3 gray-haired heads slid off their necks in unison and rolled to the side. The headless corpses swayed for a moment before crashing heavily onto the floor. A strong smell of blood instantly filled the entire hall. The entire place was deathly silent. No one dared to speak. Even the sound of breathing was subconsciously suppressed to the extreme. The 8 Anbu ninjas were completely frozen in place. Warm blood splattered onto the animal mask of the leading Anbu captain. Drops of blood slid down the edges of the mask and dripped onto the floor. His eyes under the mask contracted violently due to extreme fear. In that instant just now, he didn't even have time to react. If that strike had been aimed at him, his current fate would definitely be exactly the same as those 3 old men. This was definitely terrifying strength that surpassed an ordinary elite jonin. How could Uchiha Yoru be so strong? Those military police force members who were originally prepared to act were now so scared that they even dropped their weapons on the floor. They were trembling all over, looking at Yoru's back with eyes as if seeing an Asura. So ruthless, those were the 3 elders with the highest status in the family. He killed them just like that, without even blinking. Uchiha Yashiro and the others were also swallowing hard. Although they detested the elders' compromising attitude, seeing the elders actually beheaded still gave them a huge shock. What? Are you not going to act anymore? Yoru slowly turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over the dumbfounded Anbu ninjas. He gently flicked the blade, although there was no blood on it. You actually dared to murder the Uchiha elders. The Anbu captain's voice trembled, and his legs involuntarily took a step back. This is a serious crime. Hokage-sama will definitely not let you off. You peoples who act all high and mighty with your borrowed authority. Yoru walked toward the Anbu captain step by step, a powerful pressure overwhelming him. This is the territory of the Uchiha clan. It's not the place for you rats who can't see the light to tell us what to do. The Anbu captain's hand holding the sword was completely soaked with sweat. He wanted to swing his sword, but he found that under the pressure of Yoru's aura, his body simply wouldn't listen. Fear locked down his movements from every angle. Take these 3 corpses and get out. Yoru stopped just 1 step away from the Anbu captain. Go back and tell Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yoru's voice wasn't high, but it carried a chilling dominance. In Uchiha family matters, if outsiders dare to interfere again, it won't be as simple as 3 dead elders. I will personally go to the Hokage building and twist off each and every one of your heads. A sense of extreme humiliation welled up in the hearts of the Anbu ninjas. As the most elite force directly under the Hokage, when had they ever been threatened and insulted like this? But facing Uchiha Yoru, who was currently radiating murderous intent, they didn't even dare to say a single word of rebuttal. The difference in strength was too great. As long as they dared to say no, this sword would absolutely cut through their necks without mercy. Withdraw. The Anbu captain gritted his teeth and squeezed this word out from between them. Several Anbu ninjas, as if granted a general amnesty, immediately moved to pick up the 3 headless corpses and heads from the ground. They didn't even dare to leave a single harsh word, directly using the body flicker technique to flee the hall as if for their lives. Looking at the backs of the Anbu fleeing in disarray, the Uchiha clan members in the hall felt like they were in a dream. The Anbu, who had always been high and mighty, were actually scared away by a few words from Yoru. Those pro-peace military police force members were all kneeling on the ground now, kowtowing desperately. "Yoru-sama, have mercy. We were all forced by the elders. Please show mercy and let us go." Even the Anbu had backed down. They didn't have the slightest bit of courage to resist anymore. Yoru didn't even look at them. "Yashiro, imprison all these people. No one is allowed to release them without my order. Kill those who dare to resist directly." "Yes." Yashiro immediately waved his hand, leading his subordinates to drag all these traitors out. After this iron-blooded purge, all voices opposing Yoru within the clan were completely erased. Now the entire Uchiha clan had only one will, and that was Uchiha Yoru's will. "Yoru-sama, now that the internal threats have been removed, what should we do next?" Tekka stepped forward, his eyes full of awe and fanaticism, just as Yoru was about to arrange the next defensive deployment. A clan member, responsible for guarding the perimeter, stumbled into the hall. His face was pale, he was sweating profusely, and he had even lost a shoe while running. "Yoru-sama, this is bad." That clan member fell heavily to the ground due to extreme panic, but he ignored the pain and immediately started shouting. Outside, in the forest on the outskirts of the clan territory. "Don't panic, speak clearly." Yoru frowned slightly and scolded coldly. "The sky isn't falling. It's root." The clan member swallowed hard, his voice carrying an unmaskable fear. On the outskirts of our clan territory, a large number of root ninjas wearing blank masks have appeared. There are so many of them, they have completely blocked all exits. They have surrounded us. The air in the hall froze instantly. The hope that had just been ignited by Yoru's strength wavered again in the face of those 2 words. Root. It was a killing machine, even colder and more brutal than the Anbu. Directly led by Shimura Danzo, known as the darkness of the shinobi. If the Anbu was just surveillance, then the appearance of Root meant a real massacre. Tekka, Yashiro, and the others' expressions also became extremely solemn. It seems that Old Fox can no longer hold back. Yoru turned his head and looked toward the outskirts of the clan territory. There was no panic in his eyes. Instead, a bloodthirsty excitement burned. The real feast of slaughter is only just beginning. Notify all clan members. Yoru slowly drew the ninja sword he had just sheathed. "Do not go out, stay where you are. I'm going to kill them all." Chapter 5. The Hunt Strength Soars. With that, he didn't even spare another glance at the people in the hall, striding directly towards the forest at the edge of the Uchiha clan compound. His back was straight and proud, each step taken with immense steadiness. As if he wasn't facing a bloody siege, but merely taking a stroll in his own backyard. "Lord Yi." Uchiha Yashiro and Tekka instinctively wanted to follow. "Halt." He didn't turn around, only coldly uttering 2 words. "Your mission is to guard this place. Don't let a single fly disturb the peace of our clansmen." The 2 men's steps faltered. Looking at Yi's resolute back, they ultimately stopped. They clenched their fists, their eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. They hated their own weakness, that at such a critical moment, they could only watch as Lord Yi went to fight alone. "On my orders." Yashiro abruptly turned around, roaring at all his subordinates. "Everyone take up your weapons, seal off all exits. From this moment on, any outsider who dares to set foot half a step into the main residential area will be killed without mercy." "Yes." Under Yi's forceful consolidation, the Uchiha clan displayed steel-like discipline for the first time. At the edge of the Uchiha clan compound lay a dense forest. This was the border between the clan grounds and the public area of Konoha village, usually sparsely populated. At this moment, this tranquil forest was filled with a murderous aura. He walked slowly into the woods, his feet stepping on the thick layer of fallen leaves making a soft rustling sound. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Everything seemed so peaceful. But under the perception of Yi's perfect sage body, at least 30 malicious auras lurked within this forest. They were like well-trained hounds, distributed in every corner, forming a net from which there was no escape. Danzo really thinks highly of me. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yi's mouth as he continued forward. The moment he stepped into the center of the encirclement, killing intent erupted abruptly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 black shadows, like ghosts, pounced down simultaneously from 3 directions above Yi. They moved with agility and utter silence, the poison-coated short swords in their hands gleaming with a dark green light aimed directly at the crown of Yi's head, his back, and his throat. At the same time, the ground beneath Yi's feet suddenly exploded. 2 root ninja burst forth from the earth, their short swords sweeping upward from below at tricky angles, aiming for Yi's legs. From the front, left, and right, almost at the same instant, 2 root ninja each darted out from the shadows of the tree trunks. They cooperated flawlessly, sealing off all possible escape routes for Yi. Above, below, front, back, left, right, a full 9 elite root ninja had launched a textbook-perfect, saturation-style assassination with no blind spots. In their view, even a long-renowned cage-level powerhouse would have absolutely no chance of survival facing such a meticulously planned joint slaughter. The target was undoubtedly dead. However, facing this lethal trap, not a trace of surprise appeared on Yi's face. He didn't even look at the attacking enemies. Too slow. Yi merely uttered 3 words faintly. In the next instant, his eyes suddenly changed. Within his pitch-black pupils, 3 black tamos slowly appeared, spinning rapidly. 3-tamoed Sharingan activate. Under the dynamic visual capture of the Sharingan, the entire world seemed to be put on slow motion. The movements of those 9 elite root ninja were as slow as snails in Yi's eyes. The slight smugness beneath their blank masks at the imminent completion of their mission was clearly visible to Yi. He neither dodged nor evaded. He even charged forward, directly towards the 2 poison-coated short swords attacking him head-on. Seeking death, the leading root ninja felt a flash of cruel laughter in his heart. He could already picture the scene of Yi being pierced through the heart by his short sword. However, just as the blade tip was about to touch Yi's body a second before, Yi moved. His right hand was fast as lightning, striking later, but arriving first. Instead of blocking the lethal blade, it went straight for the root ninja's neck. What? That root ninja's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Yi to use such a reckless, injury-for-life exchange tactic. He wanted to pull back, but it was already too late. Yi's hand, like a merciless iron clamp, locked tightly around his throat. Cracked. A crisp, scalp-numbing sound of bone breaking rang out. The throat bone of that elite root ninja was crushed to pieces by Yi's bare hand. The blank mask on his face instantly shattered under the immense force, revealing a face twisted with suffocation and terror. Even in death, he couldn't understand why the target's physical strength was so terrifying. Having succeeded with one strike, Yi's movements didn't pause for a moment. Holding the stilt-witching corpse, he violently swung it to the left. Thud! The corpse, like a ragged sack, slammed hard into the 2 root ninja who were attacking from the left. The tremendous impact sent the 2 flying, smashing heavily against a tree trunk, their fate unknown. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 9 assassins in the killing formation had been broken. Scatter used ninjutsu. A root ninja who seemed to be the squad leader let out a hoarse, low roar, rapidly retreating. The remaining 5 immediately understood, their hands beginning to form seals at high speed. They wanted to create distance and use ninjutsu for ranged attacks. But would Yi give them that chance? Too naive. Yi's figure instantly vanished from his original spot. The ground beneath his feet, unable to withstand the explosive force, collapsed into a small crater. The next second, he had already appeared in front of that root squad leader. Body flicker technique. That squad leader was horrified. His pride-worthy speed was a joke compared to his opponents. The fire release, seal he had just formed hadn't been released, yet when an iron fist filled his vision, growing infinitely larger. Boom! Yi's fist landed squarely on his chest. The squad leader's body arched like a shrimp, countless bones in his body shattering. He was sent flying back dozens of meters, breaking 7 or 8 thick trees along the way before finally stopping. Ding detected host's elimination of Root Elite. Rebelliousness increased. Reward, chakra plus 100. The system prompt ringing in his mind made the smile on Yi's lips deepen. He didn't rest, his figure like a black lightning bolt, darting rapidly through the forest. A root ninja had just finished forming seals, a fireball not yet spat out, when Yi kicked him from behind, snapping his spine. Ding eliminated Root Elite. Reward, Taijutsu experience plus 50. Earth release, Headhunter Jutsu. A root ninja emerging from underground grabbed Yi's ankles with both hands, trying to drag him into the earth. Yi didn't even glance at him, his right leg stomping down violently. Squelch. Violent chakra instantly poured into the ground. That root ninja's head exploded on the spot like a smashed watermelon. Ding eliminated Root Elite. Reward, chakra plus 100. Screams of agony rose one after another. But each scream was extremely brief, then abruptly cut off. Within a mere few seconds, all 9 elite root ninja participating in the first wave of the ambush were annihilated. They hadn't even managed to touch the hem of Yi's clothes. This was no longer a fight. It was a one-sided, brutal slaughter. Yi casually tossed aside the last corpse with a twisted neck in his hand, as if he had just done something trivial. Ding eliminated Root Squad Leader. Reward, Body Flicker Technique Proficiency, Intermediate. Ding! System prompts frantically sounded in Yi's mind, warm currents continuously pouring into his body. His total chakra surged once more, and all his bodily functions received a comprehensive upgrade. Truly a fine bunch of experience fodder. Feeling the power brimming within him again, Yi nodded in satisfaction. He raised his head, looking deep into the forest. The superhuman perception of his perfect sage body told him there were more, stronger auras there. No doubt, the killing trap Danzo had set was far from this simple. Come on! A bloodthirsty light ignited in Yi's eyes. Let me see how much weight you rats hiding in the gutter really carry. Just then, the cold system prompt sounded again, this time bringing a massive surprise that even excited Yi. Ding detected host actively hunting the fangs of the Will of Fire, root members. Rebellious behavior significantly upgraded. Special reward task triggered, the moment of the hunt. Task content, destroy the root temporary stronghold 1 kilometer ahead, completely erase Danzo's claws. Task completion reward, unlock, Mangekyou Sharingan. Mangekyou Sharingan. Seeing those 6 words, Yi's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. That was the eye that surpassed the 3-Tamode, hailed as the power of the gods. Only by possessing the Mangekyou could one truly have a foothold in this Naruto world. A stronghold 1 kilometer away. Yi's gaze pierced through the layers of tree shadows, as if he could already see that rat's nest hidden in the darkness. Danzo, I accept this grand gift you've sent. A wild, arrogant grin split Yi's lips. His figure flickered, turning into an afterimage as he vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 6 Danzo's Wrath, the Prelude to Carnage. Deep beneath Konoha, the root headquarters, inside a dimly lit office. Bang! An expensive ceramic teacup was smashed violently onto the ground, shattering into pieces. Trash, you're all trash. Shimura Danzo stood up abruptly. His only exposed left eye was filled with a terrifying killing intent. 9 root ninja elites. Wiped out in less than a minute. Did you go to carry out an assassination, or to throw your lives away? Danzo's voice echoed through the hall, filled with extreme rage. The few root ninja intelligence operatives kneeling below trembled in fear. Please calm your anger, Lord Danzo. The target's strength completely exceeded our intelligence expectations. An intelligence operative wearing a fox mask reported with a trembling voice. Uchiha Yoru not only has astonishing taijutsu, but his attacks are extremely ruthless. Our men didn't even have time to release any ninjutsu before he closed the distance and crushed their throats. He has even awakened the three-tamoed Sharingan. Three-tamoed, Danzo scoffed. A mere pair of three-tamoed Sharingan can slaughter root ninja elites like pigs. Even if he started training from the womb, it's impossible for him to have this kind of strength. That spineless Fugaku couldn't teach a mad dog like this. Danzo paced back and forth anxiously in front of the desk. According to reports from our informant, he even publicly executed 3 elders of the pacifist faction during a gathering. He even scared off the Anbu. This brat has gone completely insane. He is challenging my bottom line. Danzo stopped abruptly, his eyes filled with immense malice. Pass on my order. Immediately mobilize all available combat forces in the base. Yes, an adjutant wearing a mask stepped forward immediately. Send out all the death warriors from the Yamanaka and Aburium clans. Danzo commanded, gritting his teeth. Stop with the assassinations. Bring the full force of our troops and surround the Uchiha compound. No matter the cost, you must capture Uchiha Yoru. I want him alive. I want to gouge out his Sharingan with my own hands to see what secrets are hidden inside. What about the other Uchiha clan members? The adjutant asked for instructions. Anyone who dares to resist, kill them without mercy. There was not a shred of mercy in Danzo's tone. Since this group of vipers wants to bite back, we will wipe them out in advance. Today, I will let the entire Uchiha clan know who the true master of Konoha is. Yes, Lord Danzo. The adjutant acknowledged the order and vanished instantly. Danzo looked at the map of Konoha on the wall, his gaze locked firmly on the location of the Uchiha clan compound. Uchiha Yoru. I want to see if you, all by yourself, can withstand the wrath of my entire root organization. At this moment, inside the gate of the Uchiha clan compound, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Quick, hurry and attach all the exploding tags. Uchiha Yashiro roared hoarsely. All the elderly and children, retreat to the underground shelter. Everyone capable of holding a weapon, hold the gate for me. Hundreds of radical clan members held their ninja swords and kunai, bracing for a major conflict. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and even their hands holding the swords were trembling slightly. Just moments ago, the scouts on the perimeter had sent back fatal intelligence. The root had mobilized their entire force. Lord Yashiro outside, there are people everywhere. A scout came running over, stumbling and crawling, his face full of terror. At least over 100 of them. They are fully armed and have completely surrounded our gate. Not only are there regular assassination squads, but there are also many ninjas from secret technique clans. Hearing this number, everyone present gasped. Over 100 root ninja elites. This was definitely a terrifying combat force capable of flattening a small ninja village. Damn it, has that old dog Danzo gone mad? Uchiha Tekka cursed angrily, his eyes instantly transforming into the three-tamoed Sharingan. He's trying to initiate an extermination operation ahead of schedule. Where is Lord Yoru? Hasn't Lord Yoru returned yet? Inabai looked around anxiously. Lord Yoru went to the forest alone, and we can't contact him at all right now. Those root ninja must be targeting Lord Yoru. Facing so many people, Lord Yoru, someone in the crowd said. This sentence instantly ignited the panic in everyone's hearts. A few remnants of the pacifist faction who had been imprisoned earlier started to stir up trouble in the chaos. I told you so. That madman Yoru is going to get us all killed. He killed the elders and enraged Lord Danzo. Now that the army is at our gates, we're all going to be buried with him. Shut up, Yashiro backhanded the remnant across the face, sending him flying. Whoever dares to shake the morale of our troops again, I will kill him right now. Yashiro scolded sharply, cutting off their wild thoughts. But in his own heart, he was severely lacking in confidence. After all, that was the root. And it was a blockade of over 100 people. Even the White Fang of Konoha from back in the day wouldn't dare claim he could escape unscathed from such a siege. Listen, no matter what happens. Yashiro raised his ninja sword and shouted at everyone. Lord Yoru entrusted the clan to us, so we must hold our ground. Even if we fight to the last man, we must absolutely not let these rats set foot in our compound. Fight, although the radical clan members were afraid, at this moment, they also erupted with a bit of bloodlust. We're going to die either way, so we might as well fight. Just then, a cold and ruthless voice came from outside the gate. It was transmitted through chakra amplification, deafeningly loud. Listen, those inside. Immediately hand over the clan traitor Uchiha Yoru. Everyone put down your weapons, open the gate, and surrender. You have 10 seconds to consider. Otherwise, once we break through the door, no one will be left alive. This undisguised declaration of slaughter made the hearts of the Uchiha clan members sink to the bottom. It was over. Konoha really intended to wipe them out completely. 10, 9. The countdown from outside was like a death knell, pounding heavily on everyone's hearts. The clan members gripped their weapons tightly, their palms soaked in sweat. Boom, suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupted from within the compound. Who is barking outside? A voice full of disdain exploded behind them like thunder. This voice, everyone turned their heads abruptly. They saw Uchiha Yoru walking slowly from the rear, taking unhurried steps. Not a single drop of blood stained his body. Not even a wrinkle marred his clothes. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes remained as arrogant and disdainful as ever. Lord Yoru. It's Lord Yoru, he's back. The crowd instantly erupted, and the feeling of despair was swept away. Yashiro and Tekka hurried to greet him, their eyes reddening. Lord Yoru, it's so good that you're all right. A large number of root ninja have arrived outside, I already know. Yoru waved his hand, impatiently cutting off Yashiro's words. I've already dealt with those blind rats in the forest. Dealt with them? Yashiro froze, his face filled with astonishment. Those were 9 root ninja elites proficient in assassination. He dealt with them just like that, without even breaking a sweat. Lord Yoru, the situation outside is extremely critical. Tekka pointed at the tightly closed gate, his tone urgent. Danzo has mobilized over 100 elites and surrounded us completely. We have set up a large number of exploding tags behind the gate, ready to fight them to the death. Fight to the death. Yoru glanced at the clan members who were ready for battle. With you all shaking in your boots like this, what are you going to fight with? Remove all the exploding tags for me. Yoru's order stunned everyone. Remove them? Yashiro couldn't believe his ears. But Lord Yoru, if we remove the defenses, what will we do if they charge in? There are too many of them. If the defense line collapses, the clan is finished. I said remove them. Yoru's tone became cold and unquestionable. Also, open the gate for me. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Open the gate. Outside were over 100 ruthless root ninja death warriors. Opening the gate now, isn't that the same as sticking our necks out to be chopped off? Lord Yoru, this must not happen. Several older clan members were so anxious they fell to their knees. Opening the gate means the extermination of the clan. This is no different from seeking death. Shut up, all of you. Yoru swept his cold gaze over the crowd, instantly releasing the immense pressure of his perfect sage body. I took over the Uchiha clan, not to lead you all to act like cowards. Since when did the noble Uchiha fall to the point of relying on a few pieces of scrap paper to survive? Yoru walked straight past the crowd, striding towards the heavy wooden gate. Keep your eyes open and watch closely. See clearly what a true Uchiha is. In the horrified gaze of all the clan members, Yoru reached out both hands and pressed them directly onto the gate. Creak, accompanied by a teeth-gritting grinding sound. This gate, which symbolized the dignity of the Uchiha and was also their final line of defense, was slowly pushed open by Yoru himself. Outside the gate, over 100 root ninja wearing various animal masks were waiting in battle formation. They held unsheathed ninja swords in their hands, emitting intense killing intent. Hand seals for various secret techniques and elemental releases were already prepared, ready to launch a devastating attack at any moment. 3, 2. However, just 1 second before the commander was about to give the order to break down the door opened by itself. The root ninja were collectively stunned. What was going on? Had the Uchiha people given up resistance and surrendered? As the gate swung completely open, they saw the situation inside. There were no clan members waving white flags behind the gate. There was only an arrogant teenager wearing black attire, arms crossed over his chest. Uchiha Yoru. He stood at the doorway in such a cavalier manner. He had no defensive posture, and he hadn't even unsheathed the ninja sword at his waist. He, all by himself, was blocking the hundreds of Uchiha clan members behind him. "Are you Uchiha Yoru?" The lead root ninja commander stepped forward, his eyes sinister. "Since you've voluntarily come out to die, it saves us the trouble of breaking down the door. Lord Danzo has ordered to leave you a way to live. Kneel down and bind your own hands to avoid physical suffering." Yoru looked at the dark mass of people in front of him and suddenly laughed. "Itachi." His laughter was extremely wild, echoing outside the gate. This laughter made all the root ninja feel an inexplicable anger. Death was at his doorstep. What was this brat still laughing about? "What are you laughing at?" The commander barked angrily. "I'm laughing at you rats hiding in the gutters. You are truly pathetic and ridiculous." Yoru stopped laughing, his eyes instantly becoming incredibly sharp. He slowly raised his right hand and unsheathed the ninja sword at his waist. The tip of the blade pointed through the air at the commander's nose. "You only brought this many people." Yoru's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Is that old piece of trash, Danzo, out of people to use? Or does he think that by sending you trash over, he can take my life? Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Over 100 root ninja elites were actually called trash by him. Insolent, the commander was furious. "You dare to talk big when you're about to die? Do you think you alone can stop all of us? Do you think you are Uchiha Madara from back in the day?" "Stop," Yoru acted as if he had heard a huge joke. "Who told you I came here to stop you?" Yoru stomped his foot, and massive amounts of chakra erupted like a volcano. "I came here to slaughter you all. Come at me together, don't waste time. I'm in a hurry to go twist off Danzo's head." Inside the gate, all the Uchiha clan members stared blankly at this scene. Watching that figure, which wasn't broad but stood as majestic as a mountain. One person, one sword, one gate, confronting hundreds of Konoha's most elite killing machines. Not only did he not retreat in the slightest, but he arrogantly declared war on them. What kind of spirit was this? What kind of dominance was this? Uchiha Yashiro's eyes were completely wet, and he felt the blood in his body burning wildly. This is what an Uchiha is. This is the king we should follow. It wasn't just him. Tekka, Inabai, and all the young clan members present. The fear in their eyes had completely vanished. Through their Sharingan, they stared fixedly at Yoru's back. Replacing it was a kind of near-insane worship and fanaticism. It was a fanaticism where they wouldn't hesitate for a second even if they were asked to follow Yoru to storm the Hokage building right now. Just then, in Yoru's mind, that heavenly system notification sound rang out wildly again. Ding! Detected that the host actively pushed open the gate, confronting Konoha's darkest organization single-handedly, openly provoking the dignity of the root, regarding 100 elites as nothing. Judgment performed an ultimate rebellious act. Quest declare war on darkness has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a god-level reward. Significant increase in total chakra. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a god-level reward. Significant increase in perfect sage body activity. Boom, the system's reward arrived instantly. Yoru's already terrifyingly massive chakra surged again at this moment. The pale blue chakra, light almost condensed into a solid substance. A powerful current of energy swept outwards with him as the center, swirling up all the fallen leaves outside the gate. Every inch of muscle and every cell in his body was cheering and leaping with joy. The vitality brought by the perfect sage body made him feel like he had an inexhaustible amount of power right now. Even if he were to fight a tailed beast hand-to-hand right now, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Can you feel it? Yoru felt the power surging within him, and a bloodthirsty sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. This power is enough to crush you all completely. The root commander watched Yoru, whose momentum had suddenly soared, and he was greatly shocked. This brat's chakra, how could it increase so much in an instant? The previous intelligence was wrong. He is definitely not an ordinary Uchiha. Don't give him a chance to perform hand seals. Everyone attack. The commander was completely enraged. He unsheathed his ninja sword and issued the order for an all-out attack with a hoarse shout. At all costs, capture him alive for me. If he resists, chop him into meat paste. Kill, over 100 root ninja roared in unison. Like a bursting dam, they rushed madly towards the gate from all directions. The ninjas at the back of the team moved their hands quickly, performing hand seals to release fire release and wind release. The death warriors charging at the front threw a sky full of shurikens and poisoned kunai. The ninjas from the secret technique clans directly controlled eerie swarms of insects, sweeping towards Yoru. Facing this overwhelming, saturated attack, Yoru didn't retreat a single step. His eyes instantly transformed into crimson three-tomoed Sharingan. He gripped his ninja sword tightly and, facing the tide of 100 people, let out a wild laugh. Welcome, a bloody feast of slaughter officially begins. Chapter 7, the raging fire is extinguished and the Kaleidoscope opens. Kill. Over 100 root ninja roared in unison, the sound wave almost shattering the gates of the Uchiha clan compound. Shuriken and poison-coated kunai filled the sky like a black downpour, mixed with sharp whistling sounds, crazily blanketing Yoru at the entrance. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. The ninja squads in the rear coordinated flawlessly, wind fueling the flames. Several massive fireballs, amplified by the gale, merged into a terrifying fireball over 10 meters in diameter, carrying a heat wave that incinerated everything, roaring forward. Inside the gate, Uchiha Yashiro and the others, seeing this apocalyptic scene, turned deathly pale. Lord Yoru, fall back quickly. This can't be blocked, close the gates. Faced with this level of saturation attack, any defense seemed utterly futile. Yet Yoru did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Well met. He let out a maniacal laugh. Under everyone's horrified gazes, his figure transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, actively charging towards that wave of death. His goal was not defense, but offense. He intended to carve a bloody path to victory in the very heart of the enemy with the most violent method. Is he insane? Seeing this, the root commander's eyes beneath his mask were filled with shock. The only choice for a normal person facing such an attack would be evasion or defense. Yet this Uchiha Yoru was actually charging head-on. What arrogance and overconfidence! Seeking death, the commander coldly snorted. All long-range units, lock onto the target, fire indiscriminately. Boom! Yoru's figure instantly collided with that black rain of iron. Clang, 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 clang. Countless metallic collision sounds rang out densely. But the anticipated scene of Yoru being riddled like a pincushion did not appear. The ninja sword in Yoru's hand danced into an impenetrable silver curtain of light, precisely deflecting and knocking away all the hidden weapons. Occasionally, a few slipped through, striking his body, yet they couldn't even pierce his clothes before being deflected by an invisible surge of chakra. What? Physical attacks are ineffective. A root ninja exclaimed in shock. His body is strange. In the instant they were stunned, Yoru had already traversed the death zone composed of hidden weapons. He faced the massive, merged fireball head-on, neither dodging nor evading. The ninja sword in his hand lit up with a blinding flash of lightning. Lightning release, lightning cutter. No, this was no ordinary lightning cutter. Amplified by Yoru's unbelievably vast sage body chakra, the lightning in his hand condensed into a ferocious, 3-meter-long spear of lightning. For me, break. Yoru roared and hurled the lightning spear with all his might. Zap. The lightning spear transformed into a blue electric beam that pierced heaven and earth, violently colliding with the gigantic fireball. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The lightning spear pierced through the core of the fireball with an unstoppable momentum in an instant. Immediately after, the violent lightning power erupted inside the fireball, tearing it into a sky full of scattered sparks. Thud, thud, thud. The lightning spear's remaining force undiminished. directly piercing through 3 root ninja in the rear who were forming hand seals, impaling them on the ground like candied haws on a stick. Not good, close combat units, hold him. Alarm bells blared in the commander's mind, and he immediately gave the order. Over 20 root death soldiers wielding short swords, like starving wolves on the hunt, pounced on Yoru from all directions the moment he landed. Just in time, Yoru licked his lips. His 3-tomoed Sharingan spun wildly, taking in everyone's movements. He stomped his foot fiercely, and his figure instantly vanished from his original spot. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A root ninja reacted extremely quickly, slapping his hands on the ground. A thick earthen wall erupted from the earth, attempting to block Yoru's path. However, the next second, boom! That earthen wall, capable of withstanding several exploding tags, was actually shattered into pieces by Yoru crashing through it with his bare body. Yoru's figure, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, appeared directly in front of that root ninja. You! That ninja only had time to utter one word. Yoru's iron fist, enveloped in blue chakra, had already smashed into his mask. Crunch! The mask shattered instantly. The enemy collapsed stiffly to the ground, motionless. Ding eliminated Root Elite. Reward, Chakra plus 100. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A massive water dragon roared as it attacked from the side. Yoru didn't even glance at it. With a backhand slash, a sharp blade of light split the water dragon in two. Using the cover of the water mist, his figure accelerated once more. Slash! A flash of blade light. 2 root ninja lost consciousness before they could even react. Blood stained Yoru's chest, making him look like an Asura returned from hell. Scatter, he's too fast. Use the bugs, use poison. A death soldier from the Aburame clan waved both hands. A sky-blotting swarm of black Kakashi transformed into 2 black tornadoes, sweeping towards Yoru. Secret technique, Insect Jade. A ninja from the Yamanaka clan also launched an attack. Mind-body switch technique. An invisible mental force, like sharp needles, stabbed towards Yoru's brain. The light of a firefly dares compete with the brightness of the moon. Yoru sneered disdainfully. The vast life energy brought by his perfect sage body made his mental world as solid as divine iron. The Yamanaka clan's mental secret technique, capable of controlling Jonin, felt like a mere tickle to him. As for those bugs, fire release, dragon fire technique. Yoru suddenly opened his mouth. A huge fire dragon surged forth from within. The scorching flames instantly set those Kakashi crackling and popping, the air filled with the foul stench of burning protein. Ah, my bugs. That Aburame death soldier let out a miserable scream. The backlash from his broken secret technique caused him immense pain. Yoru's figure had already appeared behind him like a ghost. In your next life, don't play with such disgusting things. A cold voice sounded. A flash of the ninja sword. 2 ninja fell to the ground immediately, lifeless. Slaughter. Unceasing slaughter. Yoru wasn't defending at all. He was like a red-hot knife, forcefully plunging into the cold butter that was Root. Each of his attacks harvested enemy lives in the simplest, most brutal way. 1 slash, 1 person. 1 punch, 1 life. He wasn't fighting. He was forcibly carving a bloody path towards the direction of the stronghold indicated by the system. Stop him quickly. The Root commander, watching his men fall like wheat, screamed hoarsely in desperation. Barrier Ninjutsu Squad. Activate the highest level defensive barrier immediately. Archers ready, fire exploding tags. As Yoru continued to advance, the temporary Root stronghold hidden by the forest a kilometer ahead finally bared its fangs. Hummum! A purple, semi-transparent energy shield shot into the sky, enveloping the entire stronghold. On the high walls of the stronghold, dozens of Root ninja armed with longbows stood ready. Knocked on their bows were not ordinary arrows, but specially crafted bolts densely wrapped with exploding tags. They really think highly of me. Yoru kicked away the last ninja blocking his path. Looking up at the heavily fortified stronghold, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. This is the place. He pushed off with his feet, his entire body shooting into the sky like a cannonball. He's coming, fire. The commander on the stronghold walls gave the order. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of exploding tag-tipped bolts, trailing long tails of flame like invitations from the Shinigami, concentrated their fire on Yoru in midair. This volley was enough to level a small hill. Yet, faced with this potentially fatal attack, only a disdainful sneer appeared on Yoru's face. Petty tricks. He took a deep, sudden breath, his chest visibly swelled high. The sage body chakra within him, which had skyrocketed due to system rewards, was now frantically converted into the purest fire nature chakra. Deep in his throat, it felt as if a sun was blazing fiercely. Taste despair. The next second, he spewed forth the annihilating flames, capable of incinerating all things towards the stronghold below. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom! An indescribably massive torrent of flame erupted from Yoru's mouth. It was not a fireball, nor a fire dragon. It was a sky-blotting tsunami of fire. This sea of fire covered an area of several hundred meters in radius. The terrifying high temperature even distorted the air. The exploding tag bolts, having just been fired halfway, were instantly detonated and swallowed upon contact with this sea of fire, not even raising a ripple. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The commander on the stronghold walls looked up. His eyes beneath the mask were filled with endless flames, leaving only despair and horror on his face. Quick run. Impossible, this is a natural disaster. We're doomed. Wails and pleas for mercy rose and fell. But before the great fire annihilation, everything was futile. The terrifying tsunami of fire descended with an unstoppable momentum. The purple defensive barrier, the moment it touched the flames, shattered inch by inch like thin ice. Immediately after, the entire temporary stronghold, along with the dozens of root ninja on it, was swallowed by this merciless sea of fire. There were no screams, no struggles. Because the moment they touched the flames, they, along with their bones, were vaporized into the most primitive particles. The earth burned, the trees wailed. The once vibrant forest transformed into a scorched, black hell in the blink of an eye. Yoru slowly descended from midair, lightly landing on the scorching, burnt earth. Looking at the masterpiece he had personally created before him, he nodded in satisfaction. This power is acceptable. At that moment, that long-awaited, heavenly system notification tone finally rang in his mind. Ding, mission hunting time completed. The host used the most rebellious flames to burn away the fangs hidden in the darkness by the will of fire. Rebellion level comprehensive evaluation, SSS+. Dispensing divine level reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the qualification to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Ocular power is being infused. Please endure this gift from hell. As soon as the words fell, an indescribable, intense pain suddenly shot through Yoru's eyes. Yoru couldn't help but let out a pained roar, clutching his eyes tightly with both hands. It felt as if two red-hot iron rods were being violently twisted inside his eye sockets. From the corners of his eyes, two streams of startling bloody tears flowed uncontrollably. His three-tomoed Sharingan, under the impact of this immense ocular power, began to spin and merge wildly. Agony that pierced the soul. But Yoru did not retreat. Instead, he let out a morbid, maniacal laugh. Ha come more intensely. How can this pain compare to the hatred and despair borne by the Uchiha for generations? He didn't know how long it lasted. That soul-rending agony finally slowly receded. Replacing it was an unprecedented feeling of immense power. Yoru slowly lowered his hands from his eyes. He felt the entire world was different. The free-floating chakra in the air, the burning flames in the distance, the worms wriggling underground. Everything was presented before his eyes in a new, more fundamental way. He slowly raised his head. A pair of demonic eyes, not belonging to mortals, reflected this burning world. The original three-tomo pattern had completely vanished. In its place was a bizarre and heart-palpitating hexagram pattern, formed by 3 sharp sickles interlocking. Mangekyou Sharingan. Awakened. Boom. A yin-cold ocular power, at least 10 times stronger than before, erupted violently with Yoru at its center. This ocular power even affected reality, causing the space around him to distort slightly. Is this the power of a god? Yoru murmured to himself. He could feel that within each of his eyes resided a power capable of destroying heaven and earth. One was absolute destruction, the other was absolute control. Just as Yoru was immersed in this new power, dozens of sharp whistling sounds came from all around the burning woodland. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures, swift as lightning, instantly appeared at the edge of the scorched earth, surrounding Yoru completely. They all wore various animal masks and identical standard flak jackets. They were Konoha's most elite force, the Hokage's direct personal guard, the Anbu. Leading them was an Anbu captain wearing a tanuki mask. He looked at the hellish scene before him, as if struck by a meteor, then at Yoru standing at the center of this hell, bloody tears streaming from his eyes, his pupils displaying a bizarre hexagram pattern. Instantly, his face beneath the mask was filled with shock and gravity. This ominous ocular power, it's the Mangekyou Sharingan. The intelligence was wrong. The target's threat level must be reassessed. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately made the most urgent hand signal to all team members. Target has awakened the Mangekyou. Threat level elevated to maximum. All personnel listen up. Abandon the capture plan. At any cost, eliminate him, on the spot. 9, Chapter 9, taking in Quan, severing all ties. Uchiha clan compound. The moment Yoru stepped through the main gate, the previously clamorous compound instantly fell deathly silent. All clan members automatically retreated to both sides, clearing a wide path. The eyes of every person were filled with fervor and reverence. They had already learned of Yoru's feat at the compound's perimeter. Single-handedly, he had destroyed Root's encirclement of 100 men. This godlike power had set the hearts of all Uchiha ablaze. Yet at this moment, there was not a trace of triumphant joy on Yoru's face. His gaze coldly fixed upon the center of the courtyard. There, a heart-stopping scene of chaos was unfolding. Ah! A scream full of despair and pain echoed in the air. Uchiha Izumi knelt on the ground, her hands clutching her head tightly. Her once smooth, long hair was now a tangled mess. 2 shocking trails of bloody tears streamed down her pale cheeks. Why, Itachi? Why would you do this? Izumi's voice was hoarse, like a lone wolf grievously wounded. Within her eyes, a 3-tomoed Sharingan was spinning at a dangerously frantic speed. A violent, highly unstable, and sinister chakra erupted uncontrollably from her body. The surrounding wooden floorboards splintered inch by inch under the impact of this chakra. Several heavy solid wood tables and chairs were directly pulverized into sawdust. Lady Izumi, stop this at once. Your ocular power is running wild. You'll destroy yourself if this continues. Several of the clan's medical ninja attempted to approach. Get away, don't come near me. Izumi suddenly raised her head, lashing out with a sharp wave of chakra in her irrational state. The medical ninja were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Lord Yoru, you've finally returned. Uchiha Yashiro hurried forward to meet him, his face covered in sweat. Lady Izumi went to Naka Shrine to clear her mind and accidentally overheard Itachi's secret plot with the Anbu. She learned that Itachi plans to slaughter the entire clan in 2 days, and she became like this. Yashiro looked at the young girl struggling in agony at the courtyard center, a flicker of pity in his eyes. But it was only a flicker. In this critical moment, where the clan could be wiped out at any time, any unstable factor was fatal. Lord Yoru, Lady Izumi's feelings for Itachi run too deep. Uchiha Teka also approached, his expression grave. The collapse of her faith has caused immense mental turmoil. Her chakra is completely out of control, even showing signs of self-destruction. If this continues, she won't just be crippled, she might injure the clansmen around her. Inabai gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. Lord Yoru, these are extraordinary times. We cannot afford to waste time on someone who is already a lost cause. For the safety of the clan, I suggest, we dispose of her directly. As Inabi's words fell, several of the radical faction's core members nearby nodded in agreement. In their eyes, a woman driven mad by the betrayal of an enemy had already lost her value as a member of the Uchiha. However, Yoru remained silent. He took a step forward, walking directly towards the center of the chakra storm. "Lord Yoru, it's dangerous," Yashiro cried out in alarm. Yoru paid no heed. With each step he took, a fraction more of the immense pressure belonging to his perfect sage body was released. Boom! When he was 3 meters away from Izumi. The rampaging chakra storm collided with Yoru's pressure, dissipating into nothingness like a gentle breeze brushing against a massive boulder. I said, "Get away." Izumi, having completely lost her reason, saw someone approaching and instinctively drew a kunai, thrusting it fiercely towards Yoru's heart. Yoru did not dodge or evade. He slowly raised his right hand. Snap! Yoru's 2 fingers firmly clamped onto the sharp tip of the kunai blade. No matter how hard Izumi struggled, she could not advance it another fraction. You've reduced yourself to this pitiful, unrecognizable state because of a worthless liar. Yoru's voice was icy and piercing, devoid of any trace of pity. You've brought shame upon the entire Uchiha name. No, Itachi isn't like that. He must have his reasons. Izumi shook her head desperately, the bloody tears flowing even more fiercely from her eyes. She was still trying to find excuses for that man. Reasons? Yoru sneered coldly, backhanding her. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap rang out. Izumi was knocked directly to the ground. Still deceiving yourself at this point, how utterly pathetic. Yoru stepped forward, grabbed Izumi by the collar, and forcibly lifted her up. You think he loved you. You think there was ever a beautiful future for the two of you. Yoru's eyes abruptly changed. Within the crimson orbs, a bizarre 6-pointed star pattern instantly materialized. Mangekyou Sharingan. Since you refuse to admit it even in death, then I shall be merciful and let you see with your own eyes exactly what kind of trash the man you love so deeply is. Yoru stared fixedly at Izumi's wildly spinning 3-tomot Sharingan. He issued an indisputable command. Look into my eyes. In the next instant, an unparalleled torrent of ocular power poured forth. Tsukuyomi. The surrounding scenery instantly twisted. When Izumi regained her senses, she found herself in a bizarre world of intertwined gray and white. The sky was blood red, a black full moon hanging high above. There was no wind, no sound, only endless oppression all around. Where is this? Izumi looked around in panic. This is my spiritual world. Yoru's figure appeared before her out of thin air. He looked down upon Izumi from a superior position. Here, space, time, and mass are all under my control. Now, open your eyes wide and see clearly. See how cheap your so-called love truly is. Yoru snapped his fingers. The space before them began to shift violently. The scene flashed, arriving at a street within the Uchiha clan compound. The night was deep. A familiar figure appeared at the end of the street. It was Itachi. Izumi wanted to cry out, but found she could not make a sound. She could only watch everything unfold before her from the perspective of a bystander. In the scene, Itachi held a ninja sword, his eyes as cold as ice. He pushed open the door of a household. They were ordinary Uchiha clan members. There was no argument, no hesitation. A flash of blade light, and several unsuspecting clan members fell into pools of blood. Their eyes still held the trust they had for this genius. No, Izumi screamed wildly in her heart. But this was only the beginning. The scenes kept shifting. Itachi moved like a merciless Shinigami, traversing every corner of the clan compound. The kind elders from daily life, the comrades trained alongside, all fell beneath his blade without exception. He showed not a shred of mercy, not even a change in expression. Do you see clearly now? A cold voice echoed in Izumi's ears. This is the sacrifice he made for the village, trading all of your lives for his hypocritical peace. Immediately after, the scene shifted once more. It arrived at the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi knelt before his parents. Fugaku and Mikoto did not resist. Itachi raised his blade, mercilessly ending the lives of the parents who gave him birth and raised him. Beast! Izumi's psychological defenses crumbled at this moment. She could never have imagined that Itachi could even raise his hand against his own flesh and blood. Just then, the perspective of the scene suddenly changed. Izumi found herself in a familiar place, near the Konoha military police force building. In the scene, herself was looking at Itachi ahead, her face filled with terror. Itachi, why are you doing this? The Izumi in the scene questioned with a sob. Itachi's response was only a pair of icy Mangekyou Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. Itachi mercilessly cast the genjutsu upon herself. Within the illusion, he made herself live out a false lifetime, then erased it without mercy. The real Izumi, watching the scene, trembled violently. That indifferent eyes, that utterly emotionless tone. It completely shattered the last vestige of fantasy in her heart. Do you see? Yoru walked to Izumi's side, pointing at the fallen herself in the scene. In his eyes, you weren't even a stumbling block. Just a piece of trash to be casually disposed of. For the village, for that brother of his, he could abandon everything. Including you. The progression of the scenes did not stop. The timeline rushed forward. Izumi saw Itachi don the black cloak embroidered with red clouds, joining the rogue ninja organization. She saw him enduring the torment of illness day and night, yet still laboring silently for Konoha like a dog. Finally, the scene froze on a clash between brothers. The terminally ill Itachi, using the last of his strength, paved the way for Sasuke. Then he fell in a sorry state at Sasuke's feet. Life extinguished. Until death, he remained a traitor bearing infamy, despised by the entire ninja world. This is the path he chose. Yaru's voice was like thunder, exploding within the spiritual world. A path of no return, filled with betrayal, hypocrisy, and self-righteousness. The man you loved was a colossal lie from the very beginning. He abandoned you long ago. For such trash, you want to throw away everything you have. Yaru's words pierced her heart with each syllable, shattering the idol named Uchiha Itachi in Izumi's heart into dust. Izumi let out a hysterical scream. The spiritual world began to tremble violently. All the scenes instantly shattered like glass. In the real world, only an instant had passed. Izumi's eyes snapped open, breaking free from the Tsukuyomi's illusion. She gasped for air in great heaves. Cold sweat drenched her clothes. The surrounding clan members all watched her nervously, fearing she would run wild again. However, the bloody tears at the corners of Izumi's eyes had already dried. Those wildly spinning three-tamoed Sharingan had also stopped, becoming profoundly deep. She did not cry, did not break down. The despair and pain vanished from her face without a trace, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness and an undeniable, towering hatred. She slowly rose from the ground. Her entire demeanor had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. If the former Izumi was a gentle, fragile lily, then the current her was a killing blade, reforged and tempered in fire. All weakness, confusion, and affection had been burned to ashes within the illusion of Tsukuyomi. Izumi took a deep breath, in front of all the clan members. With a thud, she knelt heavily on both knees before Yaru, her forehead pressed tightly against the cold floorboards. Lord Yaru. Izumi's voice was unwavering, without the slightest tremor. It was Izumi's foolishness, blinded by false affections. Thank you, my lord, for striking sense into Izumi. She abruptly raised her head, her three-tamoed Sharingan gleaming with resolute light. From this day forward, the weak Uchiha Izumi no longer exists in this world. My life, my eyes, shall fight for you alone. Please allow me to become the sharpest blade in your hand, to cut down all traitors who betray the clan. This solemn, resounding vow moved everyone present. Yashiro and Tekka exchanged a glance, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Not only had Lord Yaru stopped Izumi's rampage, He had actually completely subdued her in such a short time. Such skill was nothing short of miraculous. Yoru looked down at Izumi kneeling before him, at the pure hatred and submission in her eyes. The corner of his mouth finally curled into a satisfied arc. It was worth wasting ocular power to cast Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Izumi's talent was never weak. She was merely held back by her romantic notions. Now, with the bond of affection severed, she would undoubtedly become an extremely dangerous blade. Just then, the system's prompt tone sounded punctually in Yoru's mind. Ding detected that the host has forcibly intervened and altered the fate of a key plot character. Completely shattered Uchiha Izumi's pathological infatuation with the original protagonist. Successfully recruited her as an absolute, die-hard loyalist. Judgment, rebellious behavior is extremely severe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special reward. Ocular Technique Kato Matsukami Trial Card, one-time use. Kato Matsukami. Yoru's heart gave a sudden leap. This was hailed as the strongest genjutsu in existence. It could forcibly alter another's will without them ever knowing. Although it was only a one-time trial card, if used at a critical juncture, it could absolutely play a role in turning the tide. For example, using it on those old fossils in the Konoha High Command. Yoru stored the system reward. He extended his hand towards Izumi. Rise. Remember the words you spoke today. Do not disappoint me. Izumi took Yoru's hand and stood up respectfully. Then she silently retreated to Yoru's side, like a dutiful guard, her eyes coldly sweeping the surroundings. A crisis that could have sparked internal strife was thus resolved by Yoru with effortless ease. The Uchiha's military morale had become unprecedentedly united. Yashira. Yoru turned, preparing to issue the next combat order. However, at this very moment, tap, 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 a series of extremely calm, rhythmic footsteps clearly entered from the open main gate of the Uchiha clan compound. The footsteps were not loud, but every Uchiha clansman present, even the weakest genin, heard them clearly. The temperature in the air seemed to plummet at this moment. Everyone's gaze shifted in unison towards the direction of the gate. From the shadows outside the gate, a slender figure in Anbu uniform, a ninja sword strapped to his back, slowly walked out. His face held no expression. Those pitch-black eyes held a stagnant, deathly calm. Uchiha Itachi. He was alone, without any attendants. Thus, brazenly, he stepped into the Uchiha clan compound, now completely in a state of hostility. Itachi. The moment they saw the newcomer, Yashiro and the others all drew their weapons. You traitor, you dare to return. Dozens of Sharingan activated simultaneously. A towering killing intent instantly locked onto Uchiha Itachi at the gate. Izumi, standing at Yoru's side, tightened her grip on her kunai. Her knuckles turned white from the excessive force. If Yoru had not given the order, she would have charged forward right then to cut the man who deceived her affections into 1,000 pieces. Facing the killing intent of the entire clan, Itachi did not even furrow his brow. He ignored everyone. His gaze passed over the crowd, landing precisely on Yoru at the highest point. It seems you have truly taken control of the clan. Itachi's voice was flat, without the slightest fluctuation. I warned you long ago, your actions will only hasten the Uchiha's demise. Not only did you injure father, you also slaughtered 3 elders. You even openly massacred Hokage-sama's direct Anbu. Itachi slowly took a step forward. Your crimes are already unforgivable. Yoru looked at this posturing man before him and couldn't help but laugh. Did you come all the way here just to list my charges? If you're here to die, I can oblige you. Itachi stopped, his gaze becoming extremely sharp. I did not come here to negotiate with you. He took out a scroll, bearing the Hokage's seal from his robes. I come on behalf of the 3rd Hokage to deliver a final ultimatum. Uchiha Yoru, commit seppuku and atone for your sins immediately. Hand over all radical faction members involved in the rebellion. Itachi's voice echoed in the courtyard, carrying a condescending air of concession. This is your only chance. If you comply, the village can show leniency and pardon the remaining women and children of the Uchiha. The fated confrontation, at this moment, had officially begun. Chapter 10, A Fated Showdown Exposing Hypocrisy. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding Uchiha clan members were instantly filled with uncontrollable rage. Bullshit. You want us to hand over Lord Yi, and then just wait for our deaths. In your dreams, if that old geezer Sarutobi Hiruzen has the guts, let him come and take him himself. The angry shouts and curses of the crowd rose one after another. Itachi ignored the clan's anger, staring straight at Yi. He still tried to use that logic of sacrificing the few to save the many to shake Yi's resolve. Sacrifice yourself to preserve the sparks of the clan. This is what it truly means to care for the clan. Yi, don't let temporary hatred blind you and lead to a decision you'll regret. Yi quietly listened to Itachi's grand speech. Then he felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His extremely arrogant laughter instantly drowned out everyone's angry curses. He took a sudden step forward, his Mangekyou Sharingan erupting with terrifying red light. Preserve the sparks of the clan. Spare the old, weak women and children. He looked down at Itachi, his eyes filled with thick mockery. Itachi, you unfilial son who is about to slaughter your own parents with your own hands, what right do you have to talk to me about women and children? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire courtyard fell into deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, wondering if they had misheard. Slaughter his parents. Itachi's perpetually frozen face finally showed a violent ripple at this moment. His pupils contracted suddenly, and a stormy sea of shock rose in his heart. This absolute secret, how could you know? He didn't give Itachi a chance to breathe, pulling Izumi, who was beside him, to the front. Did you think your dirty dealings were truly seamless? He pointed at Itachi and shouted sternly. Did you think we didn't know about your deal with Danzo? Did you think no one heard your conspiracy with the Anbu on the outskirts of Naka Shrine last night? He pushed Izumi forward. Izumi, tell everyone everything you heard, exactly as it happened. Izumi gripped the kunai in her hand, suppressed her inner disgust, and shouted loudly. I heard it with my own ears. Uchiha Itachi promised the Konoha High Command. In 2 days, he will cooperate with outsiders to completely wipe out the Uchiha clan. Izumi's voice was exceptionally clear in the night sky, every word carrying weight. He won't spare anyone. Not the elderly, not children, and not even his own biological parents. He wants to use the lives of the entire clan to trade for the life of his precious little brother, Sasuke. Boom! These words were like a massive bomb, completely exploding within the crowd. All the Uchiha clan members were completely stunned. They originally thought that Itachi had at most been brainwashed by the high command to become their lapdog. But they never imagined that this former genius had actually become so insane, cooperating with outsiders to slaughter the entire clan, not even sparing his own biological parents, just to preserve his younger brother. You beast! Uchiha Yashiro's eyes were bloodshot, and he was trembling with rage. You would even kill your own parents. Are you even human? Lord Fugaku was truly blind to have sired an ingrate like you. Tekka drew his sword and pointed it at Itachi, cursing loudly. Someone like you doesn't deserve the name Uchiha. You are a complete monster. Contempt, disgust, scorn. The way all the clan members looked at Itachi completely changed from hatred to extreme loathing. That look was like they were staring at a pile of foul-smelling trash. Itachi's breathing began to quicken, and his hands trembled slightly inside his sleeves. The greater good he had always been proud of, the burden of humiliation he had always silently endured. At this moment, it was all ruthlessly torn to shreds by Yi in front of the entire clan. It's not like that. Itachi tried to defend himself, but he found his voice sounded hollow. I did it to prevent a civil war, to protect the village from being invaded by other countries while we were vulnerable. If the Uchiha rebelled, even more people would die. Shut up. Yi interrupted him without mercy, his voice booming like thunder. Stop trying to move yourself with your own bullshit. Your so-called protection of the village is helping those old fossils slaughter your own kin. You walk down the steps one by one, his body radiating a domineering aura. Your so-called peace is using your parents' blood to stain your hands. You are nothing but a brainwashed coward. A piece of trash who doesn't even dare to protect his own family. You walked up to Itachi until they were inches apart. Yi's Mangekyou Sharingan with its hexagram pattern stared fixedly at Itachi. You think you're a hero, carrying the weight of the world. No, in our eyes, you are a disgrace to the clan who sold his soul and betrayed his people. You aren't even worthy of carrying the Uchiha name. Every word pierced the heart. Every sentence was lethal. Yi's words completely destroyed Itachi's innermost defenses. The iceberg face he had maintained for years to hide his emotions was now completely cracked. The embarrassment of having his disguise torn away, the anger of having his conspiracy exposed in public. All of it surged into Itachi's heart. He knew that everything was beyond repair. These people had been completely swayed by Yi. There was no longer any possibility of negotiation. In that case, the only way to solve the problem was through force. Just then, the system's extremely excited notification sounded in Yi's mind. Ding detected that the host has publicly exposed the hypocritical face of the original protagonist, completely shattered his false persona as the clan-exterminating hero, and nailed him to the pillar of shame. Triggered the entire clan's extreme loathing for the product of the Will of Fire's brainwashing. Judgment, rebellion level has reached the peak of Volume 1. God level reward being distributed. Congratulations to the host, unlocked Susanoo second form. Vast power surged wildly within Yi's body. He could even feel that the Susanoo, which was previously just a skeletal form, was undergoing a qualitative transformation. And across from him, Itachi was now completely enraged. You are looking for death. Itachi spat out those words through gritted teeth. He suddenly looked up, and his originally dark eyes instantly turned into crimson three tamo. Immediately after, the three tamo rapidly spun and connected, transforming into that shuriken-like Mangekyou Sharingan. No hand signs, no nonsense. Driven to shame and anger, Itachi opened with his strongest spiritual attack. Tsukuyomi. Vast, cold ocular power poured out instantly, turning into invisible blades that stabbed directly at Yi's eyes. Itachi was confident that at this distance, no one could dodge his Tsukuyomi. As long as he pulled Yi into that genjutsu world where he was the master. He had countless ways to torture this arrogant fellow to death mentally. However, facing this top-tier genjutsu that could instantly kill an ordinary jonin, Yi didn't panic at all. He didn't even make a move to dodge. Tsukuyomi. A look of extreme disdain curled at the corner of Yi's mouth. With trash-tier ocular power like yours, you think you're worthy of using genjutsu on me. The massive mental resistance brought by the perfect sage body instantly built an indestructible defense in Yi's mind. The moment Itachi's usually invincible Tsukuyomi power hit this defense, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. What? Itachi's pupils shrank violently, his face full of disbelief. The Tsukuyomi was actually ineffective. And the opponent didn't even use a Sharingan reversal. He had endured it purely through mental strength. How is this possible? Before Itachi could recover from his shock, an unprecedentedly violent chakra erupted from behind Yi. Let me show you what true power really is. Boom! Deep blue chakra erupted like a volcano, instantly enveloping Yi's entire body. A massive energy skeleton rose from the ground. But this time, it wasn't just simple ribs. Under the enhancement of the system reward, meridians and flesh began to rapidly grow over the blue skeleton. Susanoo's second form, completely unlocked. A half-bodied energy, giant dozens of meters tall, appeared in the sky above the Uchiha clan compound. The giant was clad in blue chakra armor, radiating a suffocating divine pressure. The Uchiha clan members on the scene were all dazed, even forgetting to breathe. This is a miracle, a true miracle. And Itachi, standing beneath the giant, felt an irresistible threat of death. He wanted to retreat, but that massive pressure had him deathly locked in place. "Get down on your knees." He stood at the core of the giant, his eyes as cold as blades. Following his movement, the Susanu's massive energy arms suddenly rose, carrying an unstoppable and matchless terrifying power. It smashed down violently toward Itachi's horror-stricken face. The fated battle of Mangekyou against Mangekyou. 11, Chapter 11, Kaleidoscope versus Kaleidoscope. Boom. A massive blue energy arm, carrying an overwhelming momentum, came crashing down. A fierce gale howled, making it impossible for the surrounding clan members to keep their eyes open. "I can't dodge this." Itachi gritted his teeth, the Mangekyou in his eyes spinning frantically. "Susanoo." At this critical moment, a deep red chakra surged hastily from within him. The violent energy rapidly intertwined, condensing into a massive set of red ribs outside his body. Immediately after, a red skeletal arm barely took shape, lifting upward in an attempt to block Feng Yi's fatal strike. Thud! The two colossal energy hands clashed violently in midair. A deafening roar shook the heavens. The violent shockwaves transformed into a visible blast, peeling away layers of the surrounding ground's bluestone tiles. Cracked! After only a moment's stalemate, a huge crack appeared on Itachi's, not yet fully matured red Susanoo skeleton. "Ahe!" Itachi let out a pained grunt as he, along with his Susanoo, was forcefully smashed backward, sliding over 10 meters. He plowed 2 deep furrows into the ground before barely managing to steady himself. How is this possible? Itachi snapped his head up, his usually impassive face now etched with shock. "Your Susanoo, it has already grown flesh and blood." He stared at the dozens of meters tall blue half-giant behind Feng Yi, his heart roiling with a storm of disbelief. That was the second stage of Susanoo. Whether in terms of defense or destructive power, it was far beyond what his current skeletal, initial stage form could compare to. Surprised, Feng Yi stood at the core of the blue giant, looking down at the disheveled Itachi from a commanding height. "A waste like you, who raises a blade against his own kin for the sake of a few outsiders, is worthy of divine power. You don't understand the true meaning of these eyes at all." Feng Yi's mockery was like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into Itachi's pride. "Shut up." Itachi was thoroughly enraged. He knew that in a contest of ocular power and Susanoo proficiency, he was absolutely no match for Feng Yi. Since neither genjutsu nor physical attacks work, Itachi took a deep breath, abruptly closed his left eye, and focused all his ocular power into his right eye. "Then I'll use this to burn you to ashes completely." He snapped his right eye open, the hexagram pattern spinning rapidly. A line of crimson blood tears slid from the corner of his eye. "Amaterasu." Itachi stared fixedly at Feng Yi's blue Susanoo. At the point where their gazes met, the temperature instantly skyrocketed. Whoosh! Without any warning, a cluster of eerie, pitch-black flames ignited out of thin air on the blue giant's armor. The black flames grew with the wind, spreading in an instant. That's the legendary Amaterasu black flames that can burn through anything. Uchiha Yashiro, watching from afar, let out a cry of alarm. "Lord Feng Yi, be careful. That fire cannot be extinguished." Izumi also tightened her grip on her kunai, watching Feng Yi in midair with a face full of tension. Burn through anything. Facing these black flames, hailed as the strongest physical attack, Feng Yi showed no panic. Instead, he let out a peal of wild laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, Itachi, you're truly at the end of your rope." Feng Yi didn't even bother to have his Susanoo tank the hit. He slightly raised his chin, the bizarre hexagram pattern in his right eye instantly locking onto the black flames on the armor. "This little heat isn't even enough to warm me up." Divine might. The moment the words fell, the space in front of the blue giant's chest suddenly underwent a violent, spiral-like distortion. A mysterious spatial vortex appeared out of nowhere, erupting with powerful suction. What? Under Itachi's incredulous gaze, the Amaterasu black flames clinging to the Susanoo, said to be inextinguishable, were actually torn away and devoured by that spatial vortex, as if they were leaves swept up by a gale. In just 2 seconds, all the black flames vanished without a trace. Not even a single thread of Feng Yi's clothing was burned. A spatial ocular technique. Itachi's pupils contracted violently, his feet instinctively taking a step back. You've even mastered an ability like this. His proud Tsukuyomi was broken, his Amaterasu devoured, his Susanoo completely suppressed. At this moment, an emotion named despair began to grow wildly in Itachi's heart. Had enough fun. Feng Yi's icy voice rang out once more. Since you're out of tricks, it's my turn. A cold glint flashed in Feng Yi's eyes. The blue giant behind him suddenly let out a silent roar. Both massive arms of the Susanoo shot out, lightning fast, and grabbed Itachi's red skeletal frame. Braked, accompanied by Feng Yi's furious shout. The blue giant's hands exerted tremendous force, squeezing inward. Crack, crack. A series of grating, teeth-clenching, shattering sounds erupted in rapid succession. Itachi's already incomplete red Susanoo, under the crushing weight of absolute power, was like a fragile eggshell. In an instant, it became covered in cracks, then exploded into a shower of light particles. The backlash from having his Susanoo forcibly crushed struck Itachi like a thunderbolt. He violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, his legs gave way, and he half-knelt on the ground. Due to ocular power exhaustion, his Mangekyou Sharingan was forced to revert to the three-tamo state. Too weak, truly too weak. Seeing this, Feng Yi actively dismissed the Susanoo behind him. The enormous blue chakra instantly dissipated into the air. What? Not using Susanoo anymore? Itachi gasped for breath, glaring fiercely at Feng Yi. To kill trash like you, there's no need to keep Susanoo active. Feng Yi sneered coldly, his foot stomping down hard. Boom! A deep crater exploded in the ground. Feng Yi's figure transformed into a streak of blue lightning, instantly crossing the distance of several dozen meters. The perfect sage body, combined with the elite Jonin-level taijutsu rewarded by the system, had pushed his speed to a terrifying extreme. Itachi didn't even have time to form a hand seal before Feng Yi appeared right in front of him. This speed! Itachi was horrified, instinctively raising his arms to cross and defend his chest. Thump! Feng Yi's powerful whip-like leg kick slammed heavily onto Itachi's arms. The immense force felt like a heavy hammer blow. Itachi felt his arms go numb, his entire body sent flying uncontrollably. But before he could even hit the ground, Feng Yi's figure flashed again, appearing above him. For Konoha, you'd kill the entire clan. Feng Yi's face was full of mockery as his fists, enveloped in powerful chakra, rained down like a storm. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds of fists meeting flesh rang out continuously. Where's your will of fire, your endurance of humiliation and heavy burdens? With every punch Feng Yi threw, merciless ridicule accompanied it. Itachi was pummeled in midair like a sandbag, utterly incapable of fighting back. Several of his ribs were broken. Intense pain radiated from all over his body. The halo of genius he was so proud of was utterly shattered under Feng Yi's brutal taijutsu assault. Go down! Feng Yi executed a sharp midair turn, his right leg descending like a battle axe onto Itachi's back. Crash! Itachi's body plummeted towards the ground like a meteorite. The hard bluestone floor was smashed into a large crater, rubble flying everywhere. Amidst the swirling dust, Feng Yi landed steadily at the crater's edge. He slowly walked forward, looking down at Uchiha Itachi lying at the bottom of the pit, breathing more in than out. Without the slightest courtesy, Feng Yi raised his foot and stomped it down hard onto Itachi's face, covered in dust and blood, and ground it forcefully. Once the lofty genius, the most loyal dog of the Konoha High Command. Feng Yi looked down at Itachi, crushed beneath his foot, his voice icy to the extreme. Now, you don't even have the right to stand before me. The entire area fell silent. All the Uchiha clan members stared wide-eyed at this visually shocking scene. That Uchiha Itachi, hailed as the clan's pride, arrogant and untouchable, was being beaten with utter humiliation by Lord Feng Yi using only taijutsu. After a brief moment of stunned silence, "Good, well done." Uchiha Teka was the first to erupt with a furious roar. Lord Fengyi is invincible. Lord Fengyi is mighty. Hundreds of Uchiha clan members shouted in unison. The sound waves shook the earth and pierced the clouds. The pent-up frustration and anger in their hearts were completely released the moment they saw Itachi crushed underfoot. Uchiha Izumi stood at the rear, watching Fengyi's domineering figure, the adoration in her eyes almost overflowing. And at this moment, Itachi, his face being stomped on, the sense of humiliation made him feel like he was about to shatter his teeth. "You can't win against Konoha." Itachi squeezed out a few words from between clenched teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "That's none of your concern." Fengyi coldly moved his foot away. Just then, that wonderful mechanical tone sounded promptly in Fengyi's mind once more. Ding detected that the host has absolutely overpowered the original protagonist. Trampled the so-called genius of the clan Massacre underfoot and ruthlessly ground him, completely shattering his arrogance and dignity. Triggered fanatical worship from the entire clan, reshaping the clan's faith. Judgment host has completed a super strong chain of face slapping. Rebellion rating, SSS. Divine level reward has been issued. Congratulations, host. Acquired the Taijutsu secret art 8 gates, side effect free version, first 6 gates. 8 gates. A brilliant light suddenly erupted in Fengyi's eyes. This was the top secret forbidden technique, said to be capable of kicking 6 paths Madara apart with Taijutsu alone. Combined with his perfect sage body, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. What made it even better was that the system's reward was the side effect-free version. This meant he could treat the first 6 gates as his regular state, with no worry about his body collapsing. What a pleasant surprise. Fengyi savored the knowledge about the 8 gates' meridian pathways flooding his mind, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He shifted his gaze back to Itachi on the ground. This traitor's usefulness had been squeezed dry. For the sake of our shared bloodline, I'll grant you a swift end. Fengyi drew the ninja sword from his waist with a backhand motion. The icy blade edge glinted with a chilling coldness under the moonlight. Without any hesitation, Fengyi gripped the sword with both hands, aimed at Itachi's heart, and stabbed down with all his might. "Go to hell and apologize to our parents." Just as the blade tip was about to pierce Itachi's heart. At the critical moment, Koka! Several hoarse, mournful crow caws suddenly and abruptly rang out under the night sky. Immediately after, the space around Itachi's body began to violently distort without any warning. A few black crows emitting an ominous aura appeared out of thin air, circling and flying around Itachi's body. A powerful and bizarre spatial pulling force instantly acted upon the severely wounded Itachi, attempting to forcibly drag him into that distorted spatial vortex. Trying to save him, a cold glint flashed in Fengyi's eyes, the momentum of his ninja sword undiminished. "Playing with space-time ninjutsu in front of me. Did you ask for my permission?" 12, Chapter 12. The entire radical faction swears allegiance to the night. The lightning release chakra on the ninja sword instantly surged, emitting a piercing shriek like 1,000 birds crying in unison. Within the distorted spatial vortex, a single eye, belonging to a figure wearing an orange spiral mask, flickered in and out of sight. "Uchiha Yoru, he is still useful. You cannot kill him." The masked man's low, hoarse voice emanated from the depths of the vortex, carrying a tone of lofty command. A massive spatial pulling force tenaciously dragged the severely wounded Itachi, attempting to pull him into another dimension. "What do you think you are, to dare command me?" Yoru, enraged to the extreme, laughed instead. The ninja sword wreathed in lightning in his hand slashed down fiercely. "You skulking rat, crawl back into your sewer." A violent force poured forth, space twisting intensely, causing the trajectory of the ninja sword to shift slightly. The originally fatal strike, aimed at the heart, ultimately deviated by half an inch, landing on Itachi's shoulder. But Yoru didn't care in the slightest about this deviation. "Since you want to save him, then take a cripple back with you." The violent lightning release chakra, following the blade of the ninja sword, poured into Itachi's body like a bursting flood. Erg, aah. An extremely shrill, inhuman scream erupted from Itachi's throat. It was the extreme agony of his chakra pathways being forcibly torn apart inch by inch and utterly destroyed by the lightning release. Blue electric arcs danced frantically across Itachi's body, shredding his remaining chakra reserves into dust. You actually destroyed his pathways. The masked man's voice finally betrayed a hint of shock and anger. Your intelligence is gravely mistaken. Yoru looked at that single eye with a face full of mockery. The next second, the spatial vortex violently contracted and closed, disappearing without a trace, taking with it the Uchiha Itachi, whose pathways had been completely ruined. Only a few black feathers drifted down in midair. Yoru slowly sheathed his sword, his gaze icy to the extreme. Completely destroyed pathways, for a ninja, is 10,000 times more agonizing than death. The once arrogant genius, the most loyal hound of the Konoha High Command. From now on, he could only cling to life like a worm, never again able to form hand seals or perform any ninjutsu. Danzo and the Konoha High Command would surely love this gift. With the enemy's defeat and escape, the entire Uchiha clan compound fell into a brief tranquility. But within this tranquility brewed a fanaticism like a volcano about to erupt. All clan members had witnessed the battle just now. Yoru, with an absolutely overwhelming stance, had utterly shattered the invincible nightmare in their hearts. In the corners, the remnants who still fantasized about pleading for peace with the Konoha High Command were now all collapsed on the ground. Their eyes were filled with despair, lacking even the strength to stand up. They understood clearly in their hearts. The peace faction had completely met its end, with no possibility of a comeback. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Izumi silently stepped forward. She walked to the crater where Itachi had been stomped, slowly bending down. From the rubble, she picked up a broken half of an Anbu animal mask. It was the disguise Itachi had just dropped, the proof of his identity as a Konoha Anbu. Izumi looked at this half-mask, not a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. Only a bottomless coldness and resolve. She abruptly formed hand seals, a ball of scorching flame spewing from her palm. Whoosh! The flame instantly consumed the half-mask. The firelight illuminated her pale, yet incredibly resolute face. Within mere seconds, the mask was burned to ashes that scattered with the wind. From this day forward, I have no more ties to this traitor. Izumi turned, faced Yoru, and knelt heavily on one knee, her voice clear and forceful. Izumi's life belongs only to Lord Yoru. Even if it means stepping into an abyss of eternal damnation, Izumi will not retreat half a step. Her action was like a signal that ignited the entire scene. Uchiha Yashiro trembled with excitement. He abruptly drew his ninja sword and raised it high. Lord Yoru is invincible. He strode to the foot of the steps, knelt heavily on both knees, his knees even cracking the bluestone floor. Uchiha Yashiro swears to serve Lord Yoru unto death for generations. Uchiha Tekka followed closely, his eyes red, shouting with all his might. Once we were cowardly and retreated, but Lord Yoru awakened us. Tekka wishes to be the sharp blade in Lord Yoru's hand, to cut down all formidable enemies. Inabai also knelt without hesitation. Inabai swears to follow Lord Yoru unto death. We swear to serve Lord Yoru unto death. Thud, thud, thud. Hundreds, thousands of Uchiha clan members, without any hesitation, uniformly knelt on one knee. Hundreds of pairs of Sharingan flickered with fanatical light in the night. The waves of sound converged, like raging tides, soaring straight into the sky. The way they looked at Yoru was no longer that of looking at a clan leader. It was gazing upon a true deity descended to the mortal world, one who could lead them to glory. Yoru walked slowly up the steps to the highest point. He looked down from his lofty position upon these clansmen, who had finally regained their fighting spirit. All of you rise. Yoru's voice was steady and powerful, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone stood up in unison, their gazes closely following Yoru's every move. For so many years, what have Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and those other old bastards treated us as? Yoru spoke coldly, his tone laced with undisguised mockery. They treated us as tools to be discarded at any time, as domesticated dogs kept in a corner of the village. They fear our power, yet covet our eyes. They even instigated scum within our own clan to raise their blades against their own parents and kin. Yoru's words hammered into everyone's hearts like heavy blows. Flames of humiliation and anger burned fiercely in every chest. But these days of suffocation end today. Yoru waved his hand sharply, his entire body radiating an overbearing aura that looked down upon the world. The noble Uchiha will never be anyone's dogs. From this day on, we will reclaim the glory that is rightfully ours. If Konoha gives us no path to life, we will carve one out ourselves with blood. Not only will we survive, we will become the gods who dictate the rules of this ninja world. The domineering declaration completely ignited the entire gathering. Become the gods of the ninja world. Carve out a path of life. The clansmen roared madly, their morale reaching an unprecedented peak at this moment. No one anymore thought of the hypocritical will of fire, of peace bought through compromise. Their only faith now was Uchiha Yoru, standing on the high platform. At that moment, that incredibly pleasing mechanical tone sounded punctually once more in Yoru's mind. Ding detected that the host has achieved a high degree of ideological unity within the entire clan. Completely shattered the tragic fate of internal clan strife and being at others' mercy from the original work. Successfully forged the Uchiha clan into an absolute private army loyal only to the host. Judgment, clan reshuffling task perfectly completed, rebellion level, SSS. Divine level reward issued. Congratulations, host. Obtained an aura that increases chakra refining efficiency for all clan members. Congratulations, host. Clan loyalty forcibly maxed out, never to betray. Boom. As the system reward took effect, an invisible yet sacred energy wave, centered on Yoru, rapidly enveloped the entire Uchiha clan compound. All Uchiha clan members suddenly felt their spirits lift. They were shocked to discover that their previously clogged chakra pathways had instantly become incredibly clear. Their speed of refining chakra had actually more than doubled compared to usual. What is happening? Uchiha Yashiro looked at his own hands in disbelief, clenching and unclenching them. I feel power continuously welling up inside me. Me too. My ninjutsu bottleneck, stagnant for years, seems to have loosened. Tekka was even more excited beyond measure, his voice trembling. They abruptly looked up, gazing at Yoru on the high platform with a gaze of near-fanatical worship. Without needing to think, they knew this miracle-defying common sense was undoubtedly bestowed upon them by Lord Yoru. In that instant, the clansmen's fanatical loyalty to Yoru was permanently branded into the depths of their souls. Even if Yoru ordered them now to line up and block blades, they wouldn't so much as frown. Very good. Yoru, sensing the complete transformation in his clansmen's state of mind and strength, nodded in satisfaction. Internal troubles had been thoroughly cleansed. Now, the Uchiha had become a truly razor-sharp blade. Next, it was time to deal with the troubles outside. Yoru slowly turned his head. His gaze pierced through the layers of night, landing distantly on the towering Hokage building at the center of Konoha village. That was where Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha High Command were entrenched. It was also the source of all evil and hypocrisy. Yashiro. Yoru spoke lightly, breaking the brief silence. Your subordinate is here. Yashiro immediately stepped forward, straightening his back. Go and notify everyone. A cold and crazed arc hooked at the corner of Yoru's mouth. Have all clan members immediately open the clan treasury. Pack all the exploding tags, ninja tools, secret medicines, everything, and carry them on your persons. Yashiro was momentarily stunned, clearly not following Yoru's train of thought. Lord Yoru, are we going to? There are only 2 days left until the night of the clan massacre, scheduled by the Konoha High Command. Yoru withdrew his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades. Since they want to exterminate us, to pave their rule with our blood, then we won't wait. Yoru proposed a decision that made everyone present's scalps tingle with fear, yet their blood boil with excitement. Tonight, We will flip Konoha's table first. Prepare for the entire clan's armed relocation. 13, Chapter 13. The system issues the main quest to destroy the foundation of Konoha. Uchiha main residence, underground secret chamber. Dim yellow lamplight flickered against the walls. A massive map showing the entirety of Konoha was spread across a wide rectangular table. Yue rested both hands on the table, his gaze sharp as a blade as he scanned every marked point on the map. Yashiro, Tekka, Izumi, and over a dozen other core cadres stood on both sides, holding their breath in concentration. The great tree of the Konoha High Command has long since rotted to its roots. Yue tapped heavily on the location of the Hokage building on the map, his tone cold. There is no need for us to stay in a place where we could be stabbed in the back at any moment. He looked up, his eyes filled with an unquestionable resolve. Notify the entire clan to pack all important supplies immediately. Tonight, the entire clan will relocate and completely break away from Konoha. As soon as he said this, the sound of breathing in the secret chamber grew noticeably heavier. Yashiro swallowed hard, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. Lord Yue, if the entire clan moves under arms, the elderly, weak women and children will be too slow. Konoha's barrier ninjutsu squad must have activated the highest level defensive array by now. Tekka also frowned and added, the Anbu and the remaining root death warriors have surely blockaded all routes leading out of the village. Forcing a breakthrough with so many people will be extremely difficult. I'm afraid every step will be a struggle. Although the cadres worshipped Yue fanatically, they still possessed basic tactical awareness. Trying to escape with the clan's entire foundation, while surrounded, was a challenge of hellish difficulty. A struggle. Yue straightened up, a wildly arrogant sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Who told you we were going to sneak around and hide from them to break out? With a grand wave of his hand, a peerlessly domineering aura instantly swept through the entire secret chamber. We are the noble Uchiha, not stray dogs running away with our tails between our legs. There is only one breakout route, and that is through the main gate. A terrifying, murderous light erupted in Yue's eyes. Anyone who dares to stand in our way will be crushed, bones and all. There's no need for any tactical maneuvers. I will personally lead the way and clear the path for you. This incredibly arrogant strategic deployment made the blood of the cadres present boil instantly. Come, follow me to the treasury. Yue turned and walked toward another heavy iron door deep within the secret chamber. This was the underground treasury that the Uchiha clan had passed down for decades. Accompanied by the dull sound of mechanical friction, the massive iron door was slowly pushed open. A stale yet murderous scent wafted toward them. Move everything inside out and distribute it to everyone. Yue pointed at the crates of supplies inside the treasury and issued the order. At the same time, with a thought, he also released the massive amount of resources previously rewarded by the system. Clatter! Countless specially made steel kana and brand new ninja swords piled up like a small mountain in the open space of the secret chamber. Box after box of high-grade Hagioru pills and secret medicines were neatly stacked to the side. Most shocking of all were the tens of thousands of top-tier exploding tags. So many supplies. Inabai's eyes widened, completely stunned by the exaggerated foundation before him. These exploding tags are enough to blow up the entire outer wall of Konoha several times over. Yashiro's hands trembled with excitement. Distribute enough exploding tags to every combatant. Don't leave a single one behind. Yue issued instructions methodically. If you encounter a blocking barrier, blow it open. If you encounter anyone who dares to block the way, blast them to smithereens. I want every member of the Uchiha, from top to bottom, armed to the teeth. Looking at this rich stockpile, the cadre's original worries vanished instantly. Yes, Lord Yue. Just as everyone was busily moving the supplies. In Yue's mind, the wonderful system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected that the host is determined to lead the entire clan to defect, about to completely shatter Konoha's inherent structure. Triggered highest level main quest, destroy Konoha's foundation. Quest requirement: before the entire clan leaves Konoha, completely destroy the prestige and highest military power of the Konoha High Command. Quest reward: unlock Perfect Susanoo Trial Card or Permanent Evolution Qualification. Additional reward: Super S-Rank Ninjutsu Bundle. Hearing these extremely generous rewards, Yue's pupils constricted sharply. Perfect Susanoo. That is an ultimate divine power comparable to a tailed beast, capable of splitting a mountain with a single sword strike. Once he mastered such power, he could roam the entire ninja world as he pleased. Good's very good. The smile on Yue's face became increasingly unrestrained and crazed. Originally, he only planned to lead his clansmen and fight their way out directly. But now, since the system had offered such a tempting incentive, then he would have to tear the roof off Konoha. Yashiro Tekka, let's change the plan slightly. Yue turned around, the fighting spirit in his eyes gushing out as if it were tangible. Lord Yue, what are the new instructions? Yashiro stepped forward immediately. Before the main force relocates, I have some personal business to attend to. The Hokage building. Yue softly uttered those 4 characters, yet they exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. Sarutobi Hiruzen and those old geezers gave us such a grand gift of clan extermination. How could I not personally go and say goodbye to them? Yue slung his ninja sword behind his back, his gaze cold to the extreme. I don't plan to wait for them to attack in the Uchiha clan compound. I'm going to break Konoha's backbone openly and honorably in front of the entire village. Yue's voice echoed continuously in the underground treasury. The decapitation strike begins now. These incredibly arrogant and domineering words completely ignited the emotions of everyone present. We are willing to follow Lord Yue and slaughter our way through Konoha. The cadres dropped to one knee in unison, letting out a synchronized low roar. Infected by Yue's heroic spirit, the last trace of fear in their hearts had long since vanished. The entire Uchiha clan was like a terrifying war machine about to go berserk. Everyone was sharpening their blades, waiting for the final release. At the same time, in the darkness surrounding the Uchiha clan compound, a faint, imperceptible spatial ripple gently emanated from the edge of the compound's sensory barrier. It was a subtle anomaly caused by an outsider, forcibly hiding their presence to break through the defensive line. On a towering tree, several hundred meters away from the compound's main road, an extremely agile dark figure landed silently on a branch like a ghost. He made no sound, not even disturbing a single fallen leaf. The newcomer had conspicuous silver-white hair. Most of his face was covered by a dark blue mask, revealing only a slightly tired-looking right eye. And at the position of his left eye, which was covered diagonally by his forehead protector, a faint, heart-palpitating crimson light peeked through. Konoha's #1 technician, Copy Ninja Kakashi. At this moment, the Hokage building was in chaos due to the news of Root's destruction and the total annihilation of the Anbu. Beyond his shock, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately dispatched his sharpest blade, ordering Kakashi to go alone to the Uchiha clan compound to test Yue's depth. Kakashi crouched on the thick branch, carefully suppressing all of his chakra. Through the gaps in the leaves, he looked at the charred ruins not far away, which had been burned to a wasteland by great fire annihilation. His brows beneath the mask were tightly knit together. This kind of exaggerated destructive power. Just what kind of monster has been born within the Uchiha? Kakashi reached out and gripped the handle of the white fang short sword on his back, preparing to infiltrate further into the main residence area. However, just as his toes were about to exert force to leave the branch, a terrifyingly cold killing intent, almost solidifying into substance, poured down from directly above him without warning. This killing intent instantly locked onto every blind spot of Kakashi's body, causing the hairs all over his body to stand on end in that instant. When did Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. He was one of Konoha's top elite jonin, having survived countless life-and-death battles. To think someone had reached a spot less than a meter above his head, without him noticing at all. How is this possible? Kakashi instinctively wanted to draw his blade and look up. Since you're already here, why be in such a hurry to leave? A cold voice filled with thick mockery, like the whisper of a Shinigami, exploded clearly in his ear. Chapter 14, Kakashi was ordered to come and probe their secrets. Every hair on Kakashi's body stood on end at that moment. As Konoha's top technician, who had weathered countless life-or-death battles, his body reacted before his brain could process the threat. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi pushed off with both legs, exploding into motion. He twisted his torso midair, leaping backward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Only after putting over 10 meters between them and landing on another thick tree branch did he manage to steady himself. Kakashi snapped his head up, his gaze locking fiercely on the spot he'd just vacated. There stood Yoru, hands casually tucked in his pockets, posture erect and imposing. Yoru's eyes brimmed with mockery, as if watching a mouse caught in a trap. Uchiha Yoru. Kakashi's brow furrowed beneath his mask as he uttered the name in a low, heavy tone. Though phrased as a question, he had already confirmed the other's identity in his heart. What of it? Yoru looked down at him from his perch, a scornful curl lifting the corner of his mouth. Has that old dog Sarutobi Hiruzen sent you skulking around our Uchiha territory in the dead of night like a thief? Faced with the insult, Kakashi's eyes instantly sharpened to a razor's edge. Watch your tongue, Uchiha Yoru, Kakashi said coldly, his hand unconsciously gripping the white light chakra saber strapped to his back. You are suspected of slaughtering fellow villagers, and you even dared to attack both the Anbu and Root. Do you have any idea you are pushing the entire Uchiha clan toward the abyss of destruction? Hearing this righteous lecture, Yoru couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, the abyss of destruction. Yoru's laughter was laced with extreme arrogance and disdain. Kakashi, spare me the act of moral superiority. Do you truly believe the filthy deeds your Konoha, high command commits in the shadows, can be hidden from the world? Yoru stopped laughing, his eyes becoming as sharp as blades. Waving the banner of peace, while secretly planning to raise the butcher's knife against our entire clan in just 2 days. You plan to exterminate my clan, yet you forbid me from resisting. Is this what you call the will of fire? Kakashi's heart jolted violently, a flash of unconcealable shock appearing in his eyes. Although he was the third Hokage's direct personal guard, he only knew that the higher-ups had major plans regarding the Uchiha. As for the specific details of the extermination plan, that was absolute top-level classified information. How on earth did this Uchiha Yoru know about it so clearly? It seems I was right. The Hokage-sama said you were extremely dangerous and must be brought under control immediately. Kakashi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Since the intelligence had already been leaked, there was nothing more to discuss. Come with me back to the Hokage building for questioning. If you resist, I will have no choice but to use force. As his words fell, Kakashi raised his hand without hesitation. He pushed up the forehead protector, slanted over his left eye. A crimson three-tomoed Sharingan glowed, with a sinister light in the night. Simultaneously, Kakashi's right hand rapidly formed hand seals. Zzzzraraya. Extremely violent lightning release, chakra instantly began to converge wildly in his palm. The piercing sound of electric current, like 1,000 birds shrieking in unison, echoed through the entire forest. The strongest killing technique of Konoha's top technician. Chidori. He was acutely aware of the terror of the man before him, who had annihilated an entire Anbu squad. Therefore, Kakashi had no intention of testing the waters. From the outset, he would go all out. Making a move. Yoru watched the Sharingan now exposed to the air, the mockery in his eyes intensifying. Flaunting an Uchiha's eye in front of a true Uchiha. You really think you're something special? Yoru's eyes turned icy cold. He didn't even activate his Mangekyou Sharingan. Just as the Chidori in Kakashi's hand was halfway formed. Boom! The thick tree trunk beneath Yoru's feet exploded violently, splinters flying everywhere. Relying on the terrifying explosive power granted by his perfect sage body, Yoru's figure instantly transformed into an afterimage impossible for the naked eye to track. So fast. Kakashi's pupils contracted violently, his mind roiling with shock. His proud Sharingan's dynamic vision couldn't keep up with Yoru's speed at this moment. He could only vaguely see a blurry black line charging toward him with overwhelming force. No time. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi was forced to interrupt the formation of his Chidori. He yanked the white light chakra saber from his back, pouring all his chakra into it, and held it horizontally before him as a shield. However, in the face of absolute power, all defenses are futile. Yoru's figure appeared like a ghost directly in front of Kakashi. No flashy ninjutsu, no hand seals at all. Relying purely on the elite Jonin-level taijutsu mastery granted by the system, combined with the explosive power of the sage body. Yoru spun sharply in midair, his right leg like a furious battle axe. With a shrill shriek that tore through the air, it whipped viciously toward Kakashi's chest. Thud! A dull, heart-shattering impact. Yoru's whip kick landed solidly on the white light chakra saber Kakashi held up in defense. Cracked! The short sword, forged from fine steel, bent and deformed instantly upon contact with that terrifying force. Immediately after, the violent power transmitted through the blade, pouring unrestrained into Kakashi's chest. Kakashi felt as if struck by lightning, spewing a mouthful of blood. He felt as if he'd been head-on charged by a rampaging tailed beast. His entire ribcage felt on the verge of caving in from the force. Whoosh! Kakashi's body lost all control, flying backward like a cannonball. Crack, crack, crack. He smashed through 3 or 4 towering trees thick enough to embrace, before crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance. The massive impact carved a deep crater in the earth, sending dust flying. Ahe! Kakashi lay at the bottom of the crater, clutching his chest in agony, gasping for air in ragged breaths. The chakra within him had been completely scattered by that kick, impossible to gather. Even the 3-tamoed Sharingan in his left eye nearly deactivated from the violent shock and chakra disruption. How is this possible? Kakashi stared ahead with a gaze full of disbelief. He was a renowned elite jonin of the ninja world. To be defeated in a single move by this youth. The opponent hadn't even used his Sharingan, relying purely on a single taijutsu technique. The gap. It was a despairing, insurmountable chasm of power. Yoru landed gently on the ground, not even breathing heavily. He walked step by step to where Kakashi lay, looking down at the disheveled genius from above. Is this all the skill Konoha's elite jonin possess? Yoru sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. You can't even withstand a single kick, yet you dare boast about taking me back. Kakashi gritted his teeth, trying to push himself up, but the excruciating pain throughout his body made movement impossible. Yoru didn't press the attack to kill him. Instead, he bent down slightly. I'm sparing your dog's life, not because I don't dare kill you. Yoru's voice was cold as a blade, each word brimming with extreme arrogance. Scram back and tell that old fool, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan from this day forth is done serving. Yoru slowly straightened up, his gaze fixed directly on the direction of the Hokage building. Tell them to wash their necks and wait. I will personally go to the Hokage building and settle every single debt they owe the Uchiha, one by one. Extremely arrogant words echoed through the silent night sky. At that moment, the system's wildly excited notification tone chimed promptly in Yoru's mind. Ding, detected host has crushed a Hokage's direct elite with overwhelming force. Shattered all his pride with a single kick, and issued a brazen challenge to Konoha's highest seat of power. Judgment host's arrogance is extreme. Rebelliousness rating, SSS. Divine level reward issued. Congratulations, host. Acquired Super S-Rank Lightning Release Secret Technique, Lightning Release, Kirin Instant Cast Version. Instant Cast Kirin. Hearing this reward, Yoru's eyes lit up sharply. In the original story, Sasuke required lengthy preparation and specific weather conditions to unleash this technique. The system's instant cast version meant he could summon this devastating thunder beast anytime, anywhere, relying on the vast chakra of his sage body. This was absolutely a major weapon for destroying Konoha's defenses. Yoru paid no further attention to Kakashi on the ground, turning and walking toward the direction of the clan's secret chamber. He had to hurry. This feast to overthrow Konoha was impatiently waiting to begin. Watching Yoru's departing back, Kakashi gritted through the pain, struggling to climb out of the crater. He knew he absolutely could not fall here. The words Uchiha Yoru had just spoken were no bluff. This monster truly intended to launch a decapitation strike on the Hokage building. If he didn't bring this intelligence back, the Konoha High Command would face utter disaster. Must report to Lord Third immediately. Kakashi bit his tongue, using the pain to stimulate his scattered nerves. He forcibly squeezed out the last shred of chakra from his body. Body flicker technique. With a puff of white smoke, Kakashi fled desperately toward the center of Konoha, dragging his severely wounded body. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. The lights were blazing in the Hokage office on the top floor. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his large desk, brow furrowed, puffing on his pipe one breath after another. The entire office was filled with smoke, the atmosphere oppressively tense. Not long ago, the Anbu had delivered the grim news. A root base destroyed, over 100 elite members completely wiped out. This filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with unprecedented panic. He had sent Kakashi to investigate and was now anxiously awaiting a report. Crash! Suddenly, the window of the Hokage office was smashed in from the outside. Glass shards scattered everywhere. A blood-soaked figure tumbled clumsily to a stop before the desk. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot to his feet, his pipe clattering onto the desk. He stared in shock at his beloved subordinate, who couldn't even stand steady. Kakashi was one of Konoha's top combatants. Who on earth could have injured him so severely? Hokage-sama. Kakashi knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, blood dripping steadily from beneath his mask. It's Uchiha Yoru. Root and the Anbu, he did it all alone. Kakashi's voice was weak, but filled with unconcealable terror. He's no ordinary clansman. He's a complete and utter monster. Sarutobi Hiruzen drew a sharp breath, his face instantly turning ashen. One person annihilated over 100 root elites and an Anbu squad. How is that possible? He told me to bring you a message. Kakashi forced himself to look up, his eyes full of urgency. He said the Uchiha are done serving. Told you to wash your neck and wait. He is now preparing to attack the Hokage building. Boom! The words struck like thunder, exploding directly in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Decapitate the Hokage building. Was Uchiha Yoru insane? He intended to completely overthrow all of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain his usual composure. He slammed a palm on the desk, roaring furiously. Quick, sound the highest level emergency alarm. Notify all Jonin to assemble at the Hokage building immediately. Go summon the 2 advisors for a meeting. Woo woo woo. The shrill, piercing sound of the highest level alarm instantly tore through Konoha's peaceful night sky. The entire village was jolted awake at that moment. A storm was about to erupt in the very heart of Konoha's power. Chapter 15 Today, you are all surrounded by me alone. Konoha Village, top floor of the Hokage building. Inside the spacious conference room, the atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, white smoke constantly rising from the pipe in his hand. On his wrinkled old face, gravity and unease were written at this moment. The 2 high-level advisors, Koharu Udatane and Himura Mitakato, also had ashen faces. An Anbu ninja covered in wounds was kneeling on one knee before the round table, reporting with his head lowered. Hokage-sama, the 2 advisors. The intelligence has been verified repeatedly. Root's secret base outside the village has been razed to the ground, and the supplies inside were destroyed along with it. The Anbu ninja's voice carried an unmaskable tremble. The dozens of Root elites sent to surround the Uchiha were completely wiped out, with no survivors. Even Lord Kakashi was heavily injured in one move and is currently being rescued in the hospital. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room fell into a brief pause. Only the sound of Sarutobi Hiruzen's hurried smoking could be heard. Absurd, simply utterly absurd. Koharu Uchiha slammed the table and stood up, roaring loudly. What exactly does the Uchiha clan want to do? Are they going to openly rebel? Himura Mitakato also pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his eyes full of anger. Where on earth did that guy named Uchiha Yoru pop up from? Can Fugaku not even manage his own clansmen anymore? Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe and let out a long sigh. The intelligence Kakashi brought back says that Uchiha Yoru did all of this alone. Furthermore, he threatened to launch a decapitation strike against the Hokage building. One person, Koharu Uchiha, acted as if she had heard a huge joke. Hiruzen, have you gone senile? How could one person destroy a Root base overnight and defeat Kakashi? This is definitely a sneak attack carried out by the Uchiha using the strength of the entire clan. Himura Mitakato nodded repeatedly, his tone extremely firm. Exactly, the Uchiha have wild ambitions. They should have been eliminated long ago. Hiruzen, you can't be indecisive anymore. Immediately mobilize all the Jonin and Anbu in the village to directly conduct a bloody suppression of the Uchiha. The two advisors spoke in unison, simply not believing one person could have such destructive power. In their eyes, this was definitely a signal for a full-scale rebellion by the Uchiha clan. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. A very ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. Intuition told him that this time, things had completely spiraled out of his control. Pass down my orders immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, his whole body erupting with the pressure belonging to a cage-level powerhouse. Since it had come to this, he also had to deal a lethal blow. Sound the highest level alarm. The whole village enters a state of first-level martial law. All combat personnel converge on the Hokage building. Prepare. He hadn't finished his sentence. Boom! A world-shaking explosion. The heavy door of the Hokage office, reinforced with fine steel and solid wood. It was as if it had suffered a direct hit from a tailed beast ball, instantly turning into flying powder and wood chips. Two elite Anbu responsible for guarding the door were like kites with broken strings, directly blown backward into the room by an extremely violent force. They crashed heavily against the conference room wall, fainting on the spot. The sudden turn of events left the three highest power holders of Konoha terrified. They instinctively backed away, their eyes fixed on the direction of the door. The dust gradually cleared. A slender figure appeared at the shattered doorway. Yoru had both hands in his pockets. Walking at a leisurely pace, he strode in arrogantly. His black hair moved without wind. A pair of crimson Mangekyou Sharingan emitted an eerie light in the dim surroundings. His entire being exuded an arrogant aura that looked down on the world and disdained everything. It was as if he hadn't broken into the enemy's headquarters, but was instead inspecting his own territory. Youth, who are you? Koharu Uchiha looked at this unfamiliar youth and questioned in a sharp voice. Himura Mitakato was even more on guard, pointing at Yoru with trembling fingers. This is Konoha's highest center of power. Who gave you the audacity to break in? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the pattern in Yoru's eyes, and his pupils constricted violently. Mangekyou Sharingan. You are the Uchiha Yoru that Kakashi mentioned. Yoru did not stop his pace. He walked straight through the spacious office. Step by step, he walked to the huge round conference table that symbolized Konoha's highest power. He looked down at the three old geezers opposite him. An undisguised arc of mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. Old dogs, I heard you were looking for me. Yoru's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Presumptuous. Koharu Uchiha was furious, slamming the table hard. As a high-level official of Konoha, when had she ever been insulted with a term like old dog? An Uchiha brat dares to be so disrespectful to the Hokage and advisors. Guards, Anbu, someone come and take him down. Himura Mitokado also followed with shouting. Immediately cripple his hands and feet. Such an arrogant person, who disregards his elders, must be severely punished. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't shout. But a vast amount of chakra had already begun to condense on his body, ready to strike at any moment. Uchiha Yoru, do you know what you're doing? You are declaring war on the entire Konoha. Yoru looked at these three high-level officials, talking big. The cold sneer at the corner of his mouth grew thicker. Declaring war on Konoha. Are you even worthy of representing Konoha? Yoru didn't give them any face at all. In the moment, the two advisors were still slamming the table and roaring. Yoru suddenly raised his right leg. The terrifying explosive power of the perfect sage body instantly gathered in his leg. Bang! An extremely violent downward kick. Heavily smashed right into the center of the solid wood conference table. Unimaginable force poured out. That round table, which had gone through several generations of Hokage and symbolized Konoha's highest power and dignity. A toothacheing crack sounded from the middle. Then, with a loud crack, the entire conference table was kicked into pieces under Yoru's foot. Countless sharp wood chips and fragments flew out like hidden weapons. Ouch! Ah! Koharu Uchiha and Himura Mitokado didn't have time to dodge at all. They were hit hard in the face by the flying wood chips. Several bloody streaks were scratched onto Koharu Uchiha's face. Himura Mitokado's glasses were smashed directly, and he fell to the ground in a pathetic state. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted extremely quickly, immediately forming seals to release an earth style mud wall to block in front of him. But he was still shaken backward repeatedly by the huge impact. Yoru stepped on the ruins of the conference table, looking at the three pathetic power holders opposite him. Hiding here every day for meetings, scheming this, scheming that. Now I'm standing here. Why are you crawling on the ground like dogs? Extreme humiliation. Unreserved trampling. At that moment, the pleasant system prompt sounded on time in Yoru's mind. Ding, detected that the host has struck directly at the heart, breaking into the Hokage building alone. Insulted Konoha's high command as old dogs to their faces, and kicked the conference table, symbolizing the highest power, into pieces. Completely shattered the dignity and decency of Konoha's high command. Judgment, host is boundlessly arrogant and extremely rebellious. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtained Super S-Rank Ninjutsu gift pack contains various top-level nature transformations and secret techniques. The generous reward put Yoru in a great mood. He was in no hurry to open the gift pack, because the good show had only just begun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Outside the window, outside the corridor, dense sounds of breaking air rang out like a rainstorm. With the sounding of the highest level alarm, hundreds and thousands of Konoha's elite ninjas surged from all directions like a tide. They quickly occupied every entrance and exit of the Hokage building, surrounding this top-floor office so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. On the large trees outside the window, on the roofs, masked Anbu and fully armed Jonin were everywhere. Lord Hokage, we are here. Protect Lord Third. An Anbu squad leader rushed into the room, and seeing the tragic scene, he immediately cried out in alarm. Hearing that reinforcements had arrived, the two advisors who had fallen to the ground instantly regained their confidence. Koharu Uchiha climbed up with the support of her guards, pointing at Yoru and screaming frantically. Kill him quickly. Absolutely cannot let this Uchiha maniac walk out alive. Himura Mitokado didn't even care to wipe the blood off his face, shouting in agreement. Everyone attack together. Even if we have to tear down the building, we must crush him. Facing hundreds of Konoha elites. Facing this kind of desperate, heavy encirclement. Yoru, however, did not show even a hint of panic. The arc at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly crazed instead. Everyone's here quite fully. Yoru tilted his head slightly, looking at the dense crowd of ninjas outside the window. Just right, saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one. He slowly extended his right hand, gripping the hilt of the ninja sword at his waist with a reverse hand. Zhang! A crisp sword chime echoed throughout the office. The sharp ninja sword was unsheathed. A cold, somber light flowed on the blade. Yoru slightly raised his wrist, pointing the tip of the blade extremely steadily right between Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyebrows. A powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire room. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yoru's voice was cold to the extreme, carrying an unquestionable dominance. Today, you are surrounded by me alone. 16, Chapter 16, a furious denunciation of the Konoha leadership's shameless exploitation of the Uchiha clan. Protect the Hokage-sama. Countless kunai and sharp ninja swords were unsheathed at that moment. Hundreds of elite Konoha ninjas packed the conference room to the brim. They locked their sights firmly on Yoru standing amidst the ruins. They would swarm him at a single order from the third. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pointed at by blades, gradually regained his composure instead. Looking at the hundreds of absolutely loyal elites surrounding him, he felt reassured. Uchiha Yoru, do you have any idea what you're doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen put on a deeply pained expression, his tone carrying the unquestionable authority of the Hokage. You have murdered high-ranking elders, assaulted the Anbu, and now you openly threaten the Hokage. Your perverse actions are nothing but a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. How can you face the efforts all previous Hokages have made for peace? Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to stand on the moral high ground, subjecting Yoru to a high-sounding judgment. He aimed to completely shape Yoru into a deranged village traitor. Faced with the heavy encirclement and righteous accusations, Yoru showed no fear. Instead, he burst into wild laughter. The laughter was filled with utter mockery, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yoru abruptly stopped laughing, instantly mobilizing the immense chakra of his perfect sage body. He concentrated chakra in his throat, like a super amplifier capable of covering the entire village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, drop that hypocritical act of yours. Yoru's voice, like rolling thunder, instantly pierced through the walls of the Hokage building. It boomed and echoed across the entire Konoha village. Whether it was civilians deep in sleep or ninjas patrolling the streets, all were jolted by the thunderous voice, looking up in unison. You keep preaching about peace for the village, yet behind the scenes, you shamelessly exploit and ostracize our Uchiha clan. Yoru's voice reached every corner of the village, deafening and resonant. Ever since the nine-tailed attack, you've driven the Uchiha to the remote corners of the village. You have Anbu monitor our every move day and night, guarding against us like thieves. Not only do you cut our budget, but you also constantly strip the military police force of its authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face paled drastically. He never expected Yoru to dare expose these matters in front of the entire village. Silence, you are spreading malicious lies. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, trying to interrupt Yoru's speech. Getting anxious already, Yoru sneered repeatedly, raising his voice even higher. The more shameless part is yet to come, you old dog. Yoru's gaze turned icy cold as he dropped a bombshell heavy enough to trigger a major earthquake. Just 2 days from now, you sanctimonious high-ranking officials have already planned a bloody conspiracy. You secretly colluded with that traitor Uchiha Itachi, who has forgotten his roots. You plan to completely exterminate the Uchiha clan on the night 2 days from now. Everyone in the village could clearly hear Yoru's accusation, laden with raging fury. Whether they are elders, women, or newborn infants, you intend to spare none. Is this what you Konoha High Command call the will of fire? Using the blood of your own people to whitewash your filthy rule. You are worse than beasts. As these words fell, the entire Konoha village instantly plunged into immense turmoil. Below the Hokage building, the gathered ordinary ninjas and civilians looked at each other in disbelief. Exterminate the clan. The Hokage-sama plans to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. That can't be. not even sparing the elders and children. They are one of the founding clans of Konoha. But for Uchiha Yoru to say it publicly, how could he dare joke about something like this? Could the rumors be true? Has the high command always wanted to move against the Uchiha? The unconditional trust in the Hokage they had held for so long was now severely shaken. The populace was no longer blindly reverent. They were filled with doubt and horror. "You bastard!" Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with rage, even his pipe becoming unsteady in his hand. Decades of prestige had been stripped bare by this brat's few sentences. Once this seed of doubt was planted in the villagers' hearts, the very foundation of Konoha High Command's rule would rot away completely. Anbu seized this rebellious liar immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the order hysterically. "Shut him up, dead or alive." "Yes." The dozen or so elite Anbu at the forefront immediately formed hand seals and lunged at Yoru with their blades. They transformed into over a dozen afterimages, sealing off all of Yoru's escape routes. Facing the onslaught, Yoru merely snorted disdainfully. A bunch of overestimating ants. The Mangekyou Sharingan in his eyes suddenly erupted with a terrifying crimson light. Scram! A terrifyingly powerful pressure of ocular power descended like a physical force. No hand seals, no ninjutsu was used. Merely this terrifying aura of a superior being transformed into a violent, invisible shockwave. Bangs, bangs, bang. The dozen or so elite Anbu charging at the front seemed to crash into an invisible steel wall. They groaned in unison, spewing mouthfuls of blood. Their entire bodies, like cut kites, were sent flying backward by this pressure. They crashed heavily into the crowd of ninjas behind them, knocking down a large group. They forcibly cleared out a large vacuum zone within the packed crowd. Witnessing this scene, all the Konoha elites present involuntarily took a step back. Everyone's eyes were filled with unconcealable shock and fear. Just with his aura, without even lifting a hand, he repelled over a dozen elite Anbu. What kind of monster was this? Yoru stood proudly atop the ruins, his gaze looking down upon everything. He had forcefully ripped off the hypocritical fig leaf, called the Will of Fire, from Konoha High Command in front of the entire village. He had nailed these power wielders, full of talk about benevolence and morality, firmly to the pillar of moral shame. Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching his subordinates lying on the ground vomiting blood, gnashed his teeth in fury, but could do nothing about Yoru. Just then, the pleasant system notification sound chimed promptly in Yoru's mind. Ding, detected host publicly exposing the clan extermination conspiracy, completely igniting village-wide public opinion. Publicly shredding the hypocritical mask of the Will of Fire, causing widespread collapse of civilian faith. Judgment, host actions are extremely rebellious, psychological attack flawless. Divine level reward issued. Congratulations, host, obtained Super S-Rank Lightning release, Take Mikazuchi. Take Mikazuchi. Hearing this reward, a brilliant light flashed in Yoru's eyes. This was an ultimate destructive ninjutsu, capable of summoning divine thunder from the heavens and completely harnessing it. No complicated hand seals were needed. Only massive chakra as support was required to transform into a deity-controlling lightning. This was absolutely the perfect ultimate weapon tailor-made for him, who possessed the perfect sage body. Feeling the surge opulent thunderous power instantly added within his body, the curve of Yoru's lips grew wider. Seeing the situation completely spiral out of control, with the surrounding Anbu and Jonin even wavering and not daring to advance. Koharu Uchiha and Himura Mitakato, who had been kicked into a corner by Yoru earlier. These two highest-ranking advisors finally couldn't hold back and jumped out. Absurd, utterly absurd. Koharu Uchiha, covered in wood splinters and bloodstains, pointed at Yoru and shrieked curses, devoid of any high-ranking image. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil, their minds full of rebellious thoughts. They are indeed a tumor in the village, utterly irredeemable. Himura Mitakato, supporting his shattered glasses frame, also threw his weight around, leveraging his status as an advisor. No need for more talk with him, Hiruzen. Himura Mitokado glared viciously at Yoru, his eyes full of killing intent. This brat is not only treasonous, but also attempts to split the village. His crimes are unforgivable. Issue the order immediately. Mobilize all the village's military forces. The two advisors joined forces to exert pressure, even directly bypassing the third Hokage to issue an annihilation order. Even if we have to tear the roof off Konoha today, we must chop this madman into mincemeat. We must completely erase the Uchiha clan from the map. 17. Chapter 17, Koharu Uchiha and Himura Mitokado attempt to put pressure on each other. The two advisors joined forces to exert pressure, even bypassing the third Hokage to issue a death order directly. However, the surrounding Konoha elites looked at each other, their movements somewhat hesitant. The genocide conspiracy Yoru had just thrown out was like a heavy bombshell, already shaking their convictions. What are you all waiting for? Do you intend to defy the orders of the High Command? Seeing the hesitation of the crowd, Koharu Uchiha jumped and cursed in exasperation. He is but one person, and we are hundreds. Could we possibly be afraid of him? Sarutobi Hiruzen also had a dark expression, as he coldly spat out a sentence. Do it, this is an order from the Hokage. Hearing the third Hokage speak personally, the Anbu and Jonin present could only brace themselves and draw their weapons. Wind release, vacuum wave. Fire release, great flame bullet. Lightning release, earth flash. The overwhelming light of ninjutsu instantly illuminated the entire meeting room. Dozens of elite ninjas focused their fire simultaneously, and violent energy poured toward Yoru like a tsunami. Facing this terrifying offensive, which was enough to level the entire building, there was no trace of panic in Yoru's eyes, only extreme disgust for those two high-level advisors. Old dogs who only know how to hide behind the scenes and plot. Do you even deserve to represent Konoha? Yoru snorted coldly, and the chakra within his body exploded like a volcano. Take Mikazachi. Accompanied by Yoru's low shout, a lightning force violent to the extreme instantly surged out from his body. The blinding blue electric light was like 10,000 wildly dancing lightning snakes, instantly surrounding Yoru's entire person. Zizi boom. The incoming wind blades, fireballs, and water dragons, the moment they touched this layer of violent lightning, were like hitting an insurmountable shield of a god. All the ninjutsu were forcibly repelled and torn apart, eventually turning into points of light from dissipated chakra filling the air. What? This is impossible. Himura Mitokado's eyes widened, and he retreated repeatedly in horror. He actually blocked the concentrated fire of so many people with lightning release alone. Koharu Uchiha was even more terrified, her legs going weak as she instinctively tried to hide behind the crowd. But Yoru gave them no chance to escape at all. Bathed in the lightning, a cruel sneer curled at the corner of Yoru's mouth. Old things, you were shouting quite happily just now, weren't you? Before his voice had even faded, Yoru's figure instantly transformed into a streak of blinding lightning that the naked eye could not capture at all. Stop him, quickly, protect the advisors. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted violently, and he cried out in alarm. But Yoru's speed was simply too fast, completely surpassing the reaction limits of this group of ninjas. Swoosh! The lightning directly and brutally tore through the Anbu's human wall of defense. Like a phantom, Yoru appeared out of thin air in front of the two highest advisors. Looking at Yoru so close at hand, Koharu Uchiha and Himura Mitokado were so frightened that even their breathing stopped. What do you want to do? Koharu Uchiha's voice trembled. I am a high advisor of Konoha, you wouldn't dare. Before Himura, Mitokado could finish his sentence. It's precisely the high-level officials I'm hitting. Yoru unceremoniously raised both hands, the terrifying monstrous strength of the perfect sage body instantly condensing in his palms. There was no fancy ninjutsu, only the purest and most violent physical strike. Slap! Slap! Two crisp and extremely loud slapping sounds rang out in the chaotic meeting room. Yoru struck with both hands, 2 heavy slaps ruthlessly landing on the wrinkled old faces of the 2 advisors. Immense power poured out. Evident. Koharu Udatane and Himura Mitakado's facial features were instantly distorted by the slaps, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood mixed with broken teeth. Their hunched bodies were like broken kites, instantly flying backward. Boom! The 2 of them were like 2 cannonballs, slamming heavily into the hard, load-bearing wall of the meeting room. The massive impact directly smashed 2 large holes through the wall. Gravel and dust rolled down. The 2 high and mighty Konoha advisors were embedded in the ruins like 2 dead dogs. On the spot, their eyes rolled back, and they completely fainted. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Hundreds of elite Konoha ninjas were all stunned like wooden chickens, not even daring to breathe loudly. Those were the high advisors of Konoha. They were powerful figures to whom even the Hokage had to show some respect. They were actually slapped into dead dogs by Uchiha Yoru in front of the entire village. This extremely crude and completely unreasonable way of trampling thoroughly shattered the dignity of the Konoha High Command. Looking at his 2 old comrades on the wall whose life or death was unknown, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry his eyes nearly split, yet he did not dare to act rashly. Just then, the wonderful prompt of the system rang out in Yoru's mind on time. Ding detected that the host has publicly slapped the high advisors of Konoha, trampling on decaying power in the crudest way, completely shattering the dignity of the high-level officials. Judgment, host is arrogant and domineering, extremely rebellious. God-level reward has been distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtain the clan-level absolute defense barrier formation plate. Hearing this reward, a satisfied light flashed in Yoru's eyes. This formation plate came at just the right time. With this thing, the clan's base would become a true iron wall, allowing for both offense and defense. Yoru slowly withdrew the lightning power surrounding his body. He unhurriedly sheathed his ninja sword. Then he turned around, not even sparing a glance at the enraged Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today was just an appetizer. Yoru put his hands back into his pockets, his tone filled with an arrogance that looked down on everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen, enjoy your last 2 days on the Hokage's throne. We, the Uchiha, will soon come back to settle the final score with you. After saying that, Yoru stepped forward and walked toward the main gate with a swagger. The Konoha ninjas blocking the way, seeing this youth who was like a demon god approaching, instinctively backed away to both sides. In the crowded Hokage building, they forcibly made a wide passage for him. Not a single person dared to step forward to stop him. Not a single person dared to shout a reprimand. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Yoru walked out of the Hokage building as if strolling in a courtyard. It wasn't until Yoru's back completely disappeared into the night that Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly slapped the broken wall. A great humiliation. This is the greatest humiliation since the founding of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice became a raspy roar due to extreme anger. Immediately mobilize all the Anbu and the remnants of Root. Send out the entire barrier, ninjutsu squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer care about any secret plotting. Deploy the highest level modified 4 violet flames formation. Seal off the Uchiha clan's compound completely. Not even a single fly is allowed to fly out. I want to trap them to death inside. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, Yoru returned safely to the family territory. But just as he stepped into the clan gate, he keenly sensed something unusual in the surrounding air. Yoru-sama. Uchiha Yashiro led a group of cadres and hurried over anxiously. You're finally back. Yashiro pointed to the sky on the outskirts of the clan grounds, his expression grave to the extreme. Just now, thousands of Konoha ninjas suddenly appeared and surrounded us so tightly that not even water could leak through. Tekka also gripped his ninja sword, adding through gritted teeth. Konoha's barrier, ninjutsu squad, has already buried formation bases all around. They are setting up an extremely large and solid blockade barrier. Looking at this posture, they want to completely trap us here, like catching a turtle in a jar. Yoru looked up at the faint pillars of energy on the outskirts of the clan grounds. Countless hostile gazes were staring fixedly at this piece of Uchiha land from the darkness. A highest-level blockade against the Uchiha had fully commenced. Chapter 18, Konoha completely seals off the Uchiha base. Yoru stood with his hands in his pockets, coldly watching the purple light curtain gradually taking shape in the night sky. Lord Yoru, this is the improved version of the Four Violet Flames formation, the pride of the barrier ninjutsu squad. Uchiha Yashiro stood to the side, his voice laced with deep concern. Its defensive power is incredibly formidable, isolating the inside from the outside. Once it's completely closed, even a simultaneous bombardment of 100 exploding tags might not be enough to tear a hole in it. Tekka gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. That old fossil, the third Hokage, is determined to trap us Uchiha like we're in a death row cell. There are at least 1,000 Konoha elites gathered on the perimeter. If we try to force a breakout with the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children of the clan, the casualties will definitely be astronomical. Seeing the worried expressions of the executives, Yoru, far from being flustered, let the cold sneer on his lips grow even more pronounced. Breakout! Yoru cast a contemptuous glance at the busy Konoha ninjas outside. Who said we were going to waste our energy trying to break out? Yashiro was stunned and asked in confusion. But Lord Yoru, once the barrier is complete, will truly be like turtles trapped in a jar. Turtles in a jar. Yoru laughed loudly, his laughter filled with an arrogance that looked down on everything. That's true. However, it's too early to decide who is the jar and who is the turtle. As he spoke, Yoru slowly pulled out a palm-sized, dark red, ancient formation plate from his robe. This was exactly the clan-level absolute defense barrier formation plate rewarded by the system after he had publicly slapped the two high-level advisors in the Hokage building earlier. Complex and obscure runes were carved onto the formation plate. It faintly emitted a violent fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. Lord Yoru, this is. Feeling the aura from the formation plate, Tekka couldn't help but swallow hard. Yoru didn't answer, but instead, he violently threw the formation plate high into the air above the clan compound. Buzz! As the formation plate rose into the sky, the perfect sage body within Yoru instantly erupted with a massive amount of chakra. The violent chakra surged into the sky like a physical substance, precisely injecting into the formation plate suspended in midair. Boom! Driven by the senjutsu chakra, the ancient formation plate instantly erupted with a blinding dark red light, like a blood-colored sun suddenly rising in the night sky. Immediately after, an incredibly massive, suffocatingly solid dark red barrier, centered on the formation plate, unfolded with a roar like a giant overturned bowl. What is that thing? The members of the Konoha barrier ninjutsu squad, who were setting up the Four Violet Flames formation on the perimeter, all looked up in horror. What terrifying chakra fluctuations! How could the Uchiha clan have a barrier of this level? A barrier ninjutsu squad captain turned pale with fright, his voice trembling. However, something even more terrifying was yet to come. After covering the entire Uchiha clan compound, this dark red barrier did not stop expanding. Instead, in an extremely domineering and completely unreasonable manner. It rapidly expanded in all directions. Not good, it's expanding toward us. Retreat, everyone fall back immediately. The barrier ninjutsu squad captain roared at the top of his lungs. But the expansion speed of that dark red light curtain was simply too fast, reaching a level that completely defied common sense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hundreds of Konoha Anbu, who had been hiding in the shadows, monitoring the Uchiha, and setting up the perimeter formations and traps, along with the remaining root elites, before they could even react. This dark red formation had already passed over their heads, and then slammed heavily onto the ground behind them. Thud! The entire earth shook violently. The dark red barrier closed completely, like an insurmountable chasm, deadlocking all paths of retreat. How is this possible? A root ninja terrifiedly swung his sword at the barrier's light curtain. Clang! The sharp ninja sword was instantly shattered, yet not even a single ripple appeared on the light curtain. We've been trapped in reverse. All our escape routes are cut off. The hundreds of Konoha elites, who had been aggressive and prepared to trap the Uchiha like turtles in a jar, were now all plunged into extreme panic. The roles of hunter and prey had undergone a dramatic and complete reversal in this very instant. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, seeing those Konoha ninjas who were trapped in reverse inside the formation and panic-stricken, all the Uchiha clan members widened their eyes. Lord Yarozu. Yashiro was trembling with excitement, unable to find the right words to describe the shock in his heart. This is simply a miracle. Yaro slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze cold to the extreme. He looked at the Konoha Anbu at the edge of the barrier, who were scurrying around like headless flies. A cruel arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Since they love sealing things off so much, let them have a good taste of being sealed off themselves. Yaro suddenly drew the ninja sword at his waist and held it high. People of the Uchiha clan. Yaro's voice was like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the interior of the barrier. Others have already held their blades to our throats. Now that the prey is locked in the cage, what are you waiting for? Yaro's sword tip pointed sharply at the trapped Konoha ninjas. He spat out 4 murderous words. Close the door and beat the dogs. Roar! The Uchiha clan members, who had been suppressing their anger for a long time, fell into a complete frenzy at this moment. Kill all these Konoha lapdogs. Let them know the wrath of the Uchiha. Over 1,000 Uchiha clan members, armed to the teeth, were like a pack of bloodthirsty hungry wolves that had broken free from their chains. They pounced madly upon the hundreds of Konoha ninjas at the edge of the barrier. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fuma shuriken. A sky full of ninjutsu and poison-coated hidden weapons poured down like a violent storm. Defend quickly. The remnants of Konoha's Anbu and Root desperately formed hand seals to resist. But in this completely enclosed space, they had nowhere to hide. Moreover, every member of the Uchiha clan was carrying a massive amount of exploding tags at this moment. Boom, booms, boom. Continuous explosions thundered madly at the edge of the barrier. Flames soared into the sky, and screams echoed one after another. This was not an evenly matched battle at all. It was a ruthless, one-sided purge with no suspense. Uchiha Yashiro brandished his ninja sword, slaying the enemies before him as easily as chopping vegetables. Tekka's eyes were even more bloodshot as he kicked over a root ninja and unhesitatingly plunged a kunai into the opponent's heart. In less than 10 short minutes, these hundreds of Konoha elites, who had been arrogant and intended to suppress the Uchiha, all fell in pools of blood, with not a single one able to stand up again. The pungent smell of gunpowder smoke permeated the air. The Uchiha clan members stood amidst the corpses scattered everywhere, holding their weapons high and erupting in deafening cheers. Yoru stood at a high vantage point, calmly looking down at everything. Just then, the extremely pleasant notification sound of the system rang out in his mind once more. Ding detected the host turning the tables and using an absolute defense barrier to trap enemies in reverse, relentlessly purging the highest-level monitors and completely shattering the higher-ups' blockade plan. Judgment, host's methods are domineering, rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtained a massive stockpile of top-tier chakra recovery potions. Top-tier chakra recovery potion. Hearing this reward, Yoru's eyes couldn't help but light up. This was a top-grade strategic resource that could instantly refill depleted chakra. With this massive stockpile, combined with his perfect sage body, it was simply like a perpetual motion machine that would never tire. Well done. Yoru jumped down from the high ground and nodded slightly to the fanatical clan members around him. Clean up the battlefield and take all useful supplies. Gather at the square in half an hour. Yes, Lord Yaru. The clan members responded with a roar, their faces beaming with the satisfaction of having their revenge and infinite hope for the future. After finishing the follow-up arrangements, Yoru turned and walked toward the Uchiha main residence. After this series of high-intensity events tonight, he also needed to slightly calm the surging chakra within his body. Returning to his spacious room, Yoru casually closed the door and went to the table to pour a glass of water. He had just sat down on a wooden chair, preparing to close his eyes and rest. Suddenly, Yoru's crimson Mangekyou Sharingan slowly emerged in his eyes without any warning. The hexagram pattern emitted an eerie shimmer in the darkness. Buzz! An extremely subtle spatial fluctuation, which would be impossible to detect without a Mangekyou, rippled gently like water in the air behind Yoru. Yoru's hand holding the water glass paused slightly, but his body made no violent reaction. He merely turned his head slightly, scanning behind him with the corner of his eye. The space there was distorting violently. Immediately after, a tall figure like a ghost silently stepped out of the spatial vortex. The newcomer wore a large black robe. On his face was a very striking orange spiral mask. Only at the position of the right eye was a circular hole left, revealing a cold and eerie gaze. The mysterious masked man, Konoha's highest-level clan-protecting barrier, for him who mastered space-time ninjutsu, was practically non-existent. Your perception is truly surprising. The masked man looked at Yoru's comeback, a low and raspy voice coming from beneath the mask. This voice carried a sense of condescending scrutiny and confidence. Uchiha Yoru. Obito slowly took a step forward, seemingly not treating this place as the enemy's headquarters at all. Your performance tonight has indeed exceeded my expectations. Whether it was dealing with Itachi or your actions at the Hokage building, you have proven that you are qualified to talk with me. Yoru didn't look back. He slowly and methodically finished the water in his glass. Then he slammed the glass down on the table. Talk. Yoru finally turned around. He sat in the chair with his legs crossed, his posture casual to the extreme, sneaking into someone's room like a rat in the middle of the night. Is this your idea of conversational etiquette? Facing Yoru's blunt mockery, Obito did not get angry. Instead, he let out a low chuckle, as if looking at an ignorant junior who didn't know the height of the heavens. Young Uchiha, don't let a momentary victory go to your head. Obito crossed his arms, striking the pose of a mastermind in control of everything. Do you think that by defeating a few Konoha higher-ups, you can contend with all of the 5 great nations? You are too naive. Obito's single eye stared intently at Yoru's Mangekyou Sharingan, throwing out his bait. Cooperate with me. I can grant you true power and take you to see the true reality of this world. Yoru watched Obito's clumsy performance, the playfulness in his eyes growing stronger. Cooperate? Who the hell do you think you are? Obito's gaze suddenly turned cold, and his tone became extremely oppressive. Who am I? I am the legend of the Uchiha clan, the savior who guides this world toward peace. My name is 19, Chapter 19, the mysterious masked man Obito secretly infiltrates in attempts to win him over. My name is Uchiha Madara. Obito's voice was low and raspy, deliberately drawing out his words. He tried to completely overpower the arrogant young man before him with his presence. Normally, anyone hearing this legendary name that shook the ninja world would have their legs go weak with fear. Obito crossed his arms, savoring the feeling of controlling people's hearts. He stood silently in place, waiting for Yi to show an expression of terror and awe. However, the room was surprisingly quiet. Yi leaned back in his chair, not only showing no shock, but nearly bursting into laughter. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the table. Keep making things up. He looked at Obito with a face full of mockery, his gaze like he was watching a clown performing hard in a circus. Obito's brow furrowed, and a flicker of displeasure flashed in the lone eye beneath the mask. Young Junior, you don't seem to understand your current situation. Obito paced slowly in the room, like a high and mighty preacher. Your declaration of war against the Konoha High Command tonight was courageous, but also extremely foolish. You have offended Konoha's center of power, even if you can lead your clansmen out of this compound. Tomorrow, you will all become S-rank rogue ninjas, wanted by the entire ninja world. Obito stopped walking, a hint of threat in his tone. No great nation will take in a group of extremely dangerous Uchiha. Your final destination will only be a miserable death amidst endless pursuit. Yi yawned, looking completely bored. So, are you going to be the savior and rescue me? Obito looked directly into Yi's eyes and laid out his chips. Not rescue, but cooperation. I am very interested in the ruthlessness and power you displayed tonight. Join my Eye of the Moon plan and become the sharpest blade under my command. Obito spread his arms, describing his illusory grand blueprint. I will show you the true reality of this world and overturn the hypocritical rule of the 5 great nations. Together, we will create a perfect dream of only peace. Obito reached out his right hand to Yi, waiting for this young powerhouse to submit. In his view, Yi, who was at a dead end, had no reason to refuse. He looked at the hand reaching toward him, the mockery at the corner of his mouth no longer hidden. Create a dream? Are you out of your mind? Yi cursed mercilessly, not leaving him any face at all. You can't even protect the woman you love. A piece of trash who can only numb himself by escaping reality. He sneered repeatedly, his voice as sharp as a blade. A coward like you thinks he's worthy of talking about cooperation with me. The lone eye behind Obito's mask suddenly constricted, and an extremely violent killing intent instantly spiraled out of control. Rin Nohara died, and you just went completely insane, didn't you? This sentence from Yi was like digging a deep, cruel gouge into Obito's most secret and fragile wound. Obito's body jolted, and even his breathing stopped for half a second. How do you know that name? Obito's voice was no longer that deliberately lowered rasp. Instead, it betrayed a hint of extreme panic that could not be concealed. He slowly stood up, looking down at him. I not only know her, I also know you're a complete and utter pathetic wretch. Hiding in the shadows every day plotting this and that, not even daring to show your true face. Word by word, he spat out the name that caused the masked man to completely break down. Obito, have you become addicted to pretending to be Madara? Boom! Obito's brain felt as if it had been struck by a giant hammer. The whole world was spinning. He called out my name. How is this possible? In this world, it's absolutely impossible for anyone else to know my true identity. The disguise he had painstakingly maintained for years turned out to be like a piece of scrap paper that could be pierced with a single poke before this youth. An unprecedented panic and humiliation-fueled rage instantly consumed Obito's reason. Who exactly are you? What exactly do you know? Obito roared hysterically, the Mangekyou Sharingan in his right eye spinning wildly. He instinctively wanted to activate divine might to directly erase or pull this variable who knew too much into his other dimension. However, Yi's movement was faster than his. Want to make a move? Why do you think I sat here listening to your nonsense? A terrifying fierce light erupted from Yi's eyes. Take Mikazuchi. Violent lightning release chakra instantly exploded within Yi's body. Blinding blue lightning, like 10,000 roaring thunder snakes, instantly filled the entire room. ZZZZT. Yi's figure transformed directly into a bolt of lightning that the naked eye simply could not capture. With a terrifying speed that surpassed the limits of human cognition, he instantly closed in on Obito. Too fast. Obito's only Sharingan could only capture a blur of blinding blue light. Not good divine might. Obito was terrified and immediately channeled his eye power, attempting to phase his body to dodge this fatal strike. According to past experience, as long as divine might was activated, any physical attack would pass directly through his body. However, what Obito encountered today was a monster who was completely unreasonable. Playing with space-time ninjutsu in front of me. The ninja sword, gripped tightly in Yi's hand, was already coated with high-frequency, vibrating violent electricity. Did you think lightning release was just for show? The violent power of lightning, carrying the terrifying pressure of the perfect sage body, forcibly interfered with the not yet fully formed spatial fluctuations around Obito. Space-time ninjutsu's greatest weakness is high-intensity energy interference. The phasing that Obito would normally complete in just a fraction of a second suffered a fatal half-beat delay under the suppression of the lightning. What phasing has slowed down? Obito's lone eye widened, filled with disbelief. But it was all too late. Swish! A cold blade light, wrapped in violent lightning, drew a perfect crescent arc in midair. There was no suspense. The blade edge accurately struck the orange swirl mask that Obito was so proud of. Chirp! An extremely crisp sound of tearing cloth rang out. That mask he had worn for years was sliced neatly into two halves by Yi's sword. If Obito hadn't desperately leaned back at the last moment, this strike would have definitely sliced off half his head. The two halves of the mask slipped from Obito's face and fell heavily onto the wooden floor, completely exposing the true face hidden beneath. It was a terrifying face covered in wrinkles and scars, looking as if it had been destroyed by a great fire. At this moment, this face was written with extreme panic and horror. He held the lightning-flickering ninja sword, its tip pointing distantly at the tip of Obito's nose. This face is much uglier than your broken mask, Senior Obito. Yi's mockery was like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into Obito's fragile self-esteem. Just then, the system prompt that made one's heart bloom with joy rang out on time in Yi's mind. Ding detected that the host has shattered Hypocrisy with one strike, heartlessly stripping off the mastermind's disguise. Calling him by his name, harshly rebuking the ninja world's greatest conspirator, and completely crushing his psychological defense. Judgment, host's behavior is extremely arrogant, rebellion level, SSS rank. God level reward has been distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtain the space-time ninjutsu profound meaning, Flying Thunder God technique, CLS version. CLS Flying Thunder God. Hearing this reward, Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more crazed. This was the absolute divine technique that the second Hokage and fourth Hokage relied on to run rampant in the ninja world. And the CLS version rewarded by the system meant he didn't need any preparatory movements. As long as he had enough chakra, he could complete an incredible teleportation in the blink of an eye. With this skill, Obito's divine might would no longer have any speed advantage before him. Yu Kai Ha Yi. Obito covered half of his face, his body shaking violently from extreme anger. His trump card was heartlessly exposed. His identity was completely revealed. Even his most secret pain was brought out and trampled upon at will. Obito now felt like he could eat Yi alive. Since you know so much, you absolutely cannot live in this world. Obito let out a roar like a wild beast. He completely gave up on the idea of recruitment and disguise. The Mangekyou Sharingan in his right eye socket began to spin at an unprecedentedly crazed speed. Divine Might. This time, Obito was no longer using defensive phasing, but directly activated the offensive form of Divine Might. An extremely terrifying spatial distortion force centered on Obito's line of sight. Instantly, it swept toward the position where Yi was located. The surrounding air emitted a series of piercing sonic booms. Even the wooden tables and chairs in the room instantly crumbled under the pull of this spatial distortion. I will twist you into mincemeat and trap you in the other dimension forever. Obito's face was contorted, swearing to directly slaughter this dangerous variable who knew too much. Chapter 20 Seeing Through Kamui's Fatal Flaw. Die in the other dimension for me, Uchiha Yoru. Obito roared hysterically, his soul remaining Sharingan bloodshot from overtaxing its ocular power. A violent spatial vortex fully formed within the room. An irresistible, terrifying suction force firmly seized Yoru's body. Broken wooden planks and collapsed tables and chairs were all ruthlessly swept into that pitch-black other dimension by this power. Faced with this absolute predicament, capable of instantly strangling a person, Yoru stood his ground, the corners of his mouth curling into an extremely mocking sneer. You want to lock me in your doghouse? Yoru looked at Obito's hideous, scarred face, his eyes full of disdain. Do you think such a slow, broken move is useful against me? The moment those words fell, Yoru didn't even lift a hand, nor did he make any hand seal movements. Swish! His body simply vanished into thin air without warning, right under the lock-on of the divine might space. There was no trace of chakra, nor any afterimage of movement. He was completely erased from where he stood. Where is he? Obito's eyes widened suddenly, as divine might suction instantly hit empty air. How is this possible? Obito's face was filled with horror, and a stormy sea of shock rose in his heart. Divine Might's spatial lock was already complete. How could he have escaped? Who are you looking for, Senior Obito? A cold, playful voice, like that of a Shinigami, exploded behind Obito's head without warning. At that moment, every hair on Obito's body stood on end. He whipped his head around, only to see that Yoru had appeared in his blind spot like a ghost at some unknown point. What kind of technique is this? Obito retreated repeatedly in terror, a name that had haunted him for over a decade flashing through his mind. No hand seals, instantaneous movement. Flying Thunder God, you actually know Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God. Obito's voice was trembling, as if he had returned to that desperate night dominated by the yellow flash. Good eye. Yoru walked toward Obito step by step with his hands in his pockets. However, you guessed one thing wrong. My Flying Thunder God is much more useful than your teacher's. Yoru didn't even bother to use his Mangekyou Sharingan skills. He stomped his foot down hard, and the terrifying explosive power of the perfect sage body instantly vented out. Boom! The floor was crushed under his step, and Yoru's figure turned into an afterimage, closing in instantly. There were no fancy ninjutsu, only the purest, most violent taijutsu. Yoru threw a heavy straight punch aimed directly at Obito's face. Don't look down on me. Obito was furious and immediately activated his Mangekyou. Divine Might, intangibility. Yoru's fist passed through Obito's head without any resistance and hit the wall behind him. With a loud bang, half the wall collapsed from the punch. Relying on Divine Might's invincible defense, Obito's eyes became sinister. No matter how fast you are, as long as you can't hit me, everything is in vain. Obito let out a great roar, his right side immediately swelling as pale wooden vines burst from his body. Wood release, cutting technique. Dozens of incredibly sharp wooden spikes stabbed toward Yoru's heart from point-blank range. You're only fit to use the scraps Hashirama left behind. Yoru snorted coldly and activated the sealless Flying Thunder God again. Swish! The wooden spikes pierced directly through the air. Yoru's figure vanished again, and in the next second, appeared directly above Obito's head. Bangs, bangs, bang. Yoru's taijutsu offensive, like a violent storm, poured down frantically on Obito. The teleportation of Flying Thunder God, combined with the extreme speed of the sage body, allowed Yoru to turn into countless phantoms in the room. Obito didn't even have a chance to counterattack. He could only grit his teeth and push his intangibility state to the limit. Yoru's fists and feet continuously passed through various parts of Obito's body. Give up! Obito shouted mockingly while maintaining his intangibility. My Divine Might is a perfect defense. You can absolutely never touch me. Even if you know Flying Thunder God, so what? This kind of taijutsu consumption will drag you down sooner or later. Listening to Obito's boastful words, Yoru let out a ruthless chuckle as he flickered rapidly around Obito. Perfect defense. Yoru's voice came from all directions. Obito, have you been playing the charlatan for so long that even your brain has rusted? This trick of yours, only good for being a shrinking turtle, only fools those ignorant idiots. Obito roared in exasperation. Arrogant talk. If you're so capable, try breaking it. Fine, then as you wish. Yoru's voice suddenly stopped. His high-speed moving figure abruptly halted 3 meters directly in front of Obito. Yoru panted slightly. It seemed that the continuous high-intensity taijutsu and spatial jumps had caused a brief stagnation in his chakra. His defense showed a very obvious opening. He's out of energy. Obito's single exposed eye suddenly lit up. An opportunity. Obito was overjoyed. Without time to think, his body reacted instinctively. Go to hell would release. Obito deactivated his intangibility, and the wooden vine on his right hand turned into a sharp spear, thrusting violently toward Yoru's heart. I've got you, kid. A cruel and triumphant grin appeared on Obito's face. As long as this strike landed, this monster who knew too much would completely die. However, at the very moment Obito's spear was about to touch Yoru's chest, Yoru's originally somewhat disordered breathing instantly smoothed out. He looked up, and those crimson Mangekyou Sharingan were filled with the mockery one would have for a dead man. Idiot, you fell for it. Obito's pupils shrank suddenly, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Not good, it's a trap. Obito wanted to restart his intangibility, but his offensive movement was already committed and couldn't be retracted in time. When you attack others, you're also physical, you fool. Yoru shouted. Neural reaction speeds, even more terrifying than the fourth Hokage's, were displayed to the fullest at this moment. Take Mikazuchi. Blinding lightning instantly enveloped Yoru's right leg. Yoru's body carved a sharp afterimage in midair. Before the wooden spear could hit him, a flying kick, condensed with all the monstrous strength of the sage body and violent lightning release, slammed heavily into Obito's chest. Bang! A dull, toothacheing loud sound. Crack, crack. The ribs in Obito's chest shattered inch by inch upon contact. Obito's eyes bulged, and he suddenly sprayed a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a mountain falling from the sky. His entire chest cavity collapsed directly. Alia! Obito let out a shrill scream, his body flying backward like a cannonball. But Yoru had no intention of letting him go like that. You enjoyed hiding just now, didn't you? Yoru activated Flying Thunder God and instantly appeared above the flying Obito. Now, have a good taste of being beat. Yoru clasped his hands together, wreathed in dazzling lightning, and smashed them down like a warhammer onto Obito's back. Boom! Obito's trajectory was changed by the smash, and he plummeted straight toward the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Yoru's figure flashed again, appearing below Obito. An upward kick sent Obito flying back into the air. Bangs, bangs, bang. Lightning flared as Yoru unleashed an extremely brutal, completely merciless combo in midair. Obito was like a tattered sandbag, beaten in the air by Yoru without any power to fight back. His proud divine might became a complete joke in the face of Yoru's Flying Thunder God and extreme taijutsu. Get down. Yoru completed his final charge in midair. His right leg, like a heaven-splitting giant axe, brought a gale that tore the air as it chopped heavily onto Obito's shoulder. Rumble. Obito's body smashed through the roof of the Uchiha main residence like a meteorite. Going all the way down, he smashed hard into the solid bluestone ground. The earth trembled and dust flew. A huge meteorite crater over 10 meters wide was forcefully smashed into the ground. Yoru landed steadily on the edge of the crater, looking down coldly. At the bottom of the pit, Obito, who had always toyed with the ninja world and prided himself as the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, he was slumped in the rubble like a dead dog. He was vomiting blood in large gulps, and the white Zetsu body that originally covered his right half had been beaten almost completely to a pulp by Yoru's violent taijutsu. Broken wooden fibers were exposed to the air, looking incredibly wretched. Obito stared fixedly at Yoru with his remaining eye, his gaze no longer holding its previous arrogance. In its place was deep fear and total terror. A monster. This Uchiha Yoru before him was a completely incomprehensible monster. Just then, the system's wonderful notification sound rang out on time in Yoru's mind. Ding, detected host brutally beating Obito, ruthlessly crushing Divine Might's fatal flaw. Using pure taijutsu and speed to beat the ninja world's mastermind until he has no dignity left. Judgment, host's insight is heaven-defying, combat power is domineering and peerless. God-level reward has been distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtained full immunity constitution to Kamui space. Hearing this reward, Yoru raised an eyebrow with satisfaction. Full immunity constitution to Kamui space. This meant that from now on, even if Obito risked his life, it would be absolutely impossible to suck Yoru into the other dimension again. In front of Yoru, Obito's only trump card had completely become scrap paper. Why aren't you barking anymore, Senior Obito? Yoru stood by the pit, mocking him from above. Weren't you going to create a perfect dream? With your current state, lying on the ground eating dirt. Obito gritted his teeth hard, humiliation and intense pain making his whole body tremble. He knew that if he continued to stay here today, he would definitely be beaten to death by this monster. Uchiha Yoru, remember this. Obito endured the near-death pain and exhausted the last trace of ocular power in his body. The Mangekyou Sharingan in his right eye spun frantically to the limit. Divine might. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared beneath him. Taking advantage of the gap where Yoru didn't continue his attack, Obito extremely miserably pulled his broken body into the other dimension. The vortex closed, and Obito vanished without a trace. Yoru stood where he was, coldly looking at the spot where Obito had disappeared, and did not choose to pursue. He knew Obito only had half a life left, and absolutely wouldn't dare to come out and stir up trouble again for a short time. 21. After defeating Obito in Chapter 21, I received a reward of God-level Taijutsu. You looked down at the bottom of the crater and snorted coldly. Consider yourself lucky for running so fast, you rat. He didn't choose to pursue, because the greatest hidden danger had been eliminated. Internal troubles and external enemies had both been deterred. It was time for the final step. He turned around and slowly sheathed his ninja sword, which was flickering with lightning. Just then, the system's notification for the delayed reward sounded in his mind. Ding, the system's additional reward has arrived. Obtain the God-level Taijutsu Inheritance Halo. Effect: the host can perfectly bestow his own Taijutsu secrets and Senjutsu life essence upon a designated target, forcibly increasing their combat power. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. This halo was truly like charcoal in the snow. The upcoming breakout would inevitably be a tough battle. While killing alone was satisfying, having weak subordinates would easily drag him down. He stepped forward and walked straight toward the wide plaza in front of the Uchiha main residence. By now, the plaza was densely packed with people. Over 1,000 Uchiha clan members had put on all their combat gear according to Yi's orders. Everyone was covered in exploding tags and sharp ninja tools. Seeing Yi walk over unharmed, the crowd automatically parted to create a wide path. All eyes converged on Yi with fanatical intensity. Lord Yi. Uchiha Yashiro quickly stepped forward, his voice filled with excitement. The battlefield has been cleared, and all the supplies from the clan's treasury have been distributed. Everyone is waiting for your final instructions. He stopped and surveyed the group of clansmen, who had finally regained their wolf-like nature. Did everyone enjoy the appetizers on the outskirts just now? Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. We did, it was exhilarating. Tekka shouted loudly, raising his ninja sword high. Konoha's so-called Anbu and root elites were simply no match for us. As long as Lord Yi leads us, we would even dare to flatten the Hokage building. The clansmen raised their weapons one after another, erupting in deafening cheers. He nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand dismissively. The noise instantly subsided, and everyone held their breath, waiting for Yi to continue. Tonight's breakout is destined to make all of Konoha tremble. Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, his tone filled with arrogance that looked down upon the world. That old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely use every ounce of his strength to try and stop us at all costs. To make you worthy of following my path of destruction. Yi's gaze sharpened, and a massive amount of chakra instantly circulated within his body. I have decided to give you a special reward. Yashiro, Tekka, Inabai, and Izumi. Yi suddenly raised his voice. The four of you step forward immediately. The 4 people whose names were called did not hesitate for a moment. They strode out of the formation and came before Yi. Thud! The 4 of them knelt heavily on one knee at Yi's feet in unison. Especially Uchiha Izumi. She had just endured a massive mental shock in the Tsukuyomi illusion, and although she had persevered through hatred, her face was still somewhat pale, and her breathing was slightly hurried. However, the look she gave Yi was the most fanatical and determined of the 4. Lord Yi, please give us your orders. Yashiro looked up excitedly and responded loudly. Yi didn't waste a single word. He directly activated the god-level Taijutsu inheritance halo he had just obtained. Close your eyes and open your chakra pathways. Yi raised his hands and placed them on the shoulders of Yashiro and Tekka. Boom! Without any warning, an extremely vast senjutsu chakra, filled with endless life force, instantly surged out from Yi's palms. This power was also mixed with the elite Jonin-level Taijutsu secrets from the system reward. Like a bursting flood, it was forcibly poured into their bodies. Ahe! Yashiro and Tekka let out suppressed groans at the same time. They felt their originally blocked pathways shatter and instantly reorganize under the wash of this violent power. What immense power! Yashiro snapped his eyes open. His 2-tamo Sharingan spun wildly, showing signs of breaking through to 3-tamo. My power, my chakra reserves have doubled directly. Tekka was trembling with excitement. He felt like he could shatter a city wall with a single punch. He followed the same procedure and poured power into Anabai as well. In less than a minute, the strength of these 3 core members of the radical faction underwent a heaven-defying qualitative change. Their bottlenecks, which had been stagnant for years, were forcibly broken through. They were forcibly raised by Yi to the terrifying level of touching the cage-level threshold. The watching clansmen were all stunned, the admiration in their eyes becoming even more frenzied. Lord Yi not only possessed invincible combat power, but he could even raise others' strength at will. This was simply a method only a god could possess. After completing all this, Yi slowly withdrew his hands. He turned his gaze to the last girl, kneeling on the ground. Uchiha Izumi. It's your turn. Yi's voice softened slightly. Izumi looked up obediently, her delicate face carrying a hint of expectation and nervousness. Yi took a step forward, closing the distance between them. He didn't roughly press down on her shoulders like he did with Yashiro and the others. He slowly reached out his right hand. Using his index and middle fingers, he gently lifted Izumi's smooth, jade-like chin. This intimate little gesture made Izumi's heart skip a beat. The 2 were very close. Izumi could even clearly feel the domineering masculine aura coming from Yi. This caused a charming blush to instantly stain her cheeks. Lord Yi, Izumi's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of an undeniable tremor. Don't move, feel it carefully. Yi's voice was low and beyond doubt. He didn't pour out a large amount of violent power. Instead, he drew out a strand of the gentlest and purest perfect senjutsu chakra. Following his fingertips, he injected it bit by bit into Izumi's skin. This power was extremely mysterious. Like spring rain, it instantly smoothed over the mental trauma Izumi had suffered in the Tsukuyomi illusion. Not only that, this gentle power rushed straight toward Izumi's eyes. Izumi's Sharingan, which had been somewhat dim, instantly burst with bright red light. The tamo in her pupils began to spin at an incredible speed. Accompanied by a cool sense of comfort, Izumi's Sharingan completely stabilized, settling into 3 deep black tamo. She was pushed directly to the peak state of the 3 tamo, feeling the domineering warmth from Yi's fingertips and the reborn power within her body. The last trace of haze in Izumi's heart was completely dispelled. The weak girl of the past was dead. Now, in her heart, there was only the king before her who had given her a new life. Thank you for your gift, Lord Yi. Izumi took the opportunity to lower her head slightly, pressing her burning cheek against the back of Yi's hand with deep attachment. From now on, Izumi is the sharpest blade in your hand, my lord. Whoever dares to block your path, Izumi will cut off their head for you. Izumi's vow carried an undeniable cold-bloodedness and determination. Yi withdrew his hand with satisfaction. He looked at the 4 capable generals before him who had been completely transformed, and a faint, arrogant smile played on his lips. This invincible guard, armed to the teeth, had finally taken shape. Just then, the system's extremely pleased notification sounded in Yi's mind right on time. Ding detected that the host has completed the qualitative upgrade of the core combat power, successfully brainwashed, and created an absolutely loyal Uchiha guard. Judgment, the clan's foundation has been greatly enhanced, Rebellion rating SSS. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtain the Senjutsu Chakra Mass Amplification Array. Hearing this reward, a terrifying light burst from Yi's eyes. Mass Amplification. This was the ultimate God-tier skill for group battles. Without any hesitation, Yi immediately activated this insane array in his heart. Vroom! A pale blue energy halo, invisible to the naked eye, instantly spread out with Yi as the center. In just 1 second, it enveloped all the Uchiha clan members in the plaza. What is this feeling? I feel like my whole body is filled with inexhaustible power. My Sharingan's ocular power is actually recovering automatically. The clansmen in the plaza cried out in disbelief. Under the amplification of this array, everyone's chakra recovery speed and ninjutsu power were exaggeratedly improved. The morale of the entire Uchiha clan reached its absolute peak at this moment. All troops hear my command. He suddenly drew the ninja sword at his waist, the blade reflecting a grim chill under the moonlight. He pointed the tip of his sword directly at the center of Konoha's power, his voice like rolling thunder. Follow me out and trample Konoha. Roar! Over 1,000 Uchiha clan members roared in unison, their battle intent piercing the clouds. 22, Chapter 22, The Night of the Massacre, Early Morning. The early morning on the day of the night of the massacre. Konoha village did not welcome its usual morning sun. Instead, it was shrouded in a layer of eerie, thick mist. A chilling aura of slaughter permeated the air, making one feel extremely uneasy. Deep underground, within the headquarters of the route, the command room, usually cold and silent, was now filled with angry roars. Bang! Shimura Danzo slammed his newly replaced cane hard against the solid floor. That weak waist, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he's always hesitating. Danzo's gloomy old face twitched slightly due to extreme anger. Uchiha Yoru is already S**G on our heads, and he's still waiting for some allied force from the various clans. By the time he finishes mobilizing, it'll be too late. The several adjutants kneeling below were as quiet as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe loudly. Since he doesn't dare to act early, then this old man will do it for him. In Danzo's single exposed eye, greed and madness flashed, unable to be hidden. That is an entire clan's worth of Sharingan. If they can all fall into my hands, what Hokage, what 5 great nations, they will all have to submit. Danzo turned around abruptly and gave a hysterical death order to his adjutant. Go immediately and open the ceiling gates at the lowest level. Wake up all those emotionless killing machines. We're not waiting for the third anymore. This old man is going to harvest the fruits of victory right now. The adjutant swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, Lord Danzo, are we really deploying all of them? Once those death soldiers are released, the destruction caused might be immeasurable. This is my command, you dare to question it. Danzo stared at him fiercely, radiating murderous intent. Take all the exploding tags and poison gas bombs in the warehouse. Before the third can react, surround the Uchiha gates tightly for me. Understood, your subordinate will see to it immediately. The adjutant was so terrified that he scrambled out of the command room. A ruthless encirclement and suppression campaign, initiated privately by Danzo, had officially begun. Outside the mist-shrouded gates of the Uchiha compound, densely packed black shadows quickly appeared in the thick fog like ghosts. They all wore blank masks without any patterns and held cold, sharp blades. A full several hundred of the most elite root death soldiers, surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and even their breathing frequencies were kept highly consistent. The surrounding walls and tree trunks were already covered, with densely packed exploding tags they had pasted. "Get the poison gas bombs ready." The route captain coldly issued deployment orders. As long as they dare to resist, pump the gas in first. After the preparations were complete, the captain stepped forward, his hands quickly forming seals. He used a chakra amplification ninjutsu, and his extremely arrogant voice instantly penetrated the thick gates. "Listen up, people inside. We are the Assassination Tactical Special Force, here on orders to enforce the law. Open the gates immediately. Everyone lay down your weapons and kneel to be bound." The captain's voice was filled with high and mighty arrogance. "Tie up that madman named Uchiha Yoru and hand him over to us. You have 1 minute to consider. If you dare to delay or resist in the slightest." The captain suddenly drew his ninja sword, pointing it straight at the Uchiha clan crest. "We will immediately raise the entire Uchiha to the ground, leaving no one alive." The arrogant threats echoed continuously in the air. However, the situation inside the gates was completely different from what they had imagined. There was no expected panic or confusion, nor any sign of begging for mercy. All the Uchiha clan members, armed to the teeth, all wore bloodthirsty, cruel smiles. Under the blessing of the Senjutsu Chakra group buff, array that Yoru had just set up, every one of them now felt their bodies filled with inexhaustible, violent power. These rats from the gutters are barking quite loudly. Uchiha Yashiro touched the hilt of the sword at his waist, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. Do they really think we're still the soft persimmons we used to be handled at will? Tekka's eyes were even more blood red as he impatiently flexed his wrists. A mere few hundred cannon fodder dare to bark in front of us. "Lord Yoru, please give the order and let us go out and cut them into pieces." At the very front of the crowd, Yoru stood with a calm expression, as if he hadn't heard the clamor outside at all. He was in no hurry to give orders, only a casual, cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Just then, Uchiha Izumi silently walked up to Yoru. Her delicate face carried a trace of a gentle smile. Izumi reached out her fair and slender hands, meticulously helping Yoru straighten his slightly messy collar. "Lord Yoru, the mist is thick and the wind is cold outside." Izumi looked up slightly, her beautiful eyes full of unabashed obsession and admiration. "Just leave this dirty work to us to handle. There's no need for you to waste your strength on this trash." Looking at the obedient and moving face before him, Yoru gave a light laugh, reached out, and unhesitatingly pinched her soft cheek. "Having that thought is enough." Yoru's voice held a hint of dominance, yet did not lack doting. "But today is a big day. This first appetizer is better served by me personally." Yoru casually rubbed Izumi's long hair. "Wait until I've cleared them out, and I'll take you all out for morning tea." Feeling the warmth of Yoru's palm and those heart-tracing words, Izumi's cheeks were instantly dyed with an alluring blush, and even the tips of her ears felt a bit hot. She nodded obediently and took half a step back. "Then Izumi will be at the side, supporting you." "Open the gates." Yoru put his hands in his pockets and looked forward, his tone as calm as if he were ordering a trivial matter. Creak, accompanied by a dull, toothacheing grinding sound. The heavy wooden gates were slowly pulled open by 2 clansmen. The root ninja outside immediately gripped their weapons, muscles tensed, standing ready. The gates were fully opened. A breeze dispersed the thin mist at the entrance. Yoru, surrounded by a group of fully armed, murderous guards. Like a peerless demon god, descending upon the mortal world. With unhurried steps, he slowly stepped out of the gates. His deep eyes coldly swept over the dense crowd outside. Only this scrap metal came. Yoru heartlessly activated his taunt mode, his voice full of contempt. "What?" The old dog Danzo doesn't even have the guts to show his face, so he sent you cannon fodder to die. Yoru raised an eyebrow, his tone extremely arrogant. Does he think that as long as there's enough cannon fodder, he can tire me to death? As soon as these words came out, the Root Captain's face instantly became extremely ugly. Presumptuous, you dare to publicly insult Lord Danzo. He had originally thought the Uchiha would be trembling with fear after seeing this display. He didn't expect this young man to be so arrogant to the point of not treating them as human at all. Uchiha Yoru, you're about to die and you still dare to be stubborn. The captain, driven to rage by shame, fiercely swung down the ninja sword in his hand. Since you've come out to seek death, we'll fulfill your wish. Everyone, heed my command. The captain roared at the top of his lungs. Don't give him any chance to form seals. All units concentrate fire, blast him into dust for me. Yes. Hundreds of Root Death soldiers shouted in unison. They quickly dispersed their formation, their hands turning into countless afterimages. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. In an instant, countless fireballs and wind blades intertwined and fused in midair, forming a terrifying torrent of ninjutsu capable of destroying everything. Not only that, the death soldiers in the back row through an overwhelming number of kunai tide with exploding tags, pouring down like a rainstorm. Facing this overwhelming bombardment that was enough to level city walls, the Uchiha guards behind Yoru subconsciously gripped their weapons, preparing to step forward to resist. Everyone stay still. Yoru calmly spat out 4 words. His voice wasn't loud, but it had an unquestionable magic to it. He didn't even draw the ninja sword at his waist, nor did he even move his feet an inch. He only slowly raised one hand toward the sky. At this very moment, in Yoru's mind, that wonderful mechanical prompt sounded right on time. Ding detected that the host, facing a massive army, regards the Root elites as ants. Despising hundreds of killing machines with the power of one person, not even deigning to draw a sword, truly domineering. Judgment host is extremely arrogant and looks down on everything. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtained tenfold infinite amplification of lightning release power. Tenfold amplification. Hearing this reward, the corners of Yoru's mouth curled up wildly. A violent lightning power, so irritable it almost burst his meridians, instantly surged and agitated within his body. A terrifying gleam erupted from Yoru's eyes. His raised right hand suddenly pressed down, like a god presiding over heavenly punishment. Come lightning. Rumble. The early morning sky, which had only been a bit misty, instantly changed at this moment. Extremely terrifying black clouds converged wildly over Konoha at a speed that defied common sense. Layer upon layer of thick black clouds piled up, directly and completely obscuring the rising morning sun. The entire world seemed to instantly fall into an endless darkness, as if doomsday had arrived. What's going on? How did the sky suddenly turn black? In those black clouds, there's extremely terrifying chakra rolling. The Root Ninja, having finished releasing their ninjutsu, all looked up in horror. They even forgot to continue their attack. Crackle. Violent, blinding blue lightning zipped and intertwined wildly within the dark cloud layer, emitting deafening roars. A destructive pressure that made everyone's hearts jump and even their souls tremble. Deadly locked onto the dense Root army below. The gale howled, blowing Yoru's black hair wildly. His Mangekyou Sharingan emitted an eerie red light in the darkness. Yoru stared fixedly at the sky above. In the deepest part of the rolling thunderclouds, a thunder beast, composed entirely of lightning, and with a body so massive it covered the sky, was slowly poking out its hideous and terrifying head. 23, Chapter 23. Night standing atop the high wall, above the firmament. The sky, which originally shimmered with the faint light of dawn, had now become as dark as the end of the world. Heavy, churning black clouds pressed down over Konoha village, appearing almost within reach. Deep within those pitch-black layers of clouds, under Yi's guidance and a tenfold amplification, the violent lightning attribute chakra had completely condensed into form. A giant lightning beast, hundreds of zhang long and emitting a blinding blue light, was slowly extending more than half of its body. Kirin. Enveloped in destructive electric arcs, it looked down upon the earth from its high vantage point. The mere destructive pressure it inadvertently emitted caused the air below to become extremely distorted. A monster? What level of monster is this? This isn't a ninjutsu that can be released by human power at all. Outside the gate, the root ninjas, who had been arrogant and domineering moments ago, were now so terrified they couldn't even hold their weapons steady. Their faces beneath their masks were extremely contorted, and their legs shook uncontrollably. Faced with such a natural disaster that defied common sense, anyone would instinctively feel their courage shatter. The howling wind, carrying the residual power of the lightning, raged across the field. He stood at the very front, his figure as steady as Mount Tai. Beside him, although Uchiha Izumi's strength had greatly increased, she still felt a slight difficulty in breathing when facing Kirin's pressure. Yi noticed her discomfort. He casually reached out his left hand, wrapped it around Izumi's slender waist, and pulled her closer to him. A wave of gentle senjutsu chakra instantly covered Izumi's entire body, dispelling all her discomfort. With me here, even heaven's punishment cannot harm you. He lowered his head slightly, his voice deep and domineering. Feeling that strong, large hand around her waist, and the indisputable sense of security Yi provided. Izumi's cheeks instantly flushed hot, her beautiful eyes filled with deep infatuation. Yes, Lord Yi. She leaned obediently against Yi's side, greedily soaking in the protection that belonged only to her. Don't panic, no one is allowed to retreat. Just then the root captain let out a hoarse, lung-bursting roar. He knew very well that under a strike of this scale, running away only led to a dead end. Earth Release Squad, Water Release Squad, everyone step forward. The captain frantically waved his ninja sword, commanding his subordinates. Squeeze out every last bit of your chakra. Use the highest level combined defense. Block it for me. Hearing the order, the desperate Root Death Squad members erupted with a powerful will to survive. Dozens of elites proficient in earth release and water release stepped forward simultaneously. Their hands blurred into countless afterimages as they frantically wove hand signs. Earth release, 10,000-mile Earth shore return. Water release, water encampment wall. Accompanied by a synchronized roar. The earth trembled as over a dozen massive earth walls, several meters thick and as hard as steel, rose from the ground. Following that, a massive volume of water shot into the sky, adhering to the earth walls. The combination of water and earth instantly formed a seemingly indestructible ultimate defensive fortress. Looking at this combined defense line, the captain felt slightly more at ease. It can hold, it will definitely hold. He shouted as if to comfort himself. He's just a green brat. This kind of blustering ninjutsu is definitely all show and no substance. However, as he looked at the high wall they had built with all their might, his mouth curled into an extremely contemptuous sneer. His right hand, held high in the air, swung down ruthlessly. Be gone, scum. Accompanied by Yi's cold and heartless sentence, the lightning beast within the clouds let out an eardrum-shattering roar. The instant-cast version of the supersized lightning release. Kirin, carrying a supreme power capable of destroying heaven and earth. It crashed down from the high heavens at the speed of light. An indescribably thick pillar of blue light instantly pierced through the world. Rumbled. An earth-shattering explosion that words couldn't describe erupted on the land of Konoha. The blinding white-blue light caused everyone to lose their vision instantly. The highest level combined defense that Root was so proud of was, in the face of Kirin, simply worse than if it were made of paper. It didn't even hold for half a second. The violent lightning and unimaginable high temperatures evaporated the water encampment wall into nothingness the moment they made contact. Those dozen or so thick earth walls were melted into a liquid state on the spot. Then, under the terrifying energy impact, they were completely vaporized along with the liquid mud. No. The Root captain only had time to let out a short, desperate howl. Immediately afterward, his voice was completely swallowed by the endless lightning. There were no scenes of flesh and blood flying. Over 100 fully armed Root Elite Death Squad members. Under Kirin's destructive strike, they were instantly vaporized clean. Not even a single speck of residue was left in this world. The lightning raged for several seconds before slowly dissipating. The churning dark clouds in the sky also vanished, and the morning sunlight fell once again. However, the scene outside the Uchiha compound gate had undergone an earth-shaking change. The originally flat and wide ground had completely disappeared. In its place was a bottomless, massive scorched crater spanning hundreds of meters. At the edges of the pit, the soil had been completely baked into a smooth, glass-like state by the terrifying high temperature. It was emitting an astonishing heat that distorted the air. No one around could make a single sound. All the Uchiha clan members, including Yashiro and Tekka, stood with their mouths wide open. They stared blankly at this miracle-like masterpiece before them, their very breathing having come to a halt. Just then, the system's extremely excited notification sounded punctually in Yi's mind. Ding detected the host using a single strike of Kirin to sweep the field, instantly killing over 100 Root Army members in public. Treating the highest combined defense as nothing, completely crushing Danzo's Vanguard trump card. Judgment, host's power dominates the world, Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtain Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. Hearing this reward, Yi raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. This was a powerful Sage Art control skill that could render all surrounding senses and ninjutsu ineffective. In the upcoming group battles, this move would definitely exert an extremely abnormal effect. Danzo's hidden vanguard force had been erased by him with a single, casual strike just like that. Lord Yi. After the brief shock, Uchiha Yashiro was the first to react. He suddenly raised his ninja sword, his face flushed, and let out a hoarse, wild cry. Lord Yi is invincible. Long live Lord Yi. Long live Uchiha. Hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members instantly reached a boiling point. They fanatically chanted Yi's name, their morale climbing to an unprecedented peak at this moment. This was the king they followed. With a wave of his hand, the heavens collapsed and the earth split, wiping out 100 elites as easily as slaughtering chickens or dogs. With such a leader, what did they have to fear from the Konoha High Command? Uchiha Izumi let go of Yi's arm and took half a step back. She also gripped her kunai, her three-tomoed Sharingan eyes flashing with endless admiration and battle intent. Lord Yi, the rats outside have been cleaned up. Izumi's voice was crisp and cold. Shall we set out now? He looked at the massive glass-like scorched crater before him and slowly shook his head. He had no intention of stopping. This was merely an appetizer. That old fogey Danzo gave us such a big gift early in the morning. He reached back and drew the ninja sword from his waist. The cold blade pointed directly across the distance at the center of power in Konoha village. As Uchiha, we must naturally return the favor manifold. He turned around, facing the fully armed Uchiha army. An extremely crazed, bloodthirsty light burned in his eyes. All clan members hear my command. Present. Over 1,000 clan members roared in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. Take all your exploding tags and ninja tools in hand. The tip of Yi's blade suddenly slashed forward. Since they have already torn off the mask. Then follow me and counterattack. 24, Chapter 24. The police force and the temporary command post of the Anbu were surrounded from the opposite direction. Kill, kill, kill. Over 1,000 Uchiha clan members roared in unison, the sound waves making the surrounding leaves tremble. With the buff from the Senjutsu Chakra mass amplification array, a faint blue halo appeared on everyone's body. They now felt their bodies filled with inexhaustible, violent power. Like a pack of prehistoric tigers just escaped from a 1,000-year cage, their eyes flashed with undisguised wolf-like predatory nature and bloodlust. Lord Yoru, should we break out through that hidden path on the back mountain? Uchiha Yashiro quickly walked to Yoru's side and respectfully asked for the route. Back mountain, we aren't thieves. Yoru sneered and pointed the tip of his ninja sword toward Konoha's widest main road without hesitation. We'll go through the front gate, along the main street, and flatten everything in our path. Yes, at your command. Yashiro's face flushed with excitement. This was the prestige their Uchiha should have. The large force set out in a grand manner. Yoru walked at the very front of the group, his pace steady and unhurried, as if he were strolling in his own backyard. Uchiha Izumi followed closely by Yoru's side, half a step behind. Her 3 Tamot Sharingan scanned the surroundings vigilantly, not letting a single blind spot escape her notice. Yoru tilted his head slightly, and seeing her serious expression as if facing a great enemy, he couldn't help but chuckle. No need to be so nervous, Izumi. Yoru casually reached out and naturally put his arm around Izumi's slender and soft shoulder. With me here, no one in this village can hurt you. Feeling the domineering strength and warmth coming from his arm on her shoulder. Izumi's body stiffened slightly, then softened as she leaned obediently against Yoru's side. A charming blush instantly bloomed on her fair cheeks. Lord Yoru's divine might is peerless. Izumi is naturally not afraid. Izumi looked up slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with deep affection and absolute admiration. Izumi just wants to stay alert for you at all times, so those trash don't dirty your eyes. Yoru chuckled and casually pinched her slightly hot cheek. Good performance. Their sweet interaction, as if no one else was around, made the surrounding clan members unconsciously keep some distance, their eyes full of awe. Meanwhile, at the end of Konoha's main road, inside the Anbu Temporary Command Center and the Military Police Force building, things were already in a state of chaos. Ever since the Uchiha clan's authority over the military police force was stripped away, this building had been forcibly taken over by the Anbu and Root. The doomsday-like lightning release, Kirin in the sky, just now had scared the high-ranking officials here out of their wits. What on earth happened? Who used that ninjutsu? The Anbu temporary commander slammed the table frantically and roared at his subordinates. Reporting, Captain, the Root's encirclement has been completely wiped out. An Anbu responsible for reconnaissance rushed into the hall on all fours, his voice trembling. How is that possible? Over 100 elites. The commander's face was filled with horror. Before he could recover from the shock, another Anbu stumbled in, his mask crooked from running. Captain, this is bad. The Uchiha are attacking. What? They actually dare to take the initiative to attack. The commander was shocked and suddenly pulled out the short sword at his waist. Where are they? Which direction are they breaking out from? They didn't choose a breakout route at all. The reporting Anbu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with extreme fear. They're coming straight down the main road with great fanfare. Crazy, the Uchiha are all crazy. The commander gasped, his scalp tingling. But he knew that retreating now was a dead end, so he had to brace himself. Pass my order. The remnants of the military police force and all Anbu squads construct a defensive line on the street immediately. Even if we have to use human lives to fill the gap, we must stop them outside the command center. Following the commander's roar, hundreds of Konoha defenders hurriedly poured onto the main road. Earth Release Team, quick, build a defensive wall. Prepare the exploding tags. On the street, over a dozen thick earth walls rose from the ground, blocking the wide street completely. The Konoha ninjas hid behind the earth walls, their palms holding kunai soaked in cold sweat. Just as the defensive line was finished. Rumble. The sound of synchronized footsteps, like an earthquake, came from the other end of the street. Immediately after, under the moonlight, a large area of crimson eyes slowly emerged in the darkness, like countless soul-reaping red lanterns. The Uchiha army had arrived. The soaring killing intent and the violent pressure brought by the senjutsu array made the Konoha ninjas hiding behind the earth walls feel suffocated. Lord Yoru, there's an obstacle ahead. Uchiha Yashiro gripped his ninja sword, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. Do you want us to rush up and hack them to pieces? Before Yoru could speak, Uchiha Izumi, who was standing to the side, took a step forward of her own accord. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Izumi turned around and knelt on one knee before Yoru, her voice crisp and decisive. Lord Yoru, please allow Izumi to lead the charge. A makeshift defensive line like this doesn't deserve your personal intervention. Yoru looked at Izumi's eyes full of fighting spirit and nodded with satisfaction. Go ahead. Yoru waved his hand casually, a nonchalant smile on his lips. Let me see if this newly sharpened blade of yours is sharp enough. At your command. Izumi stood up abruptly, her three-tomoed Sharingan instantly activated to its maximum state. Her hands moved rapidly as she pulled out two specially made sharp kunai. Uchiha members, follow me and charge. With a shout from Izumi, she was like a light and deadly black butterfly, instantly separating from the main force. At an extremely fast speed, she charged directly toward Konoha's earth wall defensive line. Enemy attack, fire arrows, throw exploding tags. The Anbu commander hid in the rear and shouted at the top of his lungs. A sky full of kunai and exploding tags poured down toward Izumi. But Izumi, with her three-tomoed Sharingan, had dynamic vision that had reached an extremely high level. Her body performed several incredible twists in midair. All the hidden weapons and explosions brushed past the edge of her clothes, not even harming a single strand of hair. So fast. The Konoha ninjas in the front row widened their eyes. Before they could form seals to release the next ninjutsu, Izumi had already landed lightly on top of the earth wall. You are too slow. Izumi coldly spat out these few words, the kunai in her hands turning into two cold flashes. Bang, bang. Without any bloody killing, Izumi simply used the hilts of her kunai to strike the back of the necks of two Anbu. The two Anbu didn't even make a sound before their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. Then, Izumi was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, starting a ruthless harvest within the enemy ranks. Every dodge and every counterattack of hers was precise to the extreme. Those Konoha defenders who tried to block her were either kicked away or had their weapons stripped. Quick, use water release to force her back. Several Anbu worked together to spray high-pressure water streams. Izumi kicked off the ground and leaped lightly into the air, avoiding the impact of the water. Just when the Konoha ninjas thought she had nowhere to leverage herself. Step back. A lazy voice suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Unbeknownst to them, Yoru had already strolled to the front of the defensive line. Hearing this voice, Izumi immediately twisted her waist in midair and obediently retreated behind Yoru. Yoru didn't even pull out the ninja sword at his waist. He simply formed a tiger seal with one hand. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yoru casually recited this lowest-level signature, Uchiha ninjutsu. But what came out of his mouth was a super fireball with a diameter of over 20 meters. With the tenfold lightning fire amplification and the buff of his sage body. The flames on the surface of this great fireball actually appeared as a terrifying, high-temperature bright white. Boom! The massive fireball was like a falling meteorite, slamming into the thick earth wall defensive line without any logic. Can't block it, run. The Konoha ninjas screamed in despair and scattered. That seemingly indestructible earth wall, the moment it touched the bright white flames, it was directly burned into transparent glass-like slag by the terrifying high temperature. The entire defensive line collapsed instantly. All units attack, leave no one behind. With the collapse of the earth wall, Uchiha Yashiro raised his ninja sword and gave the order for the general offensive. Over 1,000 Uchiha clan members were like a surging tide, instantly submerging the remaining Konoha defenders. The situation underwent a dramatic reversal in an instant. The prey had become the overbearing hunters at this moment. The originally high and mighty Anbu command center was now being counter-surrounded tightly by the Uchiha clan. Don't hit us, we surrender. Several remnants of the military police force dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Surrender, now you know how to beg for mercy. Uchiha Teka stepped forward and kicked an Anbu hard to the ground. His leather boot stepped ruthlessly on the Anbu's face, grinding down with force. When you occupied our military police force building, why didn't you think there would be a day like this? The anger accumulated over many years was thoroughly vented at this moment. Those Konoha elites who tried to stop them were all disarmed by the Uchiha clan members and stepped on ruthlessly. Yoru walked with unhurried steps to the front of the Anbu commander. The commander was now paralyzed with fear, his mask fallen off, revealing a pale face. Uchiha Yoru, by doing this, you are making an enemy of the entire Konoha. The commander was still shouting, with blustering bravado. Too much nonsense. Yoru didn't even bother to look at him more than once, directly kicking him until he fainted. At that moment, the system's extremely pleasant notification sounded punctually in Yoru's mind. Ding detected that the host has ordered a full-scale counteroffensive and counter-surrounded Konoha's power institutions. Stepping on the high and mighty Anbu, extremely arrogant and looking down on everyone. Judgment, host is arrogant and domineering, crushing Konoha's public security system. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtained Mangekyou I Power Zero Consumption Experience Card, 10 minutes. Hearing this reward, the corner of Yoru's mouth couldn't help but curl into a satisfied arc. Mangekyou Zero Consumption Experience Card. Within these 10 minutes, he could squander all the power of these eyes of God without any scruples. This was the ultimate trump card for a big scene. Lord Yoru, the entire building has been completely controlled by us. Uchiha Yashiro ran over to report, his face full of a satisfied smile. Everyone inside has been disarmed, and Konoha's security system has completely paralyzed. Yoru looked up at the military police force building in front of him, which symbolized the Uchiha's past humiliation. This building has already been dirtied by them. Yoru's tone was cold and decisive, without a hint of attachment. We Uchiha don't need things given to us by others as charity. Blow it up for me. Yes. Yashiro waved his hand excitedly. Dozens of clan members immediately covered the building's support pillars with the exploding tags they had prepared. Withdraw. As everyone retreated to a safe distance. Rumbled. The continuous sound of explosions was deafening. The entire military police force building collapsed in a burst of soaring fire, turning into a pile of ruins. Billowing smoke rose straight into the night sky, illuminating the entire Konoha village. This massive commotion completely alarmed the tallest Hokage building in the center of the village. Just as the aftershocks of the building's collapse had not yet subsided, a heaven-shaking roar filled with extreme anger and sorrow thundered from the direction of the Hokage building. 25. Chapter 25, Hiruzen Sarutobi dons his battle suit and personally leads his army into battle. Thick smoke billowed into the night sky, and the ruins of the military police force building were still burning. Just as the Konoha defenders were falling into utter despair, an extremely sharp sound of breaking air suddenly roared from the end of the street. Uchiha Yoru, you unpardonable lunatic. Accompanied by a world-shaking roar. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally arrived on the battlefield. At this moment, he had already shed the Hokage's cloak that represented supreme power. In its place was the pitch-black, skin-tight battle suit he wore when he fought on the battlefields in his youth. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, he tightly gripped that incredibly thick adamantine staff. Behind him followed dozens of the last batch of elite Konoha Jonin in the village. Hokage-sama is here. We're saved. Lord Third is personally taking action. The remnants of the Anbu and the military police force who were slumped on the ground screamed frantically, as if they had caught their last lifeline. Sarutobi Hiruzen landed in front of the ruins, his old face turning extremely ashen as he looked at the mess everywhere. He knew very well in his heart that if he didn't completely eradicate Uchiha Yoru here today, Konoha's foundation of several decades would be completely destroyed. Uchiha Yoru, you're simply insane. Sarutobi Hiruzen thrust his adamantine staff heavily onto the ground, roaring at the top of his lungs. You dare to lead a rebellion and destroy the village's defenses. Do you really want to lead your entire clan to eternal damnation? Faced with the third Hokage's thunderous rage, Yoru didn't even lift an eyelid. With his hands in his pockets, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's exasperated appearance. a mocking sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "Old monkey, stop acting so self-righteous in front of me." Yoru's voice wasn't high, yet it carried an arrogance that looked down upon the world. "Did you really expect us Uchiha to just stretch out our necks for the slaughter after the high-level officials formulated that clan extermination plan? Since you want to play, I'll play big with you. Today, I'm going to completely flip the table on Konoha." Hearing Yoru's arrogant declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with rage. "Stubborn fool, since you are determined to destroy Konoha, I will personally clear the house today." Sarutobi Hiruzen wasted no more words as his chakra erupted like a volcano. "Everyone, heed my command. At all costs, form a formation and coordinate with me." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Dozens of Konoha Jonin roared in unison, their hands moving in a blur as they frantically wove signs. "Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth dragon bullet." In an instant, the sky full of powerful ninjutsu intertwined, forming a torrent of ninjutsu capable of destroying heaven and earth. With an overwhelming momentum, it bombarded the Uchiha camp. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped up into the air. Adamantine staff, Rui extension. The adamantine staff in his hand instantly thickened and lengthened, turning into a massive pillar dozens of meters long and weighing 10,000 tons. Carrying a terrifying pressure like a mountain crashing down, it smashed toward the top of Yoru's head. "Lord Yoru, be careful." Uchiha Izumi cried out in alarm, her three-tamoed Sharingan spinning wildly as she pulled out a kunai to rush forward and block the blow for Yoru. Yashiro, Tekka, and the other cadres also roared one after another, prepared to use their flesh and blood to resist this lethal assault. "All of you, stand back." Yoru spoke 4 words calmly and waved his hand, a gentle force pushing Izumi and the others behind him. Facing the torrent of ninjutsu filling the sky and the mountain-like adamantine staff, Yoru didn't retreat even half a step. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a wild, unrestrained laugh. "Heriohaha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think you can hurt me with this kind of child's play?" Yoru's gaze instantly became bone-chillingly cold. In his heart, he unhesitatingly activated the Mangekyou Eye Power No Consumption Experience card he had just received from the system. Ding, the experience card has been activated, 10-minute countdown beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen, open your old eyes and see clearly. Your era has long since ended. The moment the words fell, Yoru's eyes erupted with an extremely blinding blood-red light. The hexagram pattern in his pupils rotated frantically at a speed beyond the limit. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying chakra surged from Yoru's body into the sky. This chakra appeared as an extremely deep dark blue, like a tangible storm, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. Previously, activating Susanoo required evolving step-by-step from a skeleton and a half-body form. But with the support of the No Consumption Experience card, Yoru skipped all the preparatory stages. What kind of monster is that? Midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he looked down in sheer horror. He saw that sky-blotting dark blue chakra materialize in 1/10 of a second. It directly transformed into a perfect Susanoo, hundreds of meters tall, looking like an ancient demon god descending upon the world. This gargantuan entity was clad in ornate and indestructible Karasu Tengu armor. On its back, a pair of incredibly massive chakra wings actually sprouted. Just the divine pressure it casually emitted caused the surrounding air to become extremely distorted, and even space itself seemed about to be crushed. Perfect Susanoo. How is this possible? Besides the legendary Uchiha Madara, how can anyone else achieve this level? A wave of unprecedented, bone-deep despair surged in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Faced with this ultimate power that only existed in myths, the torrent of combined ninjutsu released by those Konoha Jonin didn't even touch the Susanoo's armor. It was directly shattered into countless points of light by the massive chakra field, vanishing into nothingness. And the dozens of meters-long adamantine staff Sarutobi Hiruzen smashed down, in front of the several hundred-meter-tall perfect Susanoo. Was simply like a ridiculous toothpick. Get lost. Yoru stood within the diamond-shaped gem on the Susanoo's forehead, his gaze cold, like a god high above. With a slight movement of Yoru's will, the perfect Susanoo suddenly raised its massive right arm and slowly drew the twin chakra swords from its waist. Just the action of drawing the swords created a terrifying gale from the friction between the blades in the air, which turned into a violent Category 12 hurricane. Bang! The violent gale slammed head-on into the falling adamantine staff. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unmatched counterforce travel up the staff. He couldn't even keep his grip. The adamantine staff flew out of his hands and was blown several kilometers away. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, he was caught by the gale. His chest tightened, and he violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he was blown back over 100 meters in midair before crashing miserably onto a roof. There was no ninjutsu confrontation, not even an active attack. Just the aftershock of drawing the sword had heavily injured the third Hokage. Just then, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang out in Yoru's mind right on time. Ding! Detected that the host has activated perfect Susanoo in public, crushing the Hokage with absolute martial prowess, plunging the Konoha elites into total despair. Judgment, the host's pressure is world-dominating, like a demon god descending. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtain the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, Pseudo Trade Edition. Hearing this reward, the arrogant smile on Yoru's lips grew even more intense. The Mystic Eyes of Death Perception trait added to the Mangekyou meant that every one of his strikes could now directly sever the lines of death of all things. Whether it was ninjutsu or a barrier, as long as he cut it, it would instantly collapse. The massive shadow of the perfect Susanoo instantly blocked out the sunlight over the entire Konoha village. All the Konoha ninjas, whether Jonin or Anbu, were now all slumped powerlessly on the ground. They looked up at this divine warrior that towered into the clouds, their eyes filled only with endless fear and despair. This was simply not an existence that human power could contend with. This is the king of our Uchiha. Lord Yoru is a true deity. Uchiha Izumi, Yashiro, and the other clansmen looked up at Yoru's invincible figure, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement as they roared frantically. Yoru stood within the Susanoo's crystal. He controlled the Susanoo to slowly point that massive chakra greatsword at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lay in the distance. The tip of the sword shimmered with a terrifying sharpness, capable of slicing through the earth. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yoru's voice, through the Susanoo's vibration, exploded over the entire Konoha village like divine thunder from the highest heavens. I said I would come to settle the final account personally. Yoru's eyes held not a shred of pity, only the purest desire for destruction. Today, I will use this sword to shatter your hypocritical Konoha. 26. Chapter 26. A colossal energy warrior rose from the ground, cleaving through the towering walls of Konoha with a single sword strike. Yoru stood within the diamond-shaped crystal on the forehead of the perfect Susanoo. The massive deep blue shadow completely obscured the entire sky over Konoha. Before this 100-meter-tall divine warrior, everything appeared incredibly insignificant. Sarutobi Hiruzen was severely injured by the gale from the Susanoo drawing its sword. He fell miserably into the distant ruins, clutching his chest, with nothing but unprecedented despair remaining in his eyes. This was power belonging to myths and legends, something human strength could not possibly contend with. Do you see, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Yoru was like a high and mighty deity, his voice booming over Konoha through the vibrations of the Susanoo. This is the Uchiha that you've been so calculatingly trying to destroy. This is the power you have always feared. Yoru's gaze was cold and ruthless, without a hint of pity. Your conspiracies are simply a joke in the face of absolute strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen endured the intense pain, struggling to crawl up from the ruins. Uchiha Yoru, you madman. He let out a hoarse roar. Are you really going to destroy the village that gave birth to and raised you? With blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned him with a strained voice. Do you really not have a shred of feeling for this place? Gave birth to and raised me, don't flatter yourself. Yoru sneered, his tone extremely contemptuous. What the village gave the Uchiha was only exclusion, surveillance, and the butcher's blade. Today, I will personally end the rule of you old dogs. With a slight thought from Yoru, the perfect Susanoo slowly raised its massive right arm. That colossal chakra sword, capable of splitting heaven and earth, was held high, pointing straight at the firmament. Upon the blade's edge, a heart-palpitating deep blue light circulated. Just the energy fluctuations emitted by the sword's body caused the surrounding space to warp severely. No, we can't let him strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were nearly bursting. He knew that if this sword fell, Konoha would be completely finished. Everyone hear my command, stop him at all costs. Barrier Ninjutsu Squad, quickly set up the highest level defensive array. All Jonin, lend all your chakra to the Barrier Ninjutsu Squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen frantically commanded the remaining Konoha elite. Hearing the Hokage's death order, although the Konoha ninja were terrified to the extreme, the instinct for survival still drove them to take action. Dozens of Barrier Ninjutsu Squad members rapidly formed hand signs. 4 violet flames formation, multiple overlap. Barrier, 4-corner ceiling barrier. Accompanied by bursts of angry shouts, several thick defensive light screens of various colors rose from the ground. Layer upon layer, they tightly protected Konoha's core area and the outer walls below. Over 100 Jonin also pressed their hands against the backs of the Barrier Ninjutsu Squad members, frantically channeling chakra. The thickness of the light screens instantly surged, giving off an indestructible texture. We must block it. This is our final line of defense. The Konoha ninja were drenched in sweat, praying in despair. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this ultimate line of defense built with the entire village's strength, regaining a bit of confidence. It can be blocked, it will definitely be blocked. He desperately comforted himself in his heart. Block. Standing within the Susanoo crystal, Yoru took in all the Konoha ninja's actions. The mockery in his eyes grew more intense. Trying to stop a falling meteorite with a few pieces of scrap paper. Yoru took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly cold at this moment. What a laughable struggle. Shatter. Accompanied by Yoru's angry shout. The perfect Susanoo's right arm suddenly exerted force and swung down. That massive chakra sword, carrying a violent storm capable of destroying heaven and earth. With an invincible posture like Mount Tai pressing down, it slashed down fiercely. Boom! An indescribable, earth-shaking sword, light instantly tore through the air. It slashed fiercely onto the multiple defensive light screens that Konoha was so proud of. There was no stalemate, no suspense. At the moment of contact, the light screens that the Konoha ninja had exerted all their strength to uphold were like fragile soap bubbles. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering joined together. All the defensive barriers couldn't even hold out for half a second before this sword. They directly crumbled into transparent points of light flying everywhere. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, horrified to the core. How is this possible? The backlash from the barriers being forcibly shattered instantly caused the hundreds of Konoha ninja below to be severely injured. They all spat out a large mouthful of blood, falling in patches like mowed wheat. But the power of this sword hadn't even been depleted by 10%. The massive deep blue sword light continued unabated. It slashed solidly onto Konoha's outer walls, which were towering and incredibly solid. Rumbled. A terrifying roar that threatened to burst everyone's eardrums echoed throughout the Konoha sky. The indestructible Konoha walls were simply as fragile as tofu before this sword. The massive wall was directly split in two from the middle, completely severed. Rubble and huge stones flew into the sky, obscuring the morning sun. But it was far from over. The remaining sword chi sank into the earth, triggering a terrifying chain reaction. The entire Konoha village instantly fell into a violent shaking akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake. The earth wailed and houses collapsed. A terrifying Great Rift Valley, dozens of meters wide and bottomless. Following the gap where the wall was split, it spread frantically across the ground. It pushed all the way through, extending to the deepest parts of the village. Even the Hokage rock in the distance, symbolizing Konoha's spiritual totem. Under this terrifying vibration, it cracked open with several massive fissures. The statues of the previous Hokage instantly became unrecognizable. No one could make a sound. The entire Konoha village fell into a suffocatingly extreme terror. Civilians slumped on the ground, trembling. Ordinary ninjas even dropped their weapons, their eyes filled with complete despair. The defense line is gone. A monster, this is a divine punishment sent down by a true god. Konoha's absolute defense line, the century-old foundation of a great nation, was completely turned into ruins by this man's casual sword strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the split wall and the cracked Hokage rock. Under the stress and anger, he coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. His originally straight back was now completely hunched. The dignity of the high-level officials, the pride of Konoha. Under this sword, it was completely swept away, gone without a trace. Just then, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang out in Yoru's mind on time. Ding! Detected that the host has publicly shattered the Konoha walls and split the Hokage rock with one sword strike, ruthlessly crushing the foundation of a great nation, treating Konoha's defense line as nothing, extremely arrogant. Judgment, host's martial power is overwhelming, like a demon god destroying the world, rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtain the Akatsuki clan chakra refining method. Hearing this reward, the corners of Yoru's mouth couldn't help but curl up. The Akatsuki clan chakra refining method. This meant that the chakra in his body would not only be massive in quantity, but its quality would also undergo an unprecedented transformation. Ordinary ninjutsu in his hands would erupt with destructive power beyond the limits. Long live Lord Yoru. Long live the Uchiha. From the Uchiha army behind him, a wave of fanatical cheers erupted like an overwhelming sea. The clansmen looked up at the invincible back of the Susanoo, their blood boiling with excitement. Uchiha Yashiro held his ninja sword high, his face flushed as he roared. Konoha's defense line has collapsed. Clansmen, follow in Lord Yoru's footsteps and drive straight in. Completely crush the Hokage building. At this time, Yoru took the initiative to deactivate the Susanoo and landed lightly from midair. Uchiha Izumi immediately went to meet him, her admiration almost overflowing from her eyes. She took out a clean handkerchief and naturally wiped the non-existent sweat from Yoru's forehead. Lord Yoru, your sword strike just now was truly perfect. Izumi's voice was soft and sweet, with undisguised obsession and tenderness. All of Konoha is trembling beneath your feet. Yoru chuckled and casually pinched her soft cheek. This is just the beginning. Yoru's gaze showed a hint of dominance and doting. Once I've cleared away all the trash in front, I'll take you to the roof of the Hokage office to see the scenery. Hearing these words, Izumi's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she nodded obediently. Yes, Lord Yoru. Izumi will always follow closely behind you. After a brief moment of warmth, Yoru turned around and faced the massive rift valley ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped on the ground, watching the approaching Uchiha army. He could no longer muster a shred of resistance in his heart. Is Konoha really going to be destroyed in my hands? However, just at the final moment, when the Uchiha army was prepared to start a slaughter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several extremely powerful presences suddenly sped from all directions of Konoha village. Earth release, earth-style wall. Ninjutsu, shadow stitching technique. Partial multi-size technique. Accompanied by several synchronized angry shouts. Several tall figures landed heavily in front of the rift like meteors, stubbornly blocking the way between the Uchiha army and the Hokage building. Yoru narrowed his eyes slightly and looked over nonchalantly. 27, Chapter 27, major families like the Ino-Shikacho clans are forced to participate in the war. The dust filling the sky gradually dispersed. At the edge of the massive rift ahead, several tall figures stood in a line. Leading them was the Ino-Shika-Cho trio, headed by Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. They led the elites of their respective clans, standing ready for battle. Though they felt a chill in their hearts regarding the actions of the Konoha High Command, especially after that filthy clan extermination plan was exposed. A crack had formed in their faith toward the Hokage. However, to protect the village that raised them and the civilians behind them, they could only brace themselves and form the tightest defensive formation. They stood firm, blocking the Uchiha army's inevitable path. Uchiha Yoru, stop this. Nara Shikaku took a step forward, his forehead drenched in cold sweat as he shouted loudly. You have already proven your strength. Even Hokage-sama cannot stop you. Shikaku took a deep breath, attempting one last delay by appealing to a sense of duty. Do you really intend to turn the Konoha that raised you into a complete wasteland? Continuing this fight benefits no one. Listening to these words, Yoru's eyes held nothing but absolute mockery. He casually rested his ninja sword on his shoulder and let out a cold laugh. Raised me, Shikaku, a man as smart as you is starting to play dumb. The extermination plan formulated by the Konoha High Command. Did you Ino, Shika, Cho really not hear a single whisper of it? Yoru's questioning was like a sharp blade, causing the faces of Shikaku and the others to turn pale instantly. You clearly knew everything, yet you chose to stand by and watch. And now, you come out here acting like some great moral authority. Shikaku opened his mouth, but found himself unable to argue. They had indeed heard rumors, but for the sake of the village's overall situation, they chose silence. That silence seemed utterly hollow and powerless at this moment. Yoru sneered, not bothering to waste any more words on them. He casually reached out his left hand and pulled Uchiha Izumi's slender, soft waist into his side. He brought her into his embrace with extreme dominance. Izumi let out a soft gasp, her cheeks instantly flushing a charming crimson. Lord Yoru, Izumi called out in a soft, sweet voice. She leaned obediently against Yoru's chest, feeling his powerful heartbeat. In the middle of this battlefield, where thousands of troops faced off, Yoru held her as if no one else were there, without the slightest hint of tension. This extreme sense of security and favoritism filled Izumi's eyes with an unbreakable obsession. Don't pay any mind to these hypocrites. Yoru lowered his head slightly, whispering into Izumi's ear. His warm breath hit Izumi's ear, making her whole body feel soft and tingly. Izumi understands. As long as Lord Yoru is here, they are nothing more than clowns. Izumi tilted up her exquisite face, her eyes reflecting absolute adoration for Yoru. Yoru chuckled and reached out to ruffle her smooth, long hair. Yoru then looked up, his gaze instantly becoming bone-chillingly cold. He looked at the allied forces of Konoha's great clans across from him and pronounced his sentence in a ruthless tone. I'm putting it plainly today. Anyone who dares to stand in my way shall die. As Yoru's words fell, a violent killing intent surged into the sky. Since you refuse to take the easy way out, then I shall be merciful and fulfill your foolish loyalty. Yoru let go of Izumi and patted her shoulder. Wait for me here, it will only take a few minutes. Yes, Lord Yoru. Izumi nodded obediently, gripping a kunai as she stood guard behind him. Yoru actively dismissed the remaining power of his Susanoo. He even sheathed his ninja sword. He simply rotated his wrists casually, his bones making a cracking sound. He intended to use the most brutal taijutsu to personally trample these famous clan secret techniques underfoot. Attack, don't let him take the initiative. Nara Shikaku sensed Yoru's killing intent and barked orders at the top of his lungs. Ino Shika Chogo. Yamanaka Inoichi was the first to strike. His hands quickly formed seals, aiming in Yoru's direction. Secret technique, mind transfer jutsu. An invisible, powerful wave of spiritual energy shot like an arrow toward Yoru's brain. Inoichi attempted to forcibly seize control of Yoru's body, even if only for a second. The connection is successful. Inoichi rejoiced inwardly. However, in the next second, his expression changed drastically. No, this is impossible. When Inoichi's spiritual energy touched Yoru's mind, he felt like a flying insect crashing into a steel fortress. The terrifying spiritual barrier, brought by the perfect sage body within Yoru, was indestructible. Get out! Yoru shouted coldly, without even using his Sharingan. An overwhelming spiritual backlash instantly surged back through the connection. Evident. Yamanaka Inoichi was struck as if by lightning, violently spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight backward, falling unconscious on the spot. Inoichi, Choza Akimichi shouted in horror. This kid can actually tank the backlash of the mind transfer jutsu. Shikaku's heart sank to the bottom as he shouted commands. Everyone scatter. Use taijutsu and ninja tools to pin him down. Pin me down, you're too slow. A cruel sneer curled at the corner of Yoru's mouth. He stomped his foot, and the ground instantly shattered. Yoru's figure turned into an afterimage that the naked eye could not track. He was like a fierce tiger, charging down a mountain into a flock of sheep. He instantly plunged into the formation of the Great Clan's elites. Too fast, I can't see him at all. The head of the Inuzuka clan cried out in shock. His ninkin didn't even have time to bark before it collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear. Bang! With a fierce whip kick, Yoru sent the Inuzuka head and his dog flying together. The crisp sound of breaking bones was clearly audible on the battlefield. They smashed heavily into the earthen wall behind them, instantly losing their ability to fight. The elites of the Aburame clan released a sky-covering swarm of parasitic insects, attempting to use the swarm to lock down Yoru's movement. Yoru didn't even spare them a glance. The violent chakra within him shook violently. A blue wave of senjutsu air erupted from him as the center, directly shattering the sky-filling insect swarm into flying powder. Ah, my insects. Several Aburame elites suffered backlashes from their secret technique and fell to the ground spitting blood. With only this much ability, you dare come out and make a fool of yourselves. Yoru strolled through the enemy ranks as if in an uninhabited land. Every strike he made was devoid of any wasted movement. Every punch thrown was accompanied by the unconsciousness of a Konoha elite. Stop him, quickly stop him. Nara Shikaku waved his arms frantically, forming seals at high speed. Countless black shadows crawled along the ground, spreading rapidly in an attempt to grab Yoru's ankles. But before Yoru's absolute speed, those shadows couldn't even catch his afterimage, dancing in vain on the ground. No ninjutsu could capture Yoru's trajectory. No one could block a single punch or kick from Yoru. This wasn't an evenly matched battle at all. It was a one-sided, violent crushing without any suspense. In less than 3 minutes, the formation of Konoha's famous clans, which once shook the ninja world, was scattered into pieces. The so-called clan elites were like wheat being harvested, falling to the ground in swaths, losing consciousness. Wails and groans echoed one after another. The heritage that Konoha's great clans were so proud of seemed so laughable and fragile before absolute power. Yoru stood among the people lying scattered about, his breathing not even disturbed. At that moment, the system's extremely pleasant notification sounded in Yoru's mind right on time. Ding detected that the host single-handedly scattered the allied forces of Konoha's great clans, crushing the secret techniques of various clans with pure violence, arrogant and peerless. Judgment host has awed the entire field like a god of war descending. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtained a 100% increase in Senjutsu Chakra conversion rate. Hearing this reward, a glint flashed in Yoru's eyes. 100% increase in conversion rate. This meant that the ocean-like chakra within him had undergone another qualitative change. Now, even a casual strike from him contained even more terrifying senjutsu energy. Its power had multiplied. Who else wants to come and die? Yoru's indifferent gaze swept over the remaining Konoha allied forces. Those clan ninjas, who were usually high and mighty, were now so scared they retreated repeatedly. They didn't even dare to meet Yoru's crimson eyes, seeing that the ordinary elites could not stop Yoru's crushing pace at all, and that the defensive line was in danger of total collapse at any moment. Choza Akimichi looked at Inoichi, who lay on the ground with his fate unknown and his defeated clansmen. His eyes instantly turned blood red. "Uchiha Yoru, I will never allow you to destroy the village." Choza let out a shrill and grief-stricken roar. He suddenly pulled a small pillbox from his robes and poured out a bright red, special Hagioru pill, the ultimate forbidden medicine of the Akimichi clan. "Choza, don't eat it." Seeing this, Nara Shikaku's eyes nearly split from their sockets as he shouted to stop him. "If you eat the red pill, you'll die." That was a suicidal move that harmed the enemy, but would surely kill the user. But Choza could no longer care about that. To protect the civilians behind him, he unhesitatingly threw the red Hagioru pill into his mouth. He swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! An extremely violent and chaotic chakra instantly erupted from within Choza's body. His body began to swell at a visible rate. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. In just a few seconds, Choza Akimichi transformed into a supergiant several dozen meters tall. His massive body was like an insurmountable mountain of flesh, blocking the way for everyone. Super multi-size jutsu. Human bullet tank. Choza tucked his head and limbs into his massive body, turning into an enormous sphere. The gale generated by his high-speed rotation uprooted all the surrounding trees and rocks. Even the ground let out a painful moan under his heavy pressure. Die! Accompanied by Choza's frenzied roar. This supersized human bullet tank, looking like a small mountain, carried the momentum of Mount Tai and a deafening roar, crushing madly toward Yoru's position. 28, Chapter 28, Battle of the Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. Damn it! Since you're willing to throw your life away, I'll keep you company. Nara Shikaku bit the tip of his tongue, using the sharp pain to maintain absolute clarity of mind. His hands formed hand seals rapidly, fingers flying, pushing the chakra within his body to its limit. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. Dozens of pitch-black shadows, like venomous snakes, rapidly spread across the ground. "Everyone scatter. Do not enter the range of my shadows." Shikaku loudly commanded the surrounding Konoha ninja. "We must seal off all his avenues of evasion. We absolutely cannot let him dodge Choza's attack." The black shadows closed in from all directions. Their speed was extremely fast, instantly connecting firmly to Yoru's feet. Connected. Shikaku, drenched in sweat, showed a trace of ecstatic joy on his face. "I've got him. His movements are frozen by me. Choza now." The enormous meatball in midair let out a deafening roar. Chozo extended a gigantic fist akin to a meteor. Dai Uchiha Yoru. The violent fist pressure caused the surrounding trees to snap one after another, sending sand and stones flying. "Lord Yaru." Uchiha Izumi, standing at the rear, cried out in alarm. Her 3-tomot Sharingan spun frantically as she desperately tried to rush forward. "You can't just stand there and take an attack of this level." Izumi drew a kane, wanting to block this mountain-crushing blow for Yoru. At that moment, Yoru tilted his head slightly. He reached out, placing his hand on Izumi's shoulder in an extremely natural manner. Yoru gave her a look brimming with confidence and immense affection. "Stay right there, don't get your clothes dirty." Yoru's voice remained as lazy and composed as ever, without a hint of panic. But that fist, Izumi's face was full of worry. "Silly girl." Yoru chuckled lightly, his eyes radiating unparalleled dominance. "A toy like a balloon is worthy of making me dodge." Hearing these words, Izumi was momentarily stunned. Looking at Yoru's handsome and composed profile, her cheeks flushed slightly. That absolute sense of security made her heartbeat suddenly accelerate. "Yes, Lord Yoru." Izumi obediently took half a step back, her gaze firmly locked on Yoru's retreating figure. Yoru turned his head back, looking up at the gigantic fist descending from the sky. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking, cold smile. Nara Shikaku, do you have some misunderstanding about your clan's secret techniques? Yoru's voice clearly carried across the entire field. You think you can lock down my limbs with this pathetic shadow? Shikaku gritted his teeth, desperately maintaining the hand seal. Stop bluffing. Under my shadow, you can't move a single finger. Even if you are a genius of the Uchiha, you cannot escape the binding rules of the shadow. Oh. A flash of disdain passed through Yoru's eyes. Then I'll let you see what it means to overcome 10 tricks with sheer force. The next second, the perfect sage body within him erupted like a volcano. Boom! Pale blue senjutsu chakra transformed into substantial flames of light, shooting straight into the sky. Yoru didn't use any ninjutsu to break the restraint. He simply, purely, and with all his might, lifted his right leg. Break for me! Accompanied by Yoru's low shout. That terrifying senjutsu monstrous strength directly ignored the binding rules of the shadow. Cracked. The black shadow connected to Yoru's feet actually let out an eerie snapping sound. Immediately after, under the horrified gazes of everyone, that intangible shadow was forcibly torn apart by Yoru's sheer strength. How is this possible? Nara Shikaku was as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. The shadow was torn apart by brute force. The backlash from the violent destruction of the shadow's secret technique instantly swept through his entire body. Urgh! Shikaku let out a pained grunt, seeing stars. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing powerlessly to the ground. Lord Shikaku! The Konoha ninja in the distance screamed in terror, their formation instantly thrown into disarray. However, the battle continued. Freed from the restraint, Yoru did not retreat but instead advanced. Not only did he not dodge Choza's attack, he charged straight towards the gigantic fist. Comparing strength, I'll oblige you. Yoru madly gathered senjutsu chakra onto his right fist. A seemingly incredibly small fist was fearlessly thrown out. Overestimating yourself. Choza in midair roared, his massive fist mercilessly smashing down. I'll pound you into mincemeat. Under the breathless gaze of everyone, one large and one small fist collided head-on in midair. Boom rumbles. The deafening roar made everyone cover their ears in pain. A terrifying shockwave swept outwards in all directions. It tore off a thick layer of the surrounding topsoil, filling the air with dust and debris. The Konoha ninja widened their eyes, staring intently at the center of the collision. Did we win? Lord Choza's fist will definitely crush him. But the next second, they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. An agonizingly miserable wail came from midair. Akimichi Choza, dozens of meters tall, his arm as hard as steel. The moment it made contact with Yoru's seemingly insignificant fist, emitted a sickening sound of bone dislocation. How can this be? My strength actually lost. Choza's face was full of pain, his massive body trembling violently in midair. Yoru coldly retracted his fist, standing his ground without retreating a single step. A large physique doesn't necessarily mean greater strength. Yoru loudly mocked, his voice like a thunderclap. In the face of absolute power, you're just a bloated living target. Accompanied by a series of crisp sounds of bones, unable to bear the load. Choza's massive body deflated like a punctured balloon. His enormous body rapidly shrank, returning to its original size in the blink of an eye. Thud! Choza heavily crashed to the ground beside Shikaku, completely losing consciousness. The once invincible super, multi-size meat tank was punched back to his original form. The core combat power of the Shika, Cho was completely crushed under Yoru's sheer brute force. The morale of the Konoha defenders plummeted into a bottomless abyss at this moment. Defeated, even the Shika, Cho are defeated. We're finished. In Yoru's mind, the system's extremely pleasing notification sound rang out right on time. Ding, host detected using pure brute force to shatter the core secret techniques of the Shika, Cho. Ignoring rules to tear apart the shadow, punching away the multi-sized giant, unparalleled arrogance. Judgment, Host's power dominates the entire field, rebelliousness rating SSS. Divine level reward issued. Congratulations, Host. Acquired armament Haki beginner trial version. Armament Haki. The corner of Yoru's mouth lifted slightly. With such a powerful taijutsu enhancement, his fists would become even more indestructible. Who's next? Yoru's gaze swept across the entire field, his voice icy and piercing. Is this all the weight the prestigious clans of Konoha carry? The remaining Konoha ninja retreated repeatedly, their eyes filled with unconcealable fear. We can't stop him, this is simply a monster. A feeling of despair spread like a plague through the Konoha ranks. Since there's no one else, I'll send you on your way. Yoru raised his ninja sword, preparing to order a full assault. All Uchiha clan members, trample them. Just as the Uchiha clan members raised their weapons, ready to unleash carnage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense series of whistling sounds suddenly came from the flank of the battlefield. Dozens of ninja clad in white robes descended like divine soldiers, blocking the path. All their eyes lacked pupils, appearing pure white. It's the Hyuga clan. Excited exclamations erupted from the Konoha ranks. The leader's face was livid, veins bulging on his forehead. It was the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Uchiha Yoru, you will not run rampant here. Hyuga Hayashi led the main and branch family experts, instantly forming a massive 8 trigrams formation. He assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist, his gaze sharp and fierce. No matter how vast your chakra, no matter how strong your power. Hayashi's voice carried the absolute confidence of Konoha's #1 clan. Once struck on a vital point by our Hyuga clan's gentle fist, even you will become a cripple. All units heed my command, activate the Byakugan. Formation, seal off all the chakra pathways in his entire body. 29, Gate 2, 6th Gate Jing Gate. Accompanied by an angry roar from Hayashi Hyuga. Dozens of Hyuga clan, elites dressed in white robes, instantly dispersed. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and the veins around their eyes suddenly bulged. A massive and tight 8 trigrams formation firmly surrounded Yoru in the center. Hayashi Hyuga stood at the formation's eye, his hands assuming the starting stance of the gentle fist. He stared fixedly at the surrounded Yoru. However, when he used his Byakugan to clearly see the chakra flow within Yoru's body, Hayashi's heart pounded uncontrollably, and a flash of extreme horror crossed his eyes. How is this possible? Chakra of this scale, it's like a bottomless, vast ocean. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Hayashi's forehead. He had seen countless powerful experts in his life, but he had never seen such a terrifying amount of chakra. Even the legendary tailed beasts could not compare in terms of purity. But at this point, the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. As Konoha's #1 prestigious clan, if the Hyuga retreated now, the family's glory would be completely dragged through the mud. No matter how massive your chakra is. Hayashi grit his teeth, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. As long as your meridians are cut off, you'll be nothing but a powerless cripple. All Hyuga members, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Hayashi Hyuga stomped hard, his body turning into a white afterimage as he lunged straight at Yoru. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Highly concentrated gentle fist chakra condensed upon Hayashi's palms. He gave a loud shout, his hands turning into a sky full of afterimages as he struck frantically at the pressure points all over Yoru's body. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. Dull thudding sounds of impacts rang out continuously from Yoru's body. Hayashi's speed grew faster and faster, even creating whistling sounds in the air. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. In just a few short seconds, Hayashi Hyuga had landed 64 extremely sharp gentle fist strikes solidly. Every single hit landed with extreme precision on the chakra points across Yoru's body. Bang! As the final palm landed, Hayashi used the counterforce to leap back several meters, panting heavily. Executing high-intensity gentle fist strikes consecutively had taken a massive toll on his physical strength. But as he looked at Yoru, who stood motionless on the spot, a smug look of success finally appeared on his face. It worked. Hayashi pointed at Yoru, his voice filled with unprecedented confidence and arrogance. Uchiha Yoru, your arrogance ends here. Your meridians have been completely shut down, and your pressure points are totally sealed. Hayashi declared coldly. You can't mobilize even a shred of chakra now. Hearing Hayashi's words, the Konoha remnants in the distance erupted into a cheer of relief. Great, Lord Hayashi succeeded. As expected of Konoha's #1 prestigious clan, that kid is a cripple now. On the other side, a slight commotion broke out within the Uchiha camp. Lord Yoru's pressure points were struck. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist is impossible to guard against. What should we do? Uchiha Izumi's face turned pale, her heart instantly leaping into her throat. Without any hesitation, she rushed forward. Lord Yoru. With a face full of worry, Izumi reached out her hands, wanting to check Yoru's physical condition. Her slender, soft hands tightly gripped Yoru's wrist. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety and heartache. At that moment, Yoru lowered his head slightly, looking at the young girl whose eyes were filled only with him. The corner of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. Yoru turned his hand and grabbed hers. He tightly enveloped Izumi's slightly cold little hands within his large, hot palms. Feeling the astonishing temperature and the powerful pulse coming from Yoru's palm, Izumi's body trembled slightly, and a blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Lord Yoru, your body. Don't worry. Yoru's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an unparalleled sense of security. You think a ticklish massage like this can seal me? Yoru gently squeezed Izumi's fingers and gave her an extremely confident look. Go back and watch properly. Watch how I smash their proudest signature technique into pieces. Feeling the dominance and pampering coming from his fingertips, the worry in Izumi's heart instantly vanished into thin air. She nodded obediently and retreated to a safe distance with a red face. After comforting Izumi, Yoru slowly raised his head, his gaze crossing the crowd to coldly lock onto Hayashi Hyuga in front of him. Seal me. Yoru suddenly burst into laughter, his laugh filled with unparalleled arrogance. Itachi, Hayashi Hyuga, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about your own strength? Your so-called absolute seal is, in my eyes, not even as thick as a piece of window paper. Hayashi's expression changed, and he shouted angrily. Still bluffing, your chakra has clearly been. Before Hayashi could finish his sentence, his voice came to a screeching halt. His eyes widened suddenly, and a terrifying image he would never forget appeared in his Byakugan's field of vision. Boom! Inside Yoru's body, the terrifying life force of the perfect sage body was like a sleeping prehistoric dragon suddenly awakening. Those pressure points that had been forcibly blocked by the gentle fist chakra, under the impact of this vast and boundless senjutsu chakra, couldn't even last for half a second. Crack, crack, accompanied by a series of faint popping sounds from within his body. The locked pressure points were instantly breached like a paper dam being burst through. All of the gentle fist chakra was shattered like dry weeds being crushed. Not only did it cause no damage to Yoru's meridians, it instead triggered an even more violent rebound from the sage body. Boom! A blue chakra flame, even more dazzling and violent than before, instantly shot up from Yoru's body, completely enveloping him. A powerful shockwave swept outward, forcing the surrounding Hyuga elites to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? Hayashi Hyuga's face turned pale, and his body couldn't stop trembling. The seal of the 64 palms was actually broken by him using pure chakra. Just what kind of monster is he? Yoru, bathed in the violent blue flames, had eyes as cold as ice. Now it's my turn. Yoru kicked off the ground, and a deep pit instantly exploded beneath him. His figure turned into a bolt of blue lightning that the naked eye could not catch. He completely ignored all the surrounding Hyuga elites and appeared instantly in front of Hayashi. Take a punch from me. Yoru didn't use any fancy moves. He clenched his right fist, and violent senjutsu chakra frantically converged toward his knuckles. A simple and crude straight punch was launched toward Hayashi Hyuga with overwhelming force. "Protect the clan head," the Hyuga elites shouted in terror. Facing this punch that could split mountains and shatter rocks, Hayashi had no time to dodge. He could only do his best, frantically mobilizing all the chakra in his body. 8 trigrams palms, rotation. Hayashi's body began to spin at high speed like a top. A massive amount of chakra gushed out from the pressure points across his body, instantly forming a hemispherical blue, absolute defense shield. This was the strongest defensive secret technique passed down through generations of the Hyuga clan, claimed to be able to repel all physical attacks. Bang! Yoru's punch, carrying violent senjutsu, slammed solidly into the rotation's blue defensive shield. The moment they made contact, an extremely piercing sonic boom erupted. Did he block it? The Konoha remnants held their breath in tension. However, the next second, a cringe-inducing sound of cracking clearly reached everyone's ears. Cracked. Hayashi Hyuga's proud absolute defense, before Yoru's unrivaled senjutsu-enhanced monstrous strength, held out for less than 0.1 seconds before being covered in countless dense cracks. Immediately after, with a loud boom, the rotation defense shield shattered, turning into chakra fragments that flew everywhere. Arg! Hayashi Hyuga let out a shrill scream. The residual power of Yoru's punch wind poured onto his chest without reservation. Hayashi spat out a large mouthful of blood. His whole body was like it had been hit by a high-speed train, flying backward instantly. He smashed heavily into the ruins dozens of meters away and passed out on the spot. Lord Clan Head. The surrounding Hyuga elites were struck with horror. But before they could move forward to help, the terrifying chakra shockwave from Yoru's fist, like a Category 12 hurricane, knocked all these dozens of Hyuga experts to the ground in a chaotic mess. Konoha's #1 clan, before Yoru's absolute violence, had its dignity completely stripped away. At that moment, the wonderful system notification sound rang out on time in Yoru's mind. Ding detected that the host ignored the gentle fist seal and crushed Konoha's #1 prestigious clan with pure violence, forcibly shattered the absolute defense, thoroughly trampling the Hyuga clan's pride underfoot. Judgment, the host's power dominates the field, extremely rebellious. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtained a 50% increase in all physical resistances. Hearing this reward, the corners of Yoru's mouth couldn't help but turn up. A 50% increase in all physical resistances. This meant that whether it was genjutsu, toxins, or ninjutsu damage, the effects on him would be significantly reduced. Paired with the perfect sage body, he was now a veritable human-shaped weapon. Who else? Yoru slowly withdrew his fist, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire field. Those remaining Konoha ninjas were all slumped on the ground now. The Inoshika Cho were defeated. The Hyuga clan was also defeated. The prestigious clans had all met their downfall. The entire Konoha had reached the end of its rope, with no more troops to use. An indescribable, complete despair shrouded the heart of every Konoha ninja. Konoha is really finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't even stand steadily, collapsing to the ground with tears streaming down his old face. Yoru looked at this group of lambs to be slaughtered and slowly raised the ninja sword in his hand. The game is over. Yoru's voice held not a shred of mercy. All Uchiha members, full army advance. Level this place to the ground. Just as the Uchiha army was about to launch their final charge. Swoosh! An extremely dazzling green light, like a falling meteor, slammed into the very center of the battlefield where the two sides were facing off, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. Boom! The ground shook violently, and debris shot into the sky. In the midst of the billowing dust, a figure wearing a green jumpsuit slowly stood up straight. Might Guy was emitting a visible green chakra steam from his entire body. Under his signature thick eyebrows, His eyes were wide open, burning with extremely fanatical fighting spirit. I will never allow you to destroy my youth and my village. Might Guy let out an earth-shaking roar. He didn't waste any words, his hands suddenly crossing in front of his chest. The extremely violent power within his body exploded. 8 gates, 6th gate, gate of view. Open, 30, chapter 30. Might Guy opens the 6 gates to block the way. Guy, don't go. Sarutobi Hiruzen, collapsed among the ruins, let out a desperate cry as he witnessed this scene. That monster can even ignore ninjutsu. You won't be able to hold out. Might Guy didn't look back, merely raising a thumb in response. Hokage-sama, the blue beast of Konoha will never shrink back before an enemy. Even if I must burn my very life, I will protect this land. As his words fell, Might Guy slammed his arms together across his chest. The violent power within his body erupted with a roar, sending green steam surging into the sky. Fierce winds swept outward with Might Guy as the center, forcing the surrounding Konoha remnants to retreat repeatedly. Without a word of nonsense, the ground beneath his feet shattered as he transformed into a green gale, charging into midair. Morning Peacock. Might Guy's fists swung with speed beyond limits, the friction with the air generating blinding flames. A sky full of flaming fist shadows, like a meteor shower accompanied by piercing sonic booms, rained down toward Yoru, covering the heavens. Lord Yoru, be careful. Uchiha Izumi cried out in alarm, sensing the terrifying destructive power contained within those countless fist shadows. She instinctively moved to draw her kunai and stand in front of Yoru. Yoru, however, tilted his head slightly and naturally reached out to wrap his arm around Izumi's waist, gently pushing her behind him. Stand back and be good. Yoru's voice was lazy yet confident, carrying a hint of overbearing doting. Don't let your hair be ruffled by such low-class parlor tricks. Izumi's cheeks flushed red, and she nodded obediently as she stepped back. Yes, Lord Yoru. After comforting Izumi, Yoru slowly raised his head, looking directly at the flaming fist shadows falling like meteors. Facing the life-risking strike of Konoha's blue beast, Yoru not only didn't dodge, but instead revealed a fanatical, bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Comparing taijutsu. Yoru laughed out loud, his laughter filled with peerless arrogance. Might Guy, who gave you the confidence to dare play this game in front of me? Then I'll let you witness what the true 8 gates look like. Yoru suddenly clenched his fists, and the restrictions of 6 meridians within his body were instantly broken through. The side effect-free version of the 8 gates rewarded by the system was boldly activated. The 6th gate, the gate of view, open. Boom! An airwave even more violent and vast than Might Guy's erupted from Yoru's body. Though both had opened the gate of view, what burned on Yoru was the even more brilliant blue aura of the sage body. How is this possible? In midair, Might Guy's eyes widened, filled with utter shock and horror. How can you possibly know our Konoha's 8 gates? In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body trembling violently. Monster, where on earth did he steal Guy's forbidden technique from? And the pressure from that aura is several times stronger than Guy's. Yoru didn't give them time to be shocked. He kicked off the ground, turning into a bolt of blue lightning that soared into the sky. The trump card you're so proud of is nothing more than basic operations in my eyes. Yoru shouted, his fists also turning into countless afterimages, meeting the morning peacock head-on. Break for me! Green and blue lights collided violently in midair with world-shattering force. Bangs, bang, bangs, bang. Deafening sonic booms rang out in rapid succession, as if the entire sky were being torn apart. The moment Might Guy's countless flaming fist shadows touched Yoru's fist winds, it was as if they had met their natural nemesis, being forcibly shattered by Yoru's heavier and more terrifying senjutsu-enhanced monstrous strength. This is impossible. My morning peacock is actually being suppressed head-on. Might Guy gritted his teeth, desperately squeezing the chakra within his body in an attempt to recover from his disadvantage. This is your youth. Amidst the storm-like exchange of blows, Yoru offered a heartless mockery. Too soft and weak. Too slow, too little power. Did you not eat today? The two clashed in midair with pure taijutsu, without any fancy ninjutsu. The dull thuds of fist meeting flesh caused the entire space to vibrate violently. Everyone below looked up at this taijutsu duel that exceeded all limits. Gai-sensei. Several jonin arriving from the distance shouted in despair. Go help him, Gai-sensei won't be able to hold on. But they couldn't even get close to the center of that violent storm where blue and green intertwined. Under the crushing weight of Yoru's perfect sage body and absolute strength, Might Guy felt as if he were frantically hammering against an immovable mountain of divine iron. Every punch he threw was met with several times the countershock. Crack, crack. The bones in Might Guy's arms began to let out a groan of being overtaxed. Muscle fibers snapped inch by inch under Yoru's heavy pressure. The lotus of Konoha will never wither. Might Guy let out a tragic roar, attempting a final struggle. In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to be a potted plant. A cold light flashed in Yoru's eyes, and his right arm suddenly erupted with an even more terrifying blue flame. He no longer held back, pushing the monstrous strength of the sage body to its limit. It's over. Accompanied by Yoru's low shout, a terrifying heavy punch that broke the sound barrier was boldly thrown. Boom! Space itself seemed to be punched through by this strike. Might Guy's defensive line of arms was instantly shattered. Yoru's heavy punch slammed solidly into his chest. Might Guy sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes instantly rolling back. The green chakra steam surrounding him dissipated instantly under the power of this punch. Guy! Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a shrill wail. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Might Guy, like a kite with its string cut and his bones shattered, fell straight from the sky toward the earth. Bang! Might Guy crashed heavily into the ruins, completely unconscious. Konoha's strongest taijutsu expert, the Blue Beast, had been ruthlessly defeated by Yoru, using the same technique in a head-on clash. Yoru, like an invincible deity, landed lightly from midair. Even his breathing wasn't the slightest bit disturbed. Just then, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang out in Yoru's mind on cue. Ding detected that the host has repaid the enemy in their own coin, defeating Konoha's strongest taijutsu head-on. Using absolute violence to crush the 8 gates, causing Konoha to lose its final trump card, arrogance unparalleled. Judgment, the host's majesty covers the world, taijutsu invincible. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtained 8 gates, 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder side effect-free version. Hearing this reward, a satisfied, arrogant smile curled on the corner of Yoru's mouth. Even the Gate of Wonder was unlocked, and likewise without side effects. This meant that as long as he didn't open the fatal Gate of Death, he was the ceiling of taijutsu in the ninja world in his normal state. Is this all Konoha's trump card amounts to? Yoru slowly withdrew the burning blue chakra aura from his body. He didn't spare another glance at the unconscious Might Guy at the bottom of the crater, instead turning his gaze toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen could barely even stand now. His knees buckled, and he knelt powerlessly on the ground, his eyes full of utter, ash-like despair. Inoshika, Cho had lost, the Hyuga had lost, and even Guy had lost. Konoha had no more soldiers to use. It had truly reached the end of the road. You win. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age 10 years in an instant, his voice terrifyingly hoarse. Uchiha Yoru, if you want to kill, kill me, but spare the civilians in the village. Kill you. Yoru let out an extremely mocking sneer. Letting you die so easily would be too good for you. I want you to keep your eyes wide open and watch how that will of fire you're so proud of is crushed under my feet. Yoru drew the ninja sword from his waist with a backhand motion. The cold blade turned, not pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but directly toward a direction deep within the village. That was the headquarters of the root, where endless evils were hidden. The obstacles on the surface have been cleared. Yoru turned around, facing the blood-boiling Uchiha army behind him. His voice was like a cold wind from the 9 abysses, carrying an unquestionable dominance. Now, it's time to clean up the trash hiding in the gutters. Yoru held his ninja sword high, issuing an extremely cold command to the entire clan. All troops hear my command. Follow me to trample the root. Go dig out that coward Danzo and slaughter him for me. 31, Chapter 30, One Knight leads the family's elite troops straight to the root base. Yes, we obey Lord Yi's orders. Over 1,000 fully armed Uchiha clan members roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. The way they looked at Yi was filled with a near-frenzied adoration and absolute loyalty. Yi set off, walking at the front of the group like a demon god descending upon the mortal realm. The massive Uchiha army followed closely behind, like an unstoppable torrent of steel. They marched boldly toward the darkest corner of the back mountains of Konoha village. Along the streets, countless Konoha defenders lay collapsed. They were originally elites from various clans, but now they had long since been scared witless by Yi's terrifying strength. Watching this murderous Uchiha army approach, no one dared to harbor even the slightest thought of standing in their way. Don't block the path, all of you get lost. Uchiha Tekka walked at the front of the line, ninja sword in hand, loudly berating the trembling Konoha ninja. Those Konoha defenders threw down their equipment one after another, retreating in a pathetic and disheveled state. Some even crawled and scrambled into the nearby ruins out of extreme fear. The surrounding civilians hid in the corners of their houses, not even daring to breathe loudly. The once high and mighty Konoha ninja were as humble as ants before the Uchiha's military might. Lord Yi, these guys usually act all high and mighty in front of us. Uchiha Yashiro followed behind Yi, feeling the pent-up frustration of many years finally swept away. Now they've all turned into shrinking turtles. How ridiculous. Because they have witnessed what true power is. Yi walked with his hands in his pockets, his pace steady, his tone carrying an overbearing arrogance that looked down on everything. In the face of absolute strength, the confidence they pride themselves on isn't worth a damn. The army marched grandly through most of Konoha village. Finally, they arrived before an extremely hidden cliff face in the back mountains. The area was overgrown with weeds, and high-level genjutsu illusions were placed outside as a cover. But under the investigation of several Uchiha elites who had activated their Sharingan, nothing could remain hidden. An incredibly large and heavy steel door was embedded within the cliff face. The door was made entirely of rare special steel, its surface covered with dense defensive runes. This was the entrance to the secret headquarters where Root had been hidden for decades. It was indestructible. Even ordinary S-rank ninjutsu would find it difficult to leave a single mark on it. Lord Yi, we have arrived. Uchiha Yashiro stepped forward quickly, examining the heavy steel door with a slight frown. The material of this door is extremely hard, and it's reinforced with a chakra defensive barrier. Yashiro turned around and respectfully asked Yi for the next course of action. It will likely be difficult to blast open directly with ninjutsu. It would take too much effort. Should I have the brothers plaster it with the massive amount of exploding tags we brought? With a concentrated blast of several thousand exploding tags, we can definitely blow this iron turtle shell to smithereens. Yashiro seemed full of confidence, as they were currently well supplied. Hearing Yashiro's suggestion, Yi only gave a sneer. Use exploding tags to blow it up. Yi looked at the steel door, his eyes full of disdain. Is this piece of scrap metal even worthy of wasting our Uchiha strategic resources? But Lord Yi, if we force our way through this door, Yashiro hesitated. Yi waved his hand casually, interrupting Yashiro. Everyone stand back. Let me teach you how to knock on a door. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi, who had been silently following Yi, stepped forward very considerately. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an inseparable infatuation and tenderness. Izumi took out a clean, soft handkerchief from her bosom. Standing slightly on her tiptoes, she very gently wiped a trace of dust from Yi's cheek. Lord, you just displayed such divine might. You've worked hard. Izumi's voice was soft and sweet, carrying unconcealed adoration. For this kind of crude work like smashing a door, you only need to move a finger. Please don't overexert yourself. Izumi would be worried. feeling Izumi's tender actions and the obsession in her eyes. An overbearing smile curled at the corners of Yi's mouth. He naturally reached out his left hand and grabbed Izumi's slender waist, which could be held in a single hand. He pulled her into his embrace. "Don't worry, smashing a door like this doesn't even count as a warm-up." He whispered into Izumi's ear, his warm breath causing a flush of red to instantly bloom on her cheeks. Snuggling very obediently in Yi's arms, Izumi's eyes were full of happiness. After a brief moment of tenderness, Yi released Izumi's slender waist. "Watch obediently from behind." Then Yi slowly stepped forward and stood directly in front of the massive steel door. Yi's gaze instantly became bone-chillingly cold. He slowly raised his right hand and gripped the hilt of the ninja sword at his waist. Does that old turtle Danzo think he can survive by hiding in an iron shell? Today, I will completely shatter his turtle shell. The moment his words fell, the senjutsu chakra within Yi's body, which was like a vast ocean, erupted violently. "Take Mikazachi." Accompanying Yi's cold shout, the violent power of lightning instantly ignited the air. Blinding blue lightning surged out of his body in an instant. This violent lightning release, chakra, gathered frantically onto the ninja sword in his hand. Accompanied by bursts of ear-piercing sonic booms, like the chirping of 1,000 birds. The originally 3-foot-long ninja sword was instantly elongated and magnified by the lightning. In the blink of an eye, a giant lightning blade 10 meters long, radiating a destructive pressure, appeared in Yi's hand. The air around the lightning blade was extremely distorted under the terrifying high temperature and violent energy. The Uchiha clan members in the rear looked at this giant lightning blade that seemed like divine punishment. Everyone held their breath, their eyes full of fanaticism and deep awe. "Open for me." Yi gripped the hilt tightly with both hands and stomped his foot down hard. The hard ground instantly exploded into a deep crater. With a force that could split Mount Hua, Yi swung the 10-meter-long lightning blade. He slashed down fiercely at the steel door that was claimed to be indestructible. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering explosion erupted in the valley of the back mountain. The violent lightning instantly lit up the entire night sky as bright as day. That steel door, several meters thick and covered in defensive runes, was like a piece of fragile tofu before this lightning blade, imbued with senjutsu-enhanced monstrous strength. Without any suspense or hindrance, the lightning blade sliced through the door's defensive barrier like dry weeds and rotten wood, cutting deep into the steel. Cracked, accompanied by an extremely ear-piercing sound of metal snapping. That massive steel door was actually split in two from the middle by Yi's single strike. Rumble. The steel door split in half, let out a wail and collapsed to both sides. It slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The scene behind the door was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. It was a gloomy, dark, and bottomless underground passage. The secret headquarters that Danzo had been proud of and had hidden for decades. Was just like that, its disguise sliced open by Yi's purest violence. It was completely exposed under the bright light. Lord Yi's divine might. Lord Yi is invincible. The Uchiha army in the rear erupted into mountain-shaking cheers. They had personally witnessed how Yi had trampled the darkest force in Konoha under his feet. Yi slowly retracted the lightning blade, his expression calm and indifferent. At that moment, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang out in his mind on cue. Ding detected that the host has crudely destroyed the root entrance with pure violence, shattering the dark nest with one strike, completely exposing the higher-up's final trump card. Judgment, the host's actions are arrogant and overbearing, looking down on everything. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtained a permanent 50% increase in lightning release chakra destructive power. Hearing this reward, the corners of Yi's mouth couldn't help but turn up. A permanent 50% increase in lightning release destructive power. This meant that any lightning release he casually released in the future would possess destructive lethality beyond the norm. Lord Yi, the door is open. Uchiha Yashiro stepped forward, ninja sword in hand, his face full of excitement. Please give the order. The brothers will charge in right now and catch all the rats inside to slaughter them. The other Uchiha elites were also rubbing their hands together, ready to charge in and start a massacre. However, Yi raised his hand, stopping their movement. No need. Yi's voice was cold and majestic, with an unquestionable decisiveness. The space inside is too narrow. The army won't be able to maneuver if they go in. And that old fox Danzo has surely filled the place with all sorts of disgusting traps. He turned around, resting the cold gleaming ninja sword on his shoulder. He issued an absolute death order to the entire army. Yashiro, Tekka, take everyone and surround this entrance tightly. Don't let even a single fly escape. Yes, we obey Lord Yi's orders, the officers shouted in unison. As for the hell inside, an extremely frenzied, bloodthirsty battle intent burned in Yi's eyes. I'll go solo it. After saying that, Yi ignored everyone else, and carrying his sword, stepped alone into that pitch-black, dark underground passage. However, he hadn't walked very far, when an extremely dense sound of mechanical gears turning immediately came from the depths of the dark passage. Kaka. The scalp-numbing sound echoed continuously in the enclosed space. On the walls on both sides of the passage, countless hidden holes instantly opened. Tens of thousands of lethal poison arrows, mixed with ignited exploding tag traps, were completely activated at this moment. Chapter 32, the root base is full of mechanisms. Knight, holding his ninja sword, stepped alone into the pitch-black, gloomy underground passage. Behind him were the fanatical, worshipful gazes of the Uchiha clan members. Before him lay an abyss of endless, bottomless darkness. Boom! The two halves of the split steel door behind him were slowly closed by his clansmen. The last sliver of light was completely sealed off. The entire passage instantly plunged into a dead silence, so profound he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. But the next second, click, 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 click. A rapid, incredibly dense series of metallic clicks and whirs erupted wildly from within the walls on both sides of the passage. This was the ultimate killing array the Root had buried here for decades, now fully activated. Countless lethal poison arrows, poisoned senbon, and ignited exploding tags traps. At this moment, all of them aimed at the sole living being in the center of the passage. Is this the level of your welcoming ceremony? A cold, utterly disdainful sneer curled at the corner of Knight's lips. Danzo, you truly become less and less presentable. His eyes suddenly transformed in the darkness. The crimson Mangekyou Sharingan emitted an eerie, heart-palpitating, faint glow. Under the extreme perception of these divine eyes, all the hidden mechanisms and traps in the darkness were laid bare. The flow paths of chakra, the operation methods of the mechanisms, even the composition of the poisons smeared on the senbon. Everything was seen clearly by Knight. Fire! The Root Death Warriors hidden within the wall cavities issued the attack command through voice pipes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the surrounding walls violently flipped inward. A sky-blotting barrage of poisoned senbon, mixed with ignited, hissing, exploding tags. Like a deadly rainstorm from hell, shot out wildly from all directions, attempting to completely drown Knight in the passage into a pulp of flesh and blood. Did we succeed? Under this saturation attack, even a cage-level expert would be riddled with holes. The Root Death Warriors behind cover stared intently at the surveillance crystal. They frantically manipulated the mechanisms, attempting to exhaust Knight to death here with this endless sea of traps tactics. However, the scene appearing in the surveillance crystal instantly made their scalps tingle. Facing this lethal assault, Knight didn't even deign to dodge. He hadn't even moved a single step. Susanoo. Knight merely uttered 4 words faintly. Boom! A violent burst of blue chakra erupted from his body. Giant blue chakra, ribs instantly formed and manifested around Knight's body, enveloping his entire person within them, seamless and airtight. Clang, 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 clang. Countless poisoned senbon struck the energy skeleton of the Susanoo, producing a series of crisp, metallic clanging sounds. But forget piercing the defense, they didn't even leave the slightest trace on it. Immediately after, boom, booms, boom. Hundreds, thousands of exploding tags detonated in succession. Terrifying explosive shockwaves and flames instantly engulfed the entire passage. Blast him to death, blast him with everything you've got. The Root Death Warriors frantically pressed the detonation buttons, savage grins spreading across their faces. But when the dust from the explosions cleared, the grins on their faces instantly froze solid. Knight remained standing there, completely unscathed, not even a corner of his clothing touched by the flames. All the explosive impacts and flames were perfectly blocked outside by that seemingly thin layer of blue ribs. This is impossible. Our traps are completely ineffective against him. One Root Death Warrior cried out in terror, his voice trembling. You entertain me with these kindergarten-level toys. Knight's voice pierced through the walls, clearly reaching the ears of every Death Warrior. Did that old bastard Danzo send you here as cannon fodder to die? Knight sneered coldly and slowly drew the ninja sword at his waist. Blinding lightning instantly crackled wildly along the blade of the ninja sword. Since you love to play so much, I'll play a big game with you. A chill flashed in Knight's eyes. Gripping the lightning-wreathed ninja sword, his figure instantly transformed into a bolt of blue lightning. He didn't bother searching for the hidden trap switches. Instead, using the most pure, most violent method, he shot towards the end of the passage at extreme speed. Underground second level, poison gas trap zone. Quick, release the highest concentration of nerve gas. Even a tailed beast would be paralyzed on the spot with just one whiff. The Root Death Warriors in charge of this level frantically cranked the valves. However, Knight moved so fast that even the diffusion speed of the gas couldn't catch up. Like a bolt of lightning that ignored everything, he shot straight through the poison mist. The monstrous resistance of his perfect sage body meant he didn't feel even the slightest discomfort. SSSSHHHH. A flash of blade light. The steel door of the control room was instantly sliced open. Several Root Death Warriors inside didn't even have time to scream before being killed with a single stroke. Underground third level, lava trap zone. The floor beneath his feet suddenly gave way, revealing a seething sea of molten lava below. Knight didn't even glance at it. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the stone slab just as it was about to fall. Flying Thunder God technique activated. His figure vanished instantly, reappearing directly at the exit 100 meters away. He knows space-time ninjutsu. The Death Warriors in charge of this level were horrified beyond belief, turning to flee. But a bolt of blue lightning had already pierced through their chests. Underground fourth level, water prison technique and high-pressure water cutter array. Knight directly activated the Susanoo, bulldozing his way through, tanking water cutters capable of slicing steel, shattering all the mechanisms and walls into pieces. Fifth level, sixth level, seventh level. Knight's speed of advance was simply appallingly fast. Wherever he passed, steel-forged mechanisms were easily shattered by his blade. Incredibly sturdy load-bearing stone pillars were directly shattered by his berserk chakra. The Root Death Warriors hidden in the shadows, manipulating the traps, couldn't even see Knight's shadow before they were decapitated. No superfluous words, no unnecessary movements. Only the most pure, most extreme display of overwhelming force. The Root's pride and joy, their supposedly impregnable 12-layer, three-dimensional underground defense system. In front of Knight was as fragile as a castle built of sand. In just a few short minutes, all 12 layers of defense were completely shattered by him with a force that crushed everything in its path. Boom! Knight fought his way all down to the lowest level of the base. This was the Root's core command center. Looking at the final defensive line before him, a half-meter-thick door made of special alloy. An expression of extreme impatience appeared on Knight's face. He sheathed his ninja sword, wildly gathering senjutsu chakra into his right foot. Open up! Knight suddenly kicked out, his foot slamming viciously into the thick alloy door. Bangs! An ear-splitting roar reverberated throughout the underground base. That alloy door, capable of withstanding a direct hit from an S-rank ninjutsu, under this violent kick from Knight. The center of the door panel was actually kicked inward, leaving a massive, sunken footprint. The door hinges let out a grating screech of protest. Countless cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the entire door frame. Immediately after, the entire door, under this unstoppable force, was kicked clean off its hinges. Like a discus thrown, it spun backwards, flying into the interior of the command center. Crash! The alloy door slammed heavily onto the command center floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Knight, as if taking a leisurely stroll, had slaughtered his way through the entire underground fortress. On his person, not a speck of dust could be found, not a single wrinkle. The Root's final defensive forces were completely annihilated before him, leaving only wreckage in their wake. Right at that moment, that pleasant system notification tone chimed punctually in Knight's mind. Ding! Host detected single-handedly clearing Konoha's strongest trap fortress. Resolved with pure force, treating the Root's defense system as if it were nothing. Judgment, Host is arrogant, overbearing, and looks down on everything. Rebelliousness rating, SSS. Divine level reward issued. Congratulations, Host. Acquired passive talent, Instinct, can instantly see through all traps and attack blind spots. Hearing this reward, Knight nodded in satisfaction. With this talent, any ambush or trap would become a joke before him from now on. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the lingering dust. Fixing on the figure, seated in the main chair, at the deepest part of the command center. Found you, Danzo. Knight's voice was icy, carrying undisguised killing intent. The dust gradually settled. The scene inside the command center finally appeared clearly before Knight's eyes. Shimura Danzo's face was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. Leaning on his cane, he slowly rose from the chair, symbolizing the highest authority en route. Looking at the devastation all around, then at Knight, who was completely unscathed, he trembled with rage. Good, very good indeed. Danzo's voice was hoarse, filled with barely suppressed madness and venom. Uchiha Knight, you've truly given this old man a monumental surprise. The underground fortress, this old man painstakingly prepared for over a decade, actually dismantled by you alone. It seems this old man still underestimated the evil of you Uchiha. Knight looked at him coldly, as if looking at a dead man. Enough of your nonsense, old dog. Today is the day you die. The day I die, ha 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 ha. Danzo suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, filled with a sickening confidence. You think you've already won. Danzo's face appeared extremely twisted under the light. You have no idea how many trump cards this old man has prepared for today. As his words fell, Danzo violently threw aside his cane. He extended his left hand and slowly began unwinding the layer upon layer of thick bandages wrapped around his right arm. As the bandages continued to fall away, an extremely pale limb, completely unlike a normal human arm, was exposed to the air. And upon this arm were densely embedded over a dozen crimson, three-tomoed Sharingan. Those eyes seemed to still possess life. The moment they made contact with the air, they all opened simultaneously, staring fixedly at Knight. 33, Chapter 33, Danzo reveals an arm full of Sharingan and activates Izanagi. This scene was enough to make anyone who saw it feel their skin crawl. Yoru stood where he was, his gaze fixed deathly on that arm embedded with his clansman's eyes. The disdain and mockery on his face completely vanished at this moment. In its place was a monstrous killing intent that felt almost tangible. Shimura Danzo. Yaru's voice was so cold, it seemed capable of freezing the very air. You actually dare to treat the eyes of our Uchiha clan as battle trophies for trash like you. Desecrating the remains of our kin, is this what you high-ups call the will of fire? Feeling the killing intent radiating from Yoru that was almost solidifying. Far from showing any regret, Danzo instead let out a burst of extremely arrogant laughter. Hadohate. Desecration. Uchiha Yoru, you are too narrow-minded. Danzo held that nauseating right arm high, as if displaying a supreme work of art. Your Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Leaving this power with you would only bring disaster to the village. I am simply making the best use of these resources. These eyes can only realize their true value in my hands. I am the one who can lead Konoha to its true peak. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a weak piece of trash. He doesn't understand the big picture at all. Listening to Danzo's high-sounding, yet shameless rhetoric. The murderous intent in Yoru's eyes had boiled to the extreme. To speak of such despicable shamelessness so eloquently, you old dog really are rotten to the core. Yoru slowly tightened his grip on his ninja sword. I've changed my mind. I won't let you die so quickly. I will scrape the skin off your body, along with your bones, inch by inch. Facing Yoru's lethal threat, Danzo sneered repeatedly. Boastful brat, you think you can kill me? Die. Danzo took a sudden deep breath, his hands forming seals at high speed. Wind release, vacuum serial waves, accompanied by his angry roar. Over a dozen extremely sharp, invisible wind blades, capable of cutting through refined steel, were spat out from Danzo's mouth in succession. These wind blades wove into a dense, airtight net, strangling toward Yoru head-on. Facing this sharp offensive, Yoru didn't even use the ocular powers of his Mangekyou Sharingan. Too slow. Yoru's eyes turned cold as his ninja sword flickered with blinding lightning. Swish, swish, swish. An endless stream of blade light wove into a silver afterimage in midair. Those incredibly sharp vacuum waves were as fragile as paper before Yoru's lightning blade. They were instantly shattered into pieces, dissipating into harmless breezes. What? Danzo's pupils constricted, clearly not expecting his ninjutsu to be neutralized so easily. But before he could make his next move, Yoru's figure vanished from the spot without any warning. Flying Thunder God technique. Old dog, your nonsense ends here. The cold voice exploded directly behind Danzo's ear. The hair on Danzo's body stood on end instantly, as extreme fear gripped his heart. He whipped his head around. He was met by a bone-chilling flash of a blade. Without any resistance, the lightning-wrapped ninja sword sliced through Danzo's neck with extreme precision and ease. Thud! Danzo's head instantly slid off his neck and hit the ground heavily. A decapitation in one move. It was clean and efficient to the extreme. However, as Yoru looked at the decapitated corpse on the ground, his brow twitched slightly. Because the corpse didn't bleed a single drop. Instead, in a strange distortion, it gradually turned into a blurry phantom and completely dissipated into the air. You think you can kill me? Danzo's grim voice suddenly came from the other side of the command room. Yoru slowly turned around. He saw Danzo, standing perfectly intact dozens of meters away. There wasn't even a scratch on his neck, as if the person who had just been beheaded wasn't him at all. Except, among the dozen or so crimson Sharingan on Danzo's right arm, one had closed forever. Izanagi. Looking at Danzo, Yoru accurately spoke the name of this forbidden technique. At the cost of one Sharingan, losing its light forever. It turns any damage, or even unfavorable factors like death, into a dream for the caster. Yoru's voice was filled with undisguised mockery. Old dog, did you steal our Uchiha eyes just to play the coward? Seeing Yoru expose his greatest trump card in one breath. Danzo didn't panic. Instead, he laughed even more arrogantly. As expected of a genius of the Uchiha, to even know of such a lost forbidden technique. Danzo caressed the remaining Sharingan on his arm, his eyes full of obsession. That's right, this is the ultimate genjutsu that changes fate. I now have over a dozen lives. In this world, I am a truly immortal existence. Immortal. Yoru scoffed, looking at Danzo as if he were a clown. A flawed forbidden technique forcibly activated with borrowed eyes, and you dare claim immortality. It seems you truly know nothing about power. Being so slighted by Yoru, Danzo's face turned ashen instantly. Arrogant brat. I want to see how many times your chakra can kill me. Relying on his margin for error, with over a dozen lives. Danzo completely abandoned defense, pouncing toward Yoru like a mad dog. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo launched a suicidal attack, completely disregarding chakra consumption. Various high-level wind release ninjutsu were poured toward Yoru as if they cost nothing. His tactic was simple. Even if he were killed, it didn't matter. As long as he could exhaust Yoru's chakra, he would be the winner in the end. You want to play a war of attrition with me? Yoru didn't even bother to dodge. The terrifying power of his perfect sage body erupted instantly. He charged straight ahead, braving the sky full of wind blades. Die! Yoru threw a punch, his violent senjutsu-enhanced strength shattering Danzo's chest. Danzo's body turned into a phantom and dissipated again. A second later, he revived perfectly intact in another spot. It's useless, Uchiha Yoru. Danzo roared crazily, pouncing again. Your stamina is finite, while I am invincible. Swish! Yoru swung his blade backhandedly, splitting Danzo in half again. In less than a minute, Danzo had launched 6 consecutive suicidal attacks, and he was killed 6 times in a row by Yoru in the most brutal fashion. 6 of the Sharingan on his arm also closed accordingly. Huffs. Reviving once more, Danzo panted heavily. Although injuries could be erased, the mental and chakra toll of repeatedly activating the forbidden technique was immense. In contrast, Yoru across from him hadn't even broken a sweat, and his aura remained as bottomless as a vast ocean. How is it possible? His chakra hasn't weakened at all. A trace of unnameable panic finally flashed through Danzo's heart. Yoru casually rested his ninja sword on his shoulder, looking at Danzo with a face full of sarcasm. Old dog can't keep up already. Using our Uchiha's technique to deal with a real Uchiha. This display of yours is truly embarrassing. Yoru slowly raised his free left hand. Since you love relying on these stolen eyes so much, then I will tear down this fig leaf of yours completely. As his voice fell, Yoru made a mental command within the system space. Clang, accompanied by a crisp sound of metal clashing. A dark golden chain, radiating a dim light and covered in mysterious sealing runes. Like a long-dormant, venomous snake, it shot out from Yoru's palm at high speed. Soul-suppressing chain. This was a sealing artifact specially rewarded by the system to counter all flashy trump cards. What is this thing? Danzo was pale with fright, instinctively wanting to dodge backward. But the soul-suppressing chain was too fast. It almost ignored spatial distance, turning into a bolt of dark golden lightning. With an incredible angle, it instantly closed in on Danzo. There was no suspense. The dark golden chain, like a sharp sword, accurately pierced through Danzo's right arm embedded with Sharingan. Ugh! Danzo let out a shrill scream. He didn't die, so Izanagi couldn't be triggered. But something more desperate than pain happened. Seal! Yoru shouted coldly, suddenly tightening his grip on the end of the chain. In an instant, the mysterious sealing runes on the soul-suppressing chain seemed to come alive. Following the chain, they spread frantically toward Danzo's arm. An extremely domineering power of absolute sealing erupted on Danzo's right arm. What did you do to my arm? Danzo discovered in horror. That sealing power was actually sweeping through everything in its path. It forcibly cut the chakra link between the first Hokage's cells in his body and those Sharingan. That was his only energy source for maintaining Izanagi. No, my eyes. Amidst Danzo's pig-like screams, the crimson Sharingan on his right arm that were still open were like light bulbs whose power had suddenly been cut. Click, 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 accompanied by a series of faint sounds. The remaining Sharingan all closed weakly at the same time. Izanagi was completely neutralized. I said it. Yoru held the chain, looking like a Shinigami presiding over judgment. Power belonging to the Uchiha, an old dog like you isn't fit to use it. Just then, the system's extremely pleasant notification sounded in Yoru's mind right on time. Ding! Detected host has brute forced the forbidden technique Izanagi, using an absolute artifact to crush the old schemer's greatest trump card without mercy. Judgment, host saw through the flaw and used brutal methods. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to host. Obtain the absolute immunity to ocular power sealing privilege. Hearing this reward, the corners of Yoru's mouth curled up slightly. This meant that from now on, any means in the ninja world attempting to seal his eyes would completely fail. This pair of Mangekyou would become a supreme weapon that could never be stripped away. No, this is impossible. Danzo slumped on the ground, looking at that pale right arm that had completely lost all reaction. He was completely panicked, his body trembling violently. The dozens of lives he was so proud of, his greatest reliance for ruling Konoha, had been completely nullified in an instant by a mysterious chain. How many lives do you have left now? Yoru retracted the soul-suppressing chain, carrying his ninja sword as he approached Danzo step by step. The cold killing intent locked onto Danzo as if it were solid. Looking at Yoru's crimson Mangekyou Sharingan, Danzo finally realized that he would absolutely not walk out of here alive today. Extreme fear and despair were instantly transformed into total madness. I am the root of Konoha. I will never die at the hands of a traitor like you. Danzo let out a beast-like roar with a distorted face. He suddenly reached out with his left hand, frantically tearing open the shirt on his chest. Ripped. The clothes were torn to shreds. On Danzo's withered chest, a large area of sealing formula, like black ink, was revealed to be writhing strangely. Those black formulas emitted a hair-raising aura of dead silence. They were spreading from his chest to his entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Since I can't live. Danzo's eyes bulged as he used the last bit of strength in his body to pounce toward Yoru crazily. Then come to hell with me. Reverse 4 symbols sealing, 34, Chapter 34. In despair, Danzo attempts to use the reverse 4 symbols seal to perish together with his opponent. Shimura Danzo let out a frantic roar like a wild beast. The reverse 4 symbols sealing formula on his chest, looking like black ink, erupted at this moment. The black sealing formula was like living tentacles. They frantically tore through the air, rapidly spreading and expanding in all directions. Uchiha Yoru, don't you claim to be invincible? Danzo's face was distorted to the extreme, his eyes full of morbid madness. I want to see if you can still be so arrogant in the face of an absolute seal. Within a 100-meter radius, no one can escape this final judgment. Danzo's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice carried a terminal determination. I will pull you, along with everything around us, into a dead and silent sealing space. Facing Danzo's nearly suicidal and frantic actions, Yoru didn't panic at all. He didn't even knit his brows. Holding a ninja sword flickering with lightning, he stood there watching coldly. So eager to seek death already. Yoru's voice was filled with high-end mighty contempt. Danzo, you rat hiding in the gutter, you still have to look so pathetic even before you die. Danzo trembled all over, enraged by Yoru's mockery. You brat, how dare you talk so big when death is at your doorstep? Everything I have done was for the future of Konoha. Danzo spread his arms and lunged frantically at Yoru like a martyr. As long as I can kill you, the greatest cancer. Even if I am smashed to pieces, I will be a well-deserved hero of Konoha. Listening to these nauseatingly hypocritical words, a trace of intense disgust flashed in Yoru's eyes. To speak of selfishness in such a refined way, you have truly brought shamelessness to its pinnacle. Yoru snorted coldly and tightened his grip on the ninja sword. Since you want to be a hero so badly, then I will personally tear your dream to shreds. Danzo laughed maniacally, his speed increasing. The black sealing tentacles spread out a net of death in front of him. It's useless. Once the reverse 4 symbols sealing is activated, it absolutely cannot be stopped. You can't escape, die with me. Facing this certain death situation. Instead of retreating, a cold smile curled on Yoru's lips. Escape? Against trash like you, if I take even half a step back, I'll consider it my loss. Yoru's crimson Mangekyou Sharingan erupted with a terrifying light at this moment. The intuition talent activated instantly. All the surrounding energy flows, attack trajectories, and even the subtle resistance of the air were all used by Yoru's brain to instantly calculate a perfect slashing route. Dai Uchiha Yoru. Danzo had already rushed in front of Yoru, his hands reaching out to grab him tightly. He was just about to touch Yoru's body. At this critical moment, Yoru moved. Flying Thunder God. As Yoru calmly uttered those words, his figure vanished into thin air without warning. Danzo lunged and missed, his hands grabbing only air. The reverse four symbols sealing lock-on, he took pride and instantly failed. How is this possible? I clearly had him locked on. Danzo's eyes widened, and he looked around in absolute horror. Who are you looking for? A cold voice, like the whisper of the Shinigami, suddenly rang out from Danzo's blind spot. Danzo's hair stood on end, and he instinctively tried to turn around. But he no longer had the chance. A blinding blue lightning light, like a bolt cutting through the night. The blade fell cleanly, without any unnecessary movement. Slash. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh and bone echoed clearly. Danzo's pale right arm, embedded with over a dozen dead Sharingan, was severed at the root by Yoru. The severed arm flew high, spraying a trail of blinding blood in the air. Alas! Danzo let out a miserable howl, like a vengeful spirit. He clutched his spurting right shoulder in pain and fell to the side. But the black sealing formula on his chest continued to expand outward due to momentum. Wanting to take me down with you, who do you think you are? Yoru shouted coldly, giving Danzo no chance to catch his breath. He suddenly raised his right leg and with violent force, kicked Danzo hard in the abdomen. Bang! Danzo was kicked over like a tattered sack, landing on the ground. Immediately after, Yoru stepped forward and pressed his combat boot firmly onto Danzo's shriveled chest. The position was exactly on top of the wriggling core of the reverse four symbols ceiling. What do you want to do? Danzo looked in terror at Yoru, who was stepping on his chest. What do I want to do? Yoru's eyes were full of brutal coldness. I'll show you right now what absolute crushing power looks like. As he spoke, the perfect senjutsu chakra within Yoru, vast as an ocean, erupted. Force it back. Yoru suddenly exerted force with his right foot. A massive, despair-inducing surge of senjutsu chakra was forcibly injected into Danzo's body. The reverse four symbols ceiling, which was still spreading frantically, let out an unwilling wail. The black ink tentacles acted as if they had met their natural enemy. They actually ground to a halt. This is impossible. Danzo's face was written with disbelief. How could you possibly suppress the reverse four symbols ceiling, which is known for absolute mutual destruction? Absolute. Yoru pressed down again, his massive chakra feeling like Mount Tai pressing down. In this world, my will is absolute. Along with Yoru's cold shout, the black ceiling formulas that had already spread half a meter began to recede. Bit by bit, they were forcibly trampled back into Danzo's body by Yoru. No, my ultimate seal. Danzo roared in collapse, driven to the brink of despair. How can you break common sense like this? Because you are too weak as an ant that can be crushed at will. Yoru declared coldly. All your schemes and trump cards don't even qualify as a joke in my eyes. The plot for mutual destruction was ruthlessly crushed by Yoru with unreasonable speed and power. Blood gushed from the stump of Danzo's right shoulder. He was stepped on by Yoru like a dead dog, without even the strength to struggle. Yoru glanced at the pale right arm lying not far away. This disgusting stolen item of yours is a real eyesore. Yoru kicked casually, sending the severed arm flying dozens of meters into a corner of the ruins. My first Hokage's cells. Danzo reached out with his remaining left hand, trying to grab the arm, his eyes filled with obsession and despair. That was his greatest reliance for ruling the ninja world, and now it was kicked away like trash. Stop looking. Does that kind of trash even deserve to be called power? Yoru stepped on Danzo, like a cold and ruthless demon god. Now, you're just a pitiful and pathetic crippled old dog. Just then, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang out in Yoru's mind right on time. Ding detected the host stepping on the ninja world's greatest conspirator. Forcibly interrupted the mutual destruction forbidden technique, crushing the old schemer's last hope. Judgment, host is cold-blooded, ruthless, and overbearingly peerless. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtain the first Hokage cell's perfect fusion potion. Hearing this reward, a satisfied curve formed on Yoru's lips. This meant he could directly possess insane vitality and would release potential. And without any side effects of berserk rejection, it was countless times more advanced than Danzo's defective product. Danzo. Yoru looked down at the dying old man beneath his feet. Your whole life, you've been calculating against others from dark corners. For the power of Konoha, how many people have you killed, and how many filthy things have you done? Yoru's voice was like the tolling of a death sentence bell. This is the consequence of your plotting against the Uchiha. Stepped on by Yoru, blood kept gushing from Danzo's mouth. His gaze gradually blurred, but the extreme unwillingness in his heart continued to burn frantically. He was unwilling to let the root he built be destroyed like this. I will never lose. On the verge of death, Danzo stared fixedly at Yoru, a final trace of madness erupting in his eyes. I am the root of Konoha. I still have a way. Danzo used the last of his strength to slowly raise his trembling left hand. What are you doing? Yoru narrowed his eyes slightly, watching his movements coldly. Danzo didn't answer. His hand suddenly reached for his right eye. It was perpetually wrapped in thick white bandages. This is my most perfect masterpiece, the ultimate power capable of changing the entire landscape of the ninja world. Rip! With a soft sound, Danzo tore off the heavy bandage covering his right eye. The secret long hidden beneath the bandages was completely exposed to the air. It was a crimson Mangekyou Sharingan. The unique four-pointed windmill pattern in the eye emitted extremely eerie ripples. Shisui's eye. Yoru saw the eye clearly and instantly understood Danzo's intent. Ha 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 ha, since I can't kill you. Danzo's face distorted to the extreme as he let out bursts of hair-raising laughter. Then I will turn you into my most loyal puppet. Uchiha Yoru, obediently become the blade that protects Konoha. Accept this brainwashing from the ultimate genjutsu that alters will. 35, Chapter 35, the Uchiha clan will never again be controlled by others. Uchiha Yoru, you insolent madman who respects no elders. I admit your martial prowess is peerless, but before Kato Matsukami, all of it is meaningless. Danzo let out a spine-chilling, frantic laugh, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. As long as you are hit by this move, your brain will be completely rewritten by me. You will obediently kneel before me and kiss the tips of my shoes. You will become the sharpest blade in my hand, sweeping away all obstacles for me. Facing this old dog barking madly. Yoru stood in place, not even blinking an eyelid. He watched coldly as the domineering ocular power of Kato Matsukami turned into invisible ripples, piercing straight toward his sea of consciousness. It's activated, ha 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 ha. Danzo was ecstatic, every wrinkle on his face trembling violently. Kneel, Uchiha Yoru, kneel before me right now. You old dog, are you performing a stand-up comedy routine? An abruptly cold and cruel voice suddenly rang out amidst Danzo's frantic laughter. Yoru was still standing steadily in place, the corner of his mouth hooked in a mocking sneer as if looking at a dead man. Danzo's laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes widening. This is impossible. How can you still have your own consciousness? Kato Matsukami is absolute. You should have become my loyal puppet by now. Absolute. Yoru laughed out loud, his laughter filled with unparalleled arrogance. Using an eye stolen from someone else, you dare to speak so boastfully before me. Did you think I was standing here without dodging, because I was caught in your genjutsu? Yoru slowly raised his hand and pointed to his own head. I just wanted you to see with your own eyes how laughable your proud ultimate trump card truly is. Before the terrifying spiritual barrier of the perfect sage body. Combined with the absolute immunity to ocular power ceiling, just rewarded by the system. The supposedly unsolvable mental invasion of Kato Matsukami was like a drop of water falling into a vast ocean, failing to stir even a single ripple. I don't believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Danzo completely broke down, frantically channeling his right eye even as the corner of his eye was on the verge of tearing. Brainwash him for me. Why is there no effect at all? Because you are an out-and-out piece of trash. The smile on Yoru's face instantly vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. The game is over. Yoru took a step, his figure instantly closing the distance. Under Danzo's horrified gaze, as if he were seeing a ghost, Yoru slowly leaned down. He extended 2 fingers, like precise and ruthless iron pincers, heading straight for Danzo's right eye. What are you doing? You are not allowed to touch my eye. Danzo let out a hysterical scream, desperately trying to move backward. But he was pinned firmly under Yoru's foot, unable to move even half an inch. Click! Accompanied by an extremely crisp sound, Yoru's 2 fingers suddenly exerted force. He decisively and forcibly stripped that Mangekyou Sharingan from Danzo's eye socket. Danzo let out a shrill, pig-slaughtering wail, clutching his sightless right face as he rolled in agony. His life's greatest reliance was ruthlessly snatched away by Yoru with such nonchalance. Holding this eye, renowned as the strongest genjutsu eye in the ninja world, Yoru's gaze held not a shred of greed. This is the power you high-level officials flock to. Yoru's voice was cold to the extreme, as if he were evaluating a piece of trash found anywhere. No, give that eye back to me. Danzo reached out his hand, desperately trying to snatch it back. That is the future hope of Konoha. Only I am worthy of possessing it. Konoha's hope. Yoru gave a cold scoff, his eyes full of absolute pride. The fate of us Uchiha, absolutely, does not need to be saved by this kind of trash eye that is subject to others. As his voice fell, Yoru's 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Poof! A muffled sound echoed in the basement. This Kato Matsukami eye, which carried countless conspiracies and sins, was right before Danzo's face. Crushed raw on the spot by Yoru, like a fragile glass bead. The light of the chakra instantly dissipated into the air, leaving behind only a floor of worthless, empty debris. Yoru stood tall and proud, announcing his unshakable independent will to this hypocritical ninja world. My position as Hokage. Witnessing this scene, Danzo was overcome with rage, spitting out 3 large mouthfuls of blood in succession. All his trump cards, all his ambitions, all his schemes. Every single one was crushed in front of him by Yoru in the most brutal manner. Under extreme despair and overwhelming fury, Danzo's eyes bulged, and a rattling sound came from his throat. He couldn't even utter a final word before drawing his last breath in this dark, sunless underground command room. The once mighty leader of Root died a miserable death in endless frustration. At that very moment, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang out in Yoru's mind on cue. Ding! Detected that the host has personally crushed the strongest genjutsu, Kato Matsukami. Declaring absolute independence of will, ruthlessly crushing the original fate, extremely arrogant. Judgment, the host possesses innate pride and looks down on everything. Rebellion rating SSS. God-level rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the host. The Mangekyou ocular power has undergone another mutant evolution, successfully touching the threshold of eternity. Hearing this rich reward, Yoru felt a sensation of extreme comfort from his eyes. The slight soreness brought by the continuous use of the Mangekyou was swept away in an instant. His ocular power became deeper and completely flawless. He was now only a single step away from the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan that had no consumption. Not a bad harvest. Yoru slowly closed the system panel. He glanced coldly at Danzo's remains on the ground. Letting you just lie there is far too easy on you. Yoru directly swept his hand back, and a sharp wind blade sliced across with precision. Konoha's darkest tumor was finally pulled out by the roots. The evil-doing root was completely declared annihilated today. Yoru carried this head, which symbolized high-level power, in one hand. Without any hesitation, he turned and strode toward the exit of the underground base. In the empty corridor, only his steady and extremely oppressive footsteps remained. 1 step, 2 steps. Yoru followed the passage he had forcibly smashed through, slowly ascending the stairs. The light ahead became more and more obvious. When Yoru's tall frame finally stepped out of the ruins of the steel gate and stood in the sunlight once more. In the open space by the cliff, besides the Uchiha army standing guard, a large, dense crowd of people had appeared. The late-arriving third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was leading a large group of remaining Anbu, arriving at the scene out of breath. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Yoru walk out, his old face instantly turned pale as paper. Because he saw at a glance the object Yoru was carrying in his hand. Uchiha Yoru, just what have you done? Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on his golden staff and roared at the top of his lungs. You actually dared to publicly murder a top official of Konoha within the village. The Anbu ninjas behind him also drew their ninja swords one after another. But their hands were shaking uncontrollably and violently. Facing this Asura who had slaughtered his way through the Root Fortress single-handedly, not a single person dared to truly summon any fighting intent. Murder. Yoru carried Danzo's head, which had died with eyes wide open, as if he were carrying a piece of junk he'd picked up. He unceremoniously threw the head, like tossing trash, directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet. Roll, roll, roll. The head rolled to a stop, and Danzo's terrified and desperate face was completely exposed to the eyes of all the Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly, nearly falling onto his backside. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that rat brother of yours who hides in the gutters, I've already taken care of him for you. Yoru had his hands in his pockets, looking down on this group of Konoha remnants. His voice boomed like thunder. All the filthy things you've done are inside this head. Do you still have any shame? Danzo was the root of Konoha. You are digging up the very foundation of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen wailed in grief, his eyes filled with unconcealable fear. Uchiha Yoru, do you really intend to kill everyone today? When you were conspiring to plot the extermination of our clan, why didn't you think about killing everyone? Yoru's Mangekyou Sharingan emitted a suffocatingly terrifying pressure. Danzo has already gone to hell to scout the path. You don't need to be in such a hurry. Yoru slowly drew the ninja sword from his waist, and the blade once again flickered with a blinding lightning light. He pointed the tip of the sword from afar at Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead, his eyes full of unrestrained dominance. Old dog, now it's your turn to settle the bill. 36, Chapter 36, a chillingly mocking laugh. The lightning glow flickering on the blade illuminated Sarutobi Hiruzen's pale old face, making it alternately bright and dim. At his feet, the head of the deceased, eyes still wide open, was still slightly swaying on the ground. In the open space in front of the cliff, hundreds of late-arriving Anbu elites had completely surrounded the area. But at this moment, everyone seemed to be under a paralysis jutsu. Even their breathing had stopped. They widened their eyes, staring in horror at the head on the ground. Shimura Danzo, the root leader who hid in the shadows and made everyone tremble. He was actually slaughtered like a chicken. You actually killed him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was trembling violently, his finger pointing at Yoru, shaking incessantly. Uchiha Yoru, you lawless madman. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his Ruyi Jingubang and slammed it heavily onto the ground. He tried to use a loud voice to cover up the extreme panic deep within his heart. No matter how wrong Danzo was, he was still Konoha's Hokage assistant. Today, you openly murdered a Konoha High Command member. You are digging up Konoha's foundation. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's heartbroken accusation, Yoru didn't even blink. He slightly lowered the ninja sword in his hand. Digging up Konoha's foundation. Yoru seemed to have heard a huge joke, letting out a highly mocking sneer. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your old face is truly thicker than Konoha's city walls. When you were discussing how to slaughter our Uchiha clan in secret, why didn't you feel it was murdering fellow villagers? Yoru's gaze instantly turned bone-chillingly cold, his tone full of disdain. When this old dog went to dig out the eyes of his own clan, where was your foundation? Now that he's inferior and I've conveniently killed him, you come out to talk to me about camaraderie. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face flushed crimson as Yoru exposed his shortcomings to his face. But he knew deeply that he absolutely could not admit to those dirty dealings at this time. Stop spreading rumors here. Sarutobi Hiruzen righteously reprimanded, giving a death order to the surrounding Anbu. Everyone listen up. He has just gone through a major battle, his chakra must be exhausted. For Konoha's peace, for the will of fire, we must not let this traitor escape. Capture him. Following the Hokage's command, dozens of Anbu ninja gritted their teeth and slowly drew their ninja swords. However, their steps were as heavy as if filled with lead. Not a single person dared to take even half a step forward first, because Yoru's deep crimson Mangekyou Sharingan was casually sweeping across the entire scene. With just one glance, a terrifying pressure, as if substantial, pressed heavily on everyone's hearts. That hundreds of meters tall god of warriors from before, and that peerless sword strike that split Konoha's city walls in half, were still deeply imprinted in their minds. Chakra exhausted. This man, whose clothes had not a single wrinkle, showed no signs of exhaustion. What are you waiting for? Act. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the hesitant Anbu, angrily roaring again. Hokage-sama, we. The ANBU captain's hand holding the sword was shaking uncontrollably, his voice trembling. His pressure is too strong, we can't even get close. In the face of absolute power, these so-called Konoha elites were all frozen in place. Will of fire. Yoru sneered, casually resting his ninja sword on his shoulder. He unhesitatingly raised his combat boot and very naturally stepped on Danzo's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, stop trying to deceive people with your disgusting pyramid scheme rhetoric. Your will of fire is just to make young people into firewood, so that you old fogies can continue to warm yourselves comfortably. Yoru's voice, mixed with the vibrations of Senjutsu chakra, exploded in everyone's ears like thunder, making the Uchiha people cannon fodder on the most dangerous front lines, making civilian ninja fight for your great clans to fill the human casualty holes. When something goes wrong, you let the people below take the blame. Yoru looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen, mercilessly tearing apart his benevolent mask. When you conspired to kill all the Uchiha clan's old, weak women and children, where was your righteousness? Today, even if I crush Konoha's foundation, what can you do to me? Facing these relentless, cutting questions, Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to retreat repeatedly, his body swaying. He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't refute a single word. Those unspeakable facts were mercilessly exposed to the sunlight by Yoru, in front of all the Anbu. The once high and mighty third Hokage now looked like a clown stripped naked. Intimidated by Yoru's unfathomable absolute power, he didn't even have the courage to smash his staff down. The Hokage's prestige was utterly ruined at this moment. Just then, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang in Yoru's mind on time. Ding, detected host stepping on the false Hokage's dignity, publicly pointing fingers and scolding Konoha's highest authority, shattering hypocritical righteousness, utterly arrogant. Judgment, host's every word is cutting, disregarding authority. Rebelliousness rating SSS. God-tier reward has been issued. Congratulations, host. You have obtained observation Haki, junior trial version. The moment the system notification sound fell, Yoru felt his mind become unprecedentedly clear and transparent. Within a 100-meter radius, every Anbu's breathing rate, heart rate, and even the subtle preparatory movements of their muscle contractions, all of it, in an instant, was presented with extreme clarity in Yoru's perception. Good perception ability. Yoru raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, a domineering arc curving at the corner of his mouth. Old man, I'll fight you to the death. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his dignity completely shattered, finally couldn't hold on. Extreme humiliation fueled his anger. He bit his finger fiercely, preparing to form hand signs at all costs. Even if I sacrifice my life today, I'll drag you to hell with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to use his final forbidden jutsu, even if it meant mutual destruction. Yoru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was ready to fight to the death, without a ripple in his eyes. Not only did he not adopt a defensive posture, but he even let out a cold snort. "Wanna die? Did you ask for my permission?" Yoru casually flicked his wrist, and the ninja sword in his hand precisely picked something from a remnant in the nearby ruins. It was a dead warrior wearing a root high-ranking uniform, whom Yoru had killed with a casual slash earlier. Whoosh! Accompanying the flick of the blade tip, a stack of extremely thick, top-secret scrolls, sealed with several layers of chakra, flew directly out of the corpse's embrace and landed steadily in Yoru's left hand. Yoru casually weighed the scroll in his hand. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to go berserk, the mockery on Yoru's face grew even more intense. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't be in such a hurry to die." Yoru waved the scroll in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. That old schemer Danzo really had a good habit. He liked to record everything shady and keep a record. "How about I read what's inside to everyone?" Yoru's eyes gleamed with a cruel, demonic light. "It's not too late for you to die after this village has completely rotted away." 37. Chapter 37, publicly exposing all the shady deals of Konoha's high-ranking officials. What is that? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was fixed deathly on the stack of scrolls in Uchiha Yoru's hand. He recognized the extremely special root character seal on the scrolls at a single glance. The third Hokage's pupils instantly constricted to pinpricks. An unprecedented, extreme panic, like an invisible cold hand, tightly gripped Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. "Uchiha Yoru, put down the things in your hand." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice became extremely shrill due to fear, even carrying a distinct tremor. "Those are Konoha's top secrets. They must not be read at will." Yoru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance, looking as if he were facing a formidable enemy and filled with terror. The mockery on his face grew more intense, and his eyes held a high and mighty disdain. "Top secrets." Yoru nonchalantly weighed the heavy scroll in his hand, his lips curling into a playful smirk. "I think they are the top evidence of crimes that you old fogies can't let see the light of day, right? Anbu, hear my command, at any cost." Sarutobi Hiruzen completely lost his usual composure, pointing at Yoru and roaring frantically. "Seize that scroll back for me, immediately. Under a great reward, there will always be brave men, let alone a death order personally issued by the Hokage." Dozens of Anbu elites gritted their teeth, like moths to flame, wielding cold, flashing short swords as they lunged toward Yoru. "We must not let him open it." Facing this aggressive Anbu squad, Uchiha Izumi, who had been following closely behind Yoru, her gaze instantly became bone-chillingly cold. She didn't hesitate at all. With perfect tacit understanding, she drew kunai in both hands, preparing to meet the enemy. "Anyone who dares to be disrespectful to Lord Yoru, die." However, just as Izumi was about to rush out to slay these Anbu, a powerful hand reached over extremely overbearingly. It grabbed Izumi's slender waist, which was small enough to be held in one hand. With a gentle pull, Yoru brought Izumi directly back into his embrace. "Lord Yoru." Izumi let out a soft, sweet exclamation, her cheeks instantly staining with a moving blush. "This kind of low-grade trash isn't worthy of you taking action." Yoru's voice was low and filled with an unparalleled sense of security. He whispered into Izumi's ear, "Stay obediently by my side and just watch the show." Being held so overbearingly in Yoru's arms, Izumi felt a wave of softness throughout her body. She obediently put away the kunai and leaned against Yoru's firm chest with extreme attachment. "Yes, I will listen to everything Lord Yoru says." After comforting Izumi, Yoru didn't even look directly at the Anbu rushing close. He only had a cold smile on his face as he raised his combat boot and lightly stomped on the ground with extreme nonchalance. Boom! A massive, suffocating surge of senjutsu chakra instantly transformed into a visible, violent blue shockwave. With Yoru at the center, it swept out in all directions with a roar. Without any suspense, those dozens of elite Anbu who rushed over were like hitting a high-speed, invisible steel wall. Bangs, bangs, bang. Dull impact sounds merged into one. All the Anbu were directly blown away by this violent shockwave. They didn't even touch the corner of Yoru's clothes before they spat out blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Watching this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen was hopping mad with anxiety, his old face as pale as paper. Do you think you can cover up your crimes with these lackeys? Yoru held Izumi with one hand and casually tore the seal on the scroll with the other. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the more afraid you are, the more I will tear this fig leaf to shreds. Yoru slowly unrolled the scroll. The massive chakra of the perfect sage body instantly gathered at his throat. Villagers of Konoha, ordinary ninjas. Yoru's voice, like rolling thunder, once again boomed over the entire Konoha village. Open your eyes wide and prick up your ears to listen well. This is the great achievements that your highly respected third Hokage and Danzo have made in secret. Yoru's gaze swept over the scroll, and he read it out in a cold and extremely heartless tone. Year 39 of the Konoha calendar, the High Command secretly shielded Orochimaru, providing him with over 100 fellow villagers as live experimental materials, just to study cruel forbidden techniques. After the incident was discovered, the High Command joined forces to push all the blame onto Orochimaru alone, letting him go scot-free. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Konoha village instantly fell into a deathly silence. What, Lord Orochimaru's defection, was actually because of human experiments shielded by the High Command. A Jonin who had lived through that era was dumbfounded, his voice trembling. So the missing fellow villagers in the village were all permitted by the High Command to be taken. Yoru didn't give them a chance to catch their breath and continued to read aloud. Year 42 of the Konoha calendar, the High Command feared that Sakumo Hadake's prestige would surpass the Hokage's. They deliberately spread rumors of mission failure, using the public opinion of the villagers to conduct mental suppression. They forced this White Fang, who had made great contributions to Konoha, to commit suicide at home. Boom! This record was like a super nuclear bomb, slamming hard into the heart of every Konoha ninja. Senior White Fang was actually forced to death by the High Command joining forces with their own people. Those ninjas who had participated in accusing White Fang back then were now filled with a mix of shame and horror, their faces ashen. We actually became the knives the High Command used to kill. Shut up, stop reading, quickly make him shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen painfully covered his ears, howling at the top of his lungs. The perfect persona of a kind grandfather he had painstakingly built for decades was being sliced into 1,000 pieces by Yoru with the extremely cruel truth at this moment. Can't take it already. Yoru looked at the nearly mentally collapsed Sarutobi Hiruzen with full mockery. There's still the most exciting grand finale, you old dog. Yoru raised his voice to the limit and read out the most shocking entry on the scroll. Just 2 days from now, in order to completely annex the Uchiha's assets and Sharingan, the Konoha High Command secretly allied with the traitor Uchiha Itachi to plan a bloody purge. Killing intent boiled in Yoru's eyes as he pronounced the High Command's sins word by word. In this plan, all the Uchiha elderly, women, and even newborn babies, all are on the Anbu's kill list, leaving not a single soul alive. Afterward, they will publicly claim it was the act of a mentally deranged Uchiha Itachi, keeping themselves completely clean. This final killing blow was thrown out. The entire Konoha village completely erupted. Those civilians and ordinary ninjas, who were originally a bit skeptical now, heard it clearly. That was a scroll stamped with the top-secret seals of the Anbu and Root, a draft left behind by Danzo himself. The evidence was as solid as a mountain, in black and white. In the face of these extremely filthy and cruel truths, what will of fire, what peace and righteousness for the village? We're all torn to shreds by these cold and bloody dark deals, with not even a scrap left. Is this really the Konoha we swore to serve until death? They won't even spare innocent babies. Are they even human? Yoru stood proudly on high, looking down at those remnants of Konoha whose worldviews had shattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you have anything else to say? This is your so-called great justice. A bullshit justice that makes one want to vomit. Just then, the system's extremely pleasant notification sound rang in Yoru's mind right on time. Ding detected the host publicly exposing Konoha's deepest darkness. Every word pierces the heart, heartlessly smashing the corrupt High Command's fig leaf, causing countless ninjas' faith to collapse. Judgment host's methods are ruthless, killing the heart even more than the body. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtained a permanent 100% increase to the Senjutsu chakra limit. Boom! Along with the issuance of the reward, Yoru only felt the Senjutsu chakra in his body instantly become like an ocean bursting its dikes. On top of the already extremely terrifying foundation, it doubled once again. That sense of power filling his meridians that would never run dry gave Yoru a burst of extreme pleasure. At this time, the exposure of the top-secret files was like a level 12 mental hurricane, heartlessly sweeping through all of Konoha. Ordinary ninjas and civilians in the distance all looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with extremely incredulous gazes. The gazes that were originally filled with awe and respect had now completely turned into extreme doubt, disgust, and deep disappointment. Lord Third, how could he do such a thing? The High Command are all demons who kill without blinking. Who exactly are we risking our lives for? Morale was scattered, and faith had completely collapsed. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the surrounding disdainful gazes that seemed as if they would pierce through him. In a fit of anxiety and anger, he felt his vision go dark. He could no longer suppress the injuries in his body, and violently spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. This Hokage, who had been in power the longest and was full of benevolence and morality, at this moment completely experienced what it meant to be ruined and disgraced. Yoru looked coldly at the slumped Sarutobi Hiruzen and casually threw the scroll away like trash. Killing the heart is even more important than killing the body. Today, he not only wanted to crush Konoha physically, but also to completely snap the backbone of this village mentally. However, just as Yoru was preparing to carry out the final settlement with the Konoha High Command, an extremely violent disturbance suddenly appeared on the system panel in his mind. Because the faith of the civilians and ninjas of the entire village had collapsed on a large scale, Yoru's prestige points were soaring frantically. In the center of the panel, a progress bar emitting a mysterious golden light, representing ultimate ocular power evolution, was making a final sprint toward the topmost full state at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. 38, Chapter 38, The Villagers and Ordinary Ninjas, Faith Collapses After Learning the Truth. Fake. This is absolutely fake. Hokage-sama, please tell us that what's written on this scroll isn't true. Desperate interrogations rang out from the crowd. The ordinary ninja, who had always regarded the Hokage as a deity, felt their worldviews shatter at this moment, their hands trembling so much they could barely hold their kunai. Orochimaru's human experimentation was actually sanctioned by the higher-ups. Those missing compatriots were all sent to be used as experimental materials. A Konoha Chunin's eyes widened, his voice carrying an unmaskable tremor. Even Senior White Fang was driven to suicide by rumors intentionally spread by the higher-ups. The hero we've always admired was actually killed by his own people. The exposure of the top-secret files was like a heavy bomb. It blew Konoha Village's long-standing facade of hypocrisy to smithereens. Shut up, all of you, shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen, overwhelmed by anxiety and rage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, trying with all his might to salvage the situation. That is a trick by the Uchiha. They forged that evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to soothe the remaining Konoha forces present. They want to divide the village. Everyone, do not fall for their scheme. Forged. Yoru stood atop the ruins, letting out a burst of extremely mocking laughter. It bears the highest seal of the Anbu and the joint instructions of the daimyo palace. Even Danzo's personal signature is on it, and you think you can brush it off by calling it a forgery. Yoru relentlessly exposed Sarutobi Hiruzen's pale defense. The facts are right before your eyes, and you still want to treat these people who risk their lives for you as fools. What about that clan extermination plan? A Konoha Jonin stepped forward, questioning Sarutobi Hiruzen with bloodshot eyes. Lord Third, did you really intend to join forces with Uchiha Itachi to massacre the elderly, women, and children? Facing the interrogation of his own subordinate, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth. Confronted with the ironclad evidence in black and white, he couldn't refute a single word. At this moment, any word seemed incredibly pale and powerless. I'm done. In the crowd, a genin slammed his shuriken onto the ground. Clang! The crisp sound of metal hitting the ground became the final straw that broke the camel's back. I risked my life to protect the village, to protect my comrades and family. Not to be a dog for demons like you, whose hands are stained with the blood of our own people. Clang, clang. The sounds of countless weapons hitting the ground rang out one after another in the Konoha camp. The morale of the remaining Konoha forces plummeted to zero in an instant. Don't throw away your weapons, pick them up quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted hoarsely. With the great enemy before us, are you going to betray the village? The ones who betrayed the village are you higher-ups. An Anbu member took off his mask, his face full of disgust and disillusionment. Following such leadership, we don't even have a reason to fight anymore. The originally tight defensive line instantly collapsed from within. The ordinary ninja retreated one after another, and the civilians looked toward the Hokage building with utter contempt. The way they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with nothing but complete loathing. Good's very good. Looking at this group of Konoha ninja whose faith had been destroyed. And then at the Uchiha army behind him, who looked upon him with worship. Yoru let out a world-dominating laugh from atop the ruins. This is the end you higher-ups deserve. Yoru's laughter pierced the night sky, carrying an incomparable sense of dominant pleasure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, where is that will of fire you were so proud of now? Yoru's gaze locked onto the slumped Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will not only destroy you old dogs physically, I will also completely drain the backbone of this Konoha spiritually. Yoru's voice was cold and overbearing. The perfect persona you painstakingly built for decades has been torn to shreds by me today. Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision went dark from rage, and he slumped to the ground again. He had lost all authority and credibility. He had become a pariah, despised by everyone. Uchiha Izumi followed obediently behind Yoru, her eyes full of infatuation. Lord Yoru, your methods have truly opened Izumi's eyes. Konoha's foundation has been completely crushed by you with such ease. To kill a snake, you must hit its 7-inch mark. Yoru didn't look back, his tone carrying the composure of someone who has everything under control. Making these hypocrites lose their reputations is much more interesting than killing them directly. At the exact moment Konoha's entire line collapsed, the system's highest-grade notification sounded punctually in Yoru's mind. The voice, like heavenly music, echoed continuously in his mind. Ding detected that the host has completely destroyed the foundation of Konoha's faith. Heart-piercing words have ruthlessly snapped the ruling backbone of the hypocritical higher-ups. Mission: destroy Konoha's foundation, perfectly achieved. The worldviews of Konoha, ninja, and civilians have completely collapsed. Host's reputation and infamy values have reached the peak of the ninja world. Judgment: host is divinely calculating and possesses supreme methods. Rebellion rating is off the charts. Ultimate reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. System reputation value is maxed out. Ultimate God-level reward activated. Officially unlocked the upgrade qualification for the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The moment he heard this reward, Yoru's heart couldn't help but quicken its pace. Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. That was the ultimate power every Uchiha clan member dreamed of. No more risk of blindness. No more painful backlash from consuming ocular power. He could now unrestrainedly unleash the divine majesty that belonged to a god. Upgrade me. Yoru gave the command to the system in his heart without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, an indescribably massive surge of mysterious energy, like a bursting flood, instantly poured into Yoru's eyes. The hexagram patterns in his eye sockets began to spin rapidly. It was a deep red light that completely transcended limits. All sensations of soreness vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented coolness and clarity. Yoru could even feel his vision crossing a massive dimension. To fully accept this massive evolution of ocular power, Yoru stood in place and involuntarily closed his eyes slightly. He carefully felt that ultimate power flowing through the meridians of his eyes. This was a very short window of time, as his strength underwent an ultimate leap. However, in the 10th of a second that Yoru's eyes were closed, an extremely cold chakra fluctuation suddenly took shape without warning in the shadows of the ruins behind Yoru. Vroom! The air underwent a violent distortion. An eerie spatial vortex emerged out of thin air behind Yoru. A pair of crimson Sharingan filled with extreme malice flickered in the darkness of the vortex. Dai Uchiha Yoru! A hoarse and crazed roar suddenly exploded. Immediately following that, an ethereal spirit sword burning with flames and emitting a terrifying sealing power was thrust out rapidly from the spatial vortex. It went straight for Yoru's defenseless back. 39, Chapter 39. Itachi, oblivious to the danger, launches another sneak attack from the shadows, attempting to seal it again. Dai Uchiha Yoru! A roar filled with boundless resentment and venom exploded from the shadows of the ruins. From within that bizarre spatial vortex, a tattered figure shot out at incredible speed. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi, who had just been rescued by Obito. His meridians and body, which had been utterly devastated by lightning release moments ago, were now crudely stitched together by pale Hashirama cells. He looked like a terrifying demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell. For this one strike, I am willing to sacrifice even my life. Itachi's eyes swirled madly with the patterns of the Mangekyou. In his hand, he clutched a blazing spiritual sword that extended from a gourd. The Sword of Totsuka. That's the legendary sealing artifact, the Sword of Totsuka. From a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. Anyone pierced by that sword will be forever sealed within the illusory world of drunken dreams. Itachi, well done, seal that demon quickly. The remnants of Konoha, once again, ignited with laughable hope. The Sword of Totsuka, blazing with terrifying sealing power, shot straight towards Yoru's unprotected back. Its speed was so immense it seemed to traverse the very distance of space itself. None of the onlookers had time to react. Lord Yoru! A desperate, resolute cry rang out, tinged with urgency. Uchiha Izumi's eyes instantly turned crimson. Without a second thought, she abandoned all defense. She threw herself, without hesitation, towards Yoru's back. Even if I die, I will block this sword for Lord Yoru. She would use her own flesh and blood to fill the gap of that inescapable seal. However, just as the Sword of Totsuka was about to touch Izumi a second before impact, "You foolish girl, you know nothing of my power." A voice tinged with laziness and absolute composure sounded beside Izumi's ear. Yoru did not even turn his head. He merely extended his left hand with utter nonchalance. He grabbed Izumi's slender wrist and yanked her back forcefully. Izumi's soft body instantly lost its balance. The next moment, she tumbled into an incredibly broad, warm embrace brimming with an overbearing aura. Yoru held Izumi's slender waist with one arm, shielding her tightly against his chest. "This trash isn't worthy of you blocking it." Yoru's low voice reverberated above Izumi's head, carrying an undeniable sense of security. Surrounded by this intense masculine scent, Izumi's heart skipped a beat. "Lord Yoru." Izumi nestled in Yoru's embrace, her eyes slightly reddened. "Your loyalty is noted. Now be a good girl and just watch." Yoru gently patted her shoulder, his tone laced with undisguised favoritism. Seeing Yoru dare to divert his attention to protect a woman, even at this critical juncture, Itachi, suspended in midair, was utterly enraged by this contempt. "Arrogant fool, You will pay for your hubris. Itachi roared, his face contorted. Accept the absolute seal of the sword of Tatsuka. Everything ends for you here. The spiritual sword was now less than half an inch from Yoru's back. End. Yoru let out a sneer dripping with extreme mockery. Still holding Izumi with one arm, he abruptly turned around. Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Yoru's voice was filled with lofty disdain. He slowly opened his eyes, which had just completed their evolution. These were no longer ordinary Mangekyou. They were eyes that had completely transcended mortal limits, shimmering with an unparalleled, profound crimson light. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. What? Seeing the flawless pattern within Yoru's eye sockets, radiating a divine, oppressive pressure. Itachi's heart constricted violently, an unprecedented terror instantly swallowing him whole. This is the eternal eye, something only Madara ever awakened. How can you possibly possess such power? Itachi howled in despair, yet the motion of his hand could no longer be stopped. Facing the sword of Tatsuka, hailed as a divine artifact that could seal anything. Yoru did not even move a finger, nor did he employ any ninjutsu. You truly are a loyal dog, Uchiha Itachi. Yoru mercilessly began his taunts. For these very elders who sought to exterminate our clan, you were willing to be stitched together into this monstrous abomination. Itachi bellowed, what do you know? Everything I do is for the greater good. As long as you are sealed, peace will return to Konoha. Greater good, Yoru scoffed coldly. A mere broken sword dares to challenge my power. Yoru stared fixedly at the incoming illusory spiritual sword. The terrifying oppressive might of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan erupted at this moment like a bursting floodgate. A visible, tangible wave of ocular power poured forth from Yoru's eyes. It directly met the blazing sword of Tatsuka. BZZZT. Two immensely powerful forces collided in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Under the astonished, incredulous gazes of everyone present, that supposedly invincible divine artifact, capable of sealing a soul with but a scratch, under the absolute, pure gaze of Yoru's eternal ocular power, came to a complete halt in midair, unable to advance a single inch further. Shatter. Yoru coldly uttered the command. Crack, crack. A grating sound of shattering rang crisply above the ruins. The sword of Tatsuka, wreathed in flames, instantly became covered in a dense web of cracks. Impossible, how can the sword of Tatsuka shatter? Itachi screamed in horror, desperately trying to pour more chakra into the sword's body. Crushing you in the very field you pride yourself on most is the final reward I give you. Yoru snorted coldly, increasing the output of his ocular power once more. Boom! Like fragile glass struck by a hammer, the supposedly invincible sword of Tatsuka, under the overwhelming force of Yoru's absolute ocular power, shattered into pieces on the spot, transforming into a shower of scattered, fine sparks. It dissipated completely into nothingness. Even the gourd that housed the divine artifact exploded into powder simultaneously. No. His proudest, ultimate trump card had been destroyed by a mere glance. The terrifying mental backlash from the destruction of the divine artifact instantly racked Itachi's entire body. Itachi let out a wretched, agonized howl. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his eyes dripping crimson. His entire body plummeted heavily from the sky, crashing to the ground like a ragged sack. The remnants of the Konoha forces in the distance were utterly dumbfounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled, his hands shaking, his lips quivering without producing a single word. He shattered a divine artifact with just a look. No one dared to make a sound. Just as everyone was reeling in shock, the system's melodious voice chimed in Yoru's mind right on time. Ding, detected host's eternal, eye demonstrating its divine might for the first time. Glancing and shattering the chosen one's strongest sealing trump card, supremely arrogant. Judgment, host's oppressive might shakes the world power unfathomable. Rebelliousness rating, SSS. Divine level reward issued. Congratulations, host. Obtain divine artifact, Yada Mirror undamaged, fully equipped version. Hearing this bountiful reward, a flicker of satisfaction passed through Yoru's eyes. Attack with the Suzanu's twin swords, defense with the Yada Mirror. Now, his perfect Susanoo would truly become an impeccable war machine. Cough, cough, cough. Itachi, lying on the ground, coughed up blood violently. His body convulsed fiercely. The forcibly implanted Hashirama cells began to reject, causing him excruciating pain. Looking at Uchiha Izumi, safe and sound in Yoru's embrace. And then at Yoru's invincible, domineering posture. A mixture of utter despair and jealousy completely twisted Itachi's mind. I won't lose. I will never let you destroy the village. Itachi let out a burst of maniacal, spine-chilling laughter. Even in death, I will drag you down to hell with me. He jerked his head up, his bloodied face now a mask of pure malice. For this final obsession, Itachi plunged completely into madness. He began recklessly draining every last bit of his life force, heedless of the cost. He even ignited all the remaining vitality within the Hashirama cells. Boom! A torrent of violent, dark red chakra erupted from his broken, tattered body. This chakra reeked of thick death and absolute resolve. What are you doing? Stop. Obito, hidden within the folds of space in the distance, roared in terror upon seeing this. If you force it like this, you will be utterly annihilated. But Itachi was beyond listening to anyone. He stared fixedly at Yoru, converting all his life into one final, desperate assault. Susanoo! Accompanied by Itachi's shrill, piercing scream. That dark red chakra madly intertwined and surged upwards. A massive skeletal frame rapidly took shape outside his body. Flesh and twisted tendons visibly sprouted upon the skeleton at an alarming rate. With this last-ditch struggle, fueled by his very life, he aimed to drag Yoru down with him in mutual destruction. Chapter 40, he crushed half of Itachi's Susanoo with a single kick, crippling all of its fighting power. Dai Uchiha Yoru. Itachi squeezed out the last trace of life force from within his body. Controlling that red half-body Susanoo, he swung its massive energy arms. With a piercing sonic boom, it smashed frantically toward Yoru's position, attempting this final struggle of a cornered beast. Seeing this scene, the Konoha remnants in the distance, who had already fallen into complete despair, had a flicker of unrealistic hope burst forth once again from the depths of their ashen eyes. What kind of monster is that? Such terrifying chakra? A Konoha Jonin shouted in excitement. It's Itachi-sama. It's Itachi-sama still fighting. Great, he still has a trump card. He hasn't lost yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen, slumped in the distance, was so moved that tears filled his eyes. He reached out his trembling hands, staring fixedly at that red half-body Susanoo. Good child, Itachi. You truly did not fail the expectations the village had for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared loudly. Kill him. As long as you kill him, Konoha's peace can be preserved. At this moment, all the Konoha ninja were frantically cheering for Itachi's desperate counterattack. It was as long as this punch landed, the Shura who brought endless nightmares to Konoha would be wiped out. However, facing this massive energy arm, smashing down with a whistling gale, Yoru didn't even bother to draw the ninja sword at his waist. His hands remained casually stuffed in his pockets. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold, mocking sneer, as if watching a buffoonish clown. What, think you're capable again? Yoru's voice was laced with extreme disdain and mockery. Do all you people from Konoha have some kind of terminal illness of blind optimism? Yoru slightly raised his head, those eternal Mangekyou Sharingan emitting a deep red glow. He coldly watched the approaching giant red fist. A half-bodied defective product, you dare bring it out to embarrass yourself. Yoru gave a light scoff and casually snapped his fingers. Snap. The very instant the sound of the snap fell. Buzz. A terrifying energy, hundreds and thousands of times more massive and solid than Itachi's chakra, erupted from within Yoru's body without any warning. That perfect senjutsu chakra, like a vast ocean bursting through a dam, and the eternal ocular power that had just finished evolving and completely surpassed its limits. Achieved an absolutely perfect fusion in midair. Let you blind fools see. Yoru's domineering and peerless voice echoed continuously under the night sky. What truly constitutes the power of a god? Rumble. Unparalleled deep blue chakra soared into the sky, directly piercing through the night clouds, without any of the sluggishness of the skeletal stage, or any delay from the meridian derivation stage. A divine samurai, several times larger than the one before and as solid as substance, rose boisterously from the ground amidst everyone's horrified gazes. It was clad in magnificent and extremely oppressive Karasu Tengu armor. The pair of massive chakra wings on its back, merely by slightly unfolding, cast half of Konoha village directly into a vast shadow. If Itachi's deformed half-body Susanoo was like an underdeveloped, disabled child, then the perfect Susanoo, summoned by Yoru at this moment, was a truly invincible celestial god descending upon the mortal world. What kind of monster is this? The Konoha remnants, who were just moments ago full of excitement, had their voices cut off as if being strangled. The wild joy on their faces instantly froze into an inexpressible, extreme terror. Impossible. How could a person's chakra reach such a level? A monster. This simply isn't something a ninja can contend with. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this hundreds of meters tall deity. The sliver of hope that had just risen was instantly crushed into powder by this terrifying pressure. Konoha is truly finished. His eyes were dull as he muttered to himself in despair. At this time, Itachi's red energy arm had already smashed in front of the perfect Susanoo. Die! Itachi let out a frantic roar of extreme unwillingness. However, facing this pitifully weak attack, this true deity didn't even deign to perform the action of drawing the twin swords at its waist. Standing within the diamond-shaped crystal, Yoru didn't even lift a hand. He merely used his will, which carried endless contempt, to lightly manipulate it. Begone! Along with that cold word spat from Yoru's mouth. The perfect Susanoo extremely crudely raised its massive chakra war boot. There was no suspense, nor was there any balanced confrontation. The perfect Susanoo's massive war boot was like a human stepping on a nauseating bug. Extremely precisely, extremely ruthlessly. It stomped down hard on Itachi's deformed half-body Susanoo. Crack, crack. The terrifying sound of shattering, enough to make one's teeth ache, rang out clearly in midair. Itachi's proud final trump card, under the absolute crushing force, couldn't even manage a 0.1 second delay. It was directly crushed to pieces on the spot by this foot. Countless red chakra fragments splattered frantically in all directions like broken glass. No, the Susanoo being forcibly crushed brought about an extremely terrifying and destructive backlash. Itachi let out a wretched wail. The massive force poured through the energy debris, dumping unreservedly onto his broken body. He felt as if he had been struck head-on by an entire mountain. Every bit of strength and defense across his body collapsed in an instant. Bang! Itachi's body was like a rapidly falling meteorite. Driven by this invincible monstrous force, he was slammed deep into the ground below like a dead dog. A massive crater was smashed into the earth. Spiderweb-like cracks spread frantically in all directions. At the bottom of the crater, Itachi had completely lost all ability to resist. The ocular power he was so proud of, his righteousness, his self-righteous aura of destiny, under this one foot were completely abolished, crushed into a nothingness less than dust. He could no longer summon even a single shred of chakra, reduced to a total cripple. Right at this moment, in Yoru's mind, the system's extremely pleasant, highest-level notification sound rang out on time. Ding detected the host crushing the original protagonist's final trump card in an absolutely dominant manner, stomping all his hope to pieces, implementing the most merciless physical strike, peerlessly domineering. Judgment, host's violent aesthetics have reached the pinnacle, completely abolishing the child of destiny's combat power. Rebellion rating off the charts. Ultimate god-level reward has been distributed. Congratulations to the host. obtained Susanoo exclusive Thunder Flight form. Hearing this bountiful reward, the corners of Yoru's mouth couldn't help but curl into a satisfied arc. Susanoo exclusive Thunder Flight form. This meant that this invincible deity would no longer be limited to the ground, but could transform into a meteor controlling lightning at any time, running rampant across the heavens. Speed and mobility would undergo a super leap in quality. The surrounding battlefield fell into an unprecedented dead silence. All the Konoha remnants and defeated soldiers knelt on the ground with weak legs. Looking at the massive crater created by that one foot, they didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The last hope was shattered. That insufferably arrogant child of destiny, in front of this man, was simply as weak as a joke that could be crushed at will. Is that it? Yoru stood within the crystal of the hundreds of meters tall Susanoo, his voice laced with extreme boredom. Konoha's trump cards are truly disappointing to the extreme. He looked down at this village, trembling beneath his feet. Those once high and mighty Konoha high command, those self-righteous elite ninjas, were all now looking up at him in despair, like criminals awaiting sentencing. All obstacles had been completely cleared away by him. No one could stand up to block him even half a step further. Yoru-sama is invincible. From the Uchiha army behind him, Uchiha Izumi held her kane high, letting out an extremely fanatical roar. Over 1,000 Uchiha clan members responded in unison, their cheers sweeping the field like stormy waves. This was the true king they followed. Yoru did not respond to the clansmen's cheers. He stood at the core of the deity, his gaze gradually becoming incomparably cold. Since the performance is over, then it's time to leave you with an unforgettable souvenir. Yoru's mind stirred slightly. The massive perfect Susanoo suddenly unfolded its wings. It slowly extended its right arm. A towering giant sword flashing with destructive lightning was held extremely steadily in its hand. On the blade's edge, the violent energy even tore black rifts into the surrounding space. Yoru slowly raised that lightning giant sword above his head. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the core of Konoha. He wanted to use this most violent and unreasonable method to leave an indelible nightmare brand upon this hypocritical village forever. 41, Chapter 40, 1-5 Elements Great Combo and Yasaka Magatama. At the bottom of the giant crater, the dust and smoke had yet to disperse. Uchiha Itachi's battered body was deeply embedded in the ground. The chakra fluctuations within his body had completely vanished. Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the distant ruins, letting out a desperate, sorrowful cry. The surrounding Konoha remnants felt their legs go weak, unable to even stand steadily. How could this happen? An Anbu ninja dropped the short sword in his hand. Even Lord Itachi's final trump card was easily crushed. That was our Konoha's last hope. Another Jonin held his head in his hands and knelt on the ground. We can't win, we simply can't defeat a monster like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his subordinates who had lost their will to fight, his old face twisted to the extreme. Yoru stood inside the crystal of the hundreds of meters tall perfect Susanoo. He held Uchiha Izumi's slender waist with one hand, looking down on everything from above. Izumi leaned obediently against Yoru's chest. Lord Yoru, these rats have completely lost their fighting spirit. Izumi looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a mocking curl at the corner of her mouth. That old monkey looks like he's about to collapse. Yoru gave a light chuckle and fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's last fig leaf has also been crushed by me. Yoru's voice spread clearly throughout the field, through the vibrations of Senjutsu chakra. What methods do you have left? Use them all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Yoru in midair. Uchiha Yoru, you monster. You could even lay such a cruel hand on your own clansmen. You are absolutely insane. Hearing these words, Yoru let out a burst of extremely arrogant laughter. Insane. Yoru stopped laughing, his gaze becoming bone-chillingly cold. When you higher-ups ordered Uchiha Itachi to kill his own parents, why didn't you say he was insane? When you conspired together to exterminate the Uchiha clan, why didn't you talk about the bond of the same village? Yoru reached out a finger, pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen from afar. Now that he's been broken by me, you come out to play the saint. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless by the rebuttal, his old face flushing red. Sophistry. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, forcibly squeezing out what little chakra remained in his body. I am the third Hokage. I absolutely cannot watch you destroy Konoha here. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly discarded the golden staff in his hand. He raised both hands, his fingers flying rapidly. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Poof, 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 poofs. 4 clouds of white smoke exploded. 4 identical shadow clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared on the ruins. Including his original body, a total of 5 people stood side by side. Hokage-sama is going to risk his life. A Konoha Jonin who had retreated to the distance shouted out. It's that move, the legendary composite ninjutsu that only Lord Third can perform. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of another Anbu. That is the absolute killing move that can only be completed by the ninjutsu professor, who is proficient in all 5 chakra natures. Yoru watched the 5 Sarutobi Hiruzens below with interest. 5 attributes all at once. Yoru patted Izumi's shoulder. Watch closely, Izumi. This old monkey is going to perform an acrobatic show. Izumi nodded obediently. Before Lord Yoru, even if he used 100 attributes, it would be in vain. The 5 Sarutobi Hiruzens below simultaneously began extremely complex hand seals. Uchiha Yoru, today I will show you my true strength. The shadow clone on the far left inhaled sharply. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The second shadow clone pressed both hands on the ground. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. The third shadow clone opened its mouth. Water release, water dragon bullet. The fourth shadow clone pressed its palms together. Wind release, pressure damage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's original body stood in the very center, lightning flickering all over him. Lightning release, false darkness. 5 different high-level ninjutsu gushed out of their mouths at the same time. 5 release, great combo technique. The wind howled, and the earth shook violently. Wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. 5 completely different chakras, perfectly intertwined in midair. Fire was bolstered by the wind, lightning merged into the water, and earth solidified the form. The 5 forces instantly converged, turning into a massive pillar of chakra, light more than tens of meters in diameter. This 5-colored pillar of light, carrying terrifying energy capable of destroying everything, blasted towards Yoru in midair. It succeeded. What incredible power! Even space is being distorted. The Konoha remnants roared frantically. This is Lord Third's strongest ninjutsu. That Uchiha monster definitely won't be able to dodge this time. Facing this massive 5 release pillar of light blasting towards him, Yoru didn't make any movement to dodge at all. He didn't even blink an eye. Strongest ninjutsu. Yoru sneered, his eyes full of high-end mighty contempt. This is called the strongest. I think you old monkey have gone too long without seeing the world. Yoru suddenly activated the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan in both eyes. Since you want to play with ninjutsu, I'll crush you in the most unreasonable way possible. The massive body of the perfect Susanoo moved abruptly. The giant chakra right arm was raised high. Condense. Along with Yoru's thought, extremely pure and violent deep blue chakra rapidly converged in the Susanoo's palm. In just an instant, several extremely large, dark blue chakra magatamas took shape in midair. Each magatama emitted a destructive aura that made one's heart skip a beat. What is that thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened as he cried out. The chakra attached to it is simply too massive to calculate. Yoru stood proudly within the Susanoo crystal and swung his right hand forward abruptly. Catch this, this is a move specifically for beating dogs. Yasaka Megatama. Buzz! The perfect Susanoo violently threw the giant magatamas in its hand. Several dark blue magatamas formed a straight line in midair, like a falling meteor shower. They directly met the menacing 5-release Great Combo Light Pillar. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering explosion erupted over Konoha village. The blinding light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Under everyone's disbelieving gazes, that pillar of light, the strongest composite ninjutsu that combined 5 chakra natures and claimed to be able to destroy everything. The moment it collided with the Yasaka Magatama, it failed to hold its ground for even a single second. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed through the clouds. The foremost giant Magatama directly and ruthlessly smashed the tip of the 5-colored light pillar with overwhelming power. Immediately after, the subsequent Magatamas continuously smashed into the interior of the light pillar. That massive confluence of 5 releases shattered inch by inch like a fragile glass tube. The wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth chakra contained within were all completely devoured by the violent power of the Yasaka Magatama. No, this is absolutely impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen screamed at the top of his lungs. How could my strongest ninjutsu be crushed in an instant? The Yasaka Magatama's momentum remained unchecked, and after smashing the light pillar, it crashed directly into the ground below. Boom! The giant explosive shockwave rolled back like a Category 12 hurricane. Sarutobi Hiruzen's 4 shadow clones bore the brunt of it, hit head-on by the shockwave. Poof, 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 poof. 4 clouds of white smoke exploded simultaneously as the shadow clones were forcibly dispersed. The backlash was instantly transmitted to Sarutobi Hiruzen's original body. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. After tumbling a dozen times in the air, he crashed heavily against the wall of a ruined house. Konoha's defensive line once again fell into a deathly silence. All the Konoha ninjas slumped to the ground. The last glimmer of hope in their eyes had been completely extinguished by Yoru with casual ease. Even Lord Third's strongest ninjutsu was useless. We can't win. Konoha is destined to be destroyed today. Yoru stood high in the sky, slowly retracting the Susanu's arm. Just then, the system's prompt sounded right on time in Yoru's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has head-on crushed the ninja world's composite ninjutsu, casually shattering the Hokage's strongest killing move, manifesting absolute confidence. Judgment, the host is mighty and domineering, arrogantly peerless. Rebellion rating, SSS. God-level reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Obtained yin-yang release chakra refinement method. Hearing this reward, a glint flashed in the depths of Yoru's eyes. Yin-yang release chakra refinement method. This meant that from now on, he could create all things and bestow life, completely breaking free from the limitations of the conventional 5 releases. His power had once again reached a qualitative leap. Yoru looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lying in the corner gasping for breath. Down already. Yoru ruthlessly began his mockery. Your 5 releases aren't even qualified to scratch an itch for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, did you buy that title of ninjutsu professor with your own money? Izumi covered her mouth and chuckled from the side. Lord Yoru is right. To dare show off such amateur skills in front of you is simply laughable. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to climb up from the ground. His hair was a mess, and his battle suit was in tatters. A striking trail of blood still hung from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the invincible god in the air, knowing that conventional ninjutsu had completely lost its effect. Uchiha Yoru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice became extremely hoarse, even carrying a bone-chilling coldness. I admit, your power has already surpassed everyone's understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly straightened his body. However, Konoha is the place I have spent my whole life protecting. Even if my soul is completely scattered, I will never let you take another step past here. A glint of absolute madness to perish together flashed in his eyes. This madness sent a shiver down the spines of the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Hokage-sama, what are you doing? Lord Third, your body can't take it anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored his subordinate's pleas. He forcibly steadied his trembling hands and bit his finger hard. Blood flowed down from his fingertip. "You forced me to do this." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly pressed his palms together and began to form an extremely long and eerie set of hand seals. Snake boar sheep rabbit dog. An extremely cold chakra, thick with the aura of death, began to converge around Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was by no means a conventional 5-release ninjutsu. It was a forbidden killing, move known only to the successive Hokage, one that required the sacrifice of one's soul to perform. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.